Well, at times for the ladies, Mackenzie Bam heads up with a 2:08. Jessica Osna on a 2:11. Gqeberha on a 2:11. 0.3 of a second down on Jessica Osna is Gqeberha. Caitlin Parks on a 2:19. Zoe Buerta 2:21. Genevieve Edwards 2:32. Kellyanne Gulliver 2:32. Philippa Huxtable and Chloe Odendahl rounding off the last two in the ladies class. Interesting. Looks like, and when I say looks like, that's all from here, that it might very well be a runaway victory for Mackenzie Bam, but we don't know. The interesting one, and it's the last practice before jury meeting and then before the 50cc's, is the MX2s. This, an interesting class. Trey Cox pretty much, I don't want to say dominating because it says 7 points in it between Trey Cox and Cameron Duro. Luke Grundy, also a very, very, very dangerous young man with 155 points. Just ahead of him, it is Duro on 173 and Trey Cox on 180. So not much in it. Jaden Proctor sitting in P4 at a 148. That's 7 points back on Luke Grundy. Guys, it's going to be an interesting one, and I think there's a lot of people going to be watching this race with interest. For some rhyme or reason, I'm not too sure why the MX2 class is a hell of a lot more well attended than the MX1 class. 9 riders in MX1, and there's a whole host of riders in MX2. Competition a lot tighter. Bikes, well, pretty much on par with each other, albeit KTM, Yamaha, Husky, Honda. They're all pretty much as quick as one another, but the setups, that's very, very important. Setting up the suspension earlier on Cam Duro's machine, making sure that the suspension is working right. Very important, very important. But yeah, let's watch this one. I'll give you the heads up when the figures come out. Here's the first update. Lap times, Trey Cox broken into the 143s, 143.8. Jordan van Wyk, 144.4. Cameron Duro, 144.7. Slade Smith, 145.4. Tristan Duro, 147s. Luke Grundy sitting in the 147s as well. Trent Valsecki, 148s. Jaden Proctor, no man, 149s. Riley Rocher, 149, and Brees the Beast Romans sitting at a 152. So tight up the top, a little bit of a drop between P6 and 7. But I can tell you now, I think everybody's going to go for a Trey Cox. Going to be wanting to stamp his authority on this one. Tristan Duro, is he going to let him do it? I have my doubts. Jordan van Wyk, well, he's in the hunt as well. Slade Smith, quick as ever. Tristan Duro doing so well. Having a look back in history, how do you shadow your brother? How? It's difficult. But I can tell you now that Tristan has picked up the pace. He is absolutely flying. Great to see the two Giros battling it out. Same race, Tristan taking a well-deserved win down in Cape Town. I don't know how down in Cape Town. Is it down to Cape Town? Is it up to Cape Town? I'm not sure. You're sitting at the same sort of sea level. But yeah, some astounding racing lies ahead. Coxie, Van Wyk, Cameron Duro, Slade Smith, Tristan Duro, Luca. For Tristan to have picked up the pace that much, and he's now sitting, albeit points of a second ahead of Grundy. Trent Valsecki, wow, he's now coming through the ranks as well. Jaden Proctor still needs to pick up the pace ever so slightly, lying in P4 if my memory serves me correctly in the national championship at the moment. Only 7 points behind Grundy. But as it is on track right now, he ain't going to gain any points on Grundy. He's probably going to lose a few. But for his sake, hopefully not. For Grundy's sake, hopefully. But I can guarantee you guys, we're going to be in for some brilliant racing today. I just don't think there's going to be much in the top, I would say 3 or 4 in pretty much each class. History, will it repeat itself? How do you predict something like a motocross race? You don't. But when I say history repeating itself, it's been pretty much most of the time, not all of the time, where when you get out in front and you have the talent, the stamina, the fitness, everything going for you, they tend to start pulling gaps and just get further and further apart. Lately though, with the likes of Trey Cox coming in to the fray, with the likes of Slade Smith banging on the door for top honors, guys, it is going to be good. That I can guarantee you. Well, that wraps up practice. Racing to start very, very shortly. But first, jury meeting. And then we'll get underway with the 50 cc's. Now, therein again, I mentioned it this morning, therein again lies a little bit of a concern insofar as, how do I commentate from up here down there? I'll try my best. I'll see what I can pick up via pro timing. See if I can just keep you guys updated with who's where. And let you know. Right, again, I've got to say a big, big welcome to everybody here at Rover MX for the 5th round of the South African National Motocross Championships, brought to you by Red Bull ZA, TRP Distributors, Venture Sport, all the associate sponsors that go with it. I will be running through all of them during the course of the day, as well as the local sponsors, the guys that have popped in and said, hey, you know what? We can help. Just a little thing for the 65s, 85s, and 50 cc's. Jürgen Adler has put up whole shot money, which is cool. And of course the, now I've got to get to it. Whole shot money, race gas, VP race gas, whole shots for 65s, 85s, and 50 cc's. Yeah, I'm not going to see who gets the whole shot on the 50 cc's. 65s and 85s, Jürgen probably will be doing the adjudication as to who gets the whole shot. What I see, I will say. If I'm wrong, I apologize. But yeah. 9:25 was the off. We're running a little bit late. So I'm guessing probably round about 10 the first race will be. That'll be the 50 cc's. Right, so from the get-go, Nate Small leads the championship and was quickest this morning in practice. So pretty much going to be going for gold, but Gqeberha Gqeberha. Wow, we're going to watch that one. See if he's able to pick up the pace. See if he's able to make a little bit, or Nathan Small's job a little bit more difficult. Gianna Ferreira was third quickest, Paul Graven, then Gary Hamer. Gary Hamer lying third in the championship at the moment. Little bit off, but to be honest with you, Ferreira and Small very, very close together. Small lies on 194, and Gianna Ferreira sitting on a handsome 182 points for the championship. Going into round 5 here at Rover Motocross, it's going to be interesting. But the spanner in the works, Gqeberha Gqeberha. What is he going to do? Well, I'll try and get you the off when they do get going. I think they're all pretty much down on the line already. Jury meeting will be in progress now, so I'll keep quiet until we go racing.
I didn't actually open up the link. I got the link. I wanted to ask you just now. That screen is still on there?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I got the remote here with me. If anything should, I don't think anything should happen. Let me just check quickly.
Life has a habit of screwing people over.
I beg your pardon?
I said life has a habit of screwing people over.
I'm telling you, and then like the weirdest thing, always, or not always, most, let's say 80% of any production, you test everything thoroughly the previous night. The next morning you set up, it's like almost like up is down and down is up. And for how you don't know, because when you switched off, everything was the way it was. It's literally, you have to just slide in, switch on, and then you ready, steady, go.
It doesn't always happen like that though.
It sucks, because then it's on the job, you know, figuring out maintenance, whatever should be the cause. I just want to check quickly. Yeah, it is on YouTube. Currently, this is all that's on now. Yeah.
So what's going out on that screen?
Oh, is this also there by you?
Yeah.
I guess so, yeah. I think that would be the final out for you. I thought it was scheduled to start at 9.
25 past is going to be the first race, but
25 past 10.
9. We're running late now already.
Jeez, we're almost at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, and what would be the reason for?
There's always little hiccups here and there, to be fair. It's difficult to pinpoint exactly what the reason is, but
Yeah. No, it's my first time on the motocross scene, so yeah.
it's usually
I'm just
the length
inquisitive.
of time it takes the guys to line up at the gate, the actual length of time that they practice.
Okay.
They should actually cut the practice down by 2 laps. They'd be running on time by then.
And the practice is 5 laps, or how many laps?
It's time wise. It's not lap.
No, I mean the practice.
Yeah, no, the practice they've given 15 minutes for practice.
Oh, each
Each practice is about 15 minutes, but they schedule 15 minutes, but I mean it's 19 to 17, 18 minutes,
Yeah.
and sometimes 20 minutes depending on how long it takes to clear the track before the next guys go out.
And let's say like the divisions that's here now, like 5 different divisions. That's
Yeah,
your
there's
CC.
65s, they 15 minutes in 1 lap. Goes up to 20 minutes in a lap.
Okay.
So it's different for the different classes.
Okay, and your classes are it's CC based. It's not age based that much.
Yeah,
or?
the 65s, 85s, 125 50 cc. And then MX1 and MX2 is open. And then you've got the MX3s, which is age 30 and up.
Okay.
MX3 vets is 36 and up.
Oh, okay.
And then the support.
So there is an age limit between the two.
Okay.
Okay. Or your masters and then your vets. Or...
Yeah. great starts from the guys that haven't really, I don't want to say they haven't got a shot, because Gianna Ferreira, not quite the start that he wanted, lying down off the start in P5. He's not going to be overly joyed about that. Casper de Miskreer, though, brilliant start from him. And also, to be fair, was very, very quick in practice this morning. Not quite as quick as Nathan Small, but I got to be honest with you, like I said earlier, it just isn't the same. Practice and race, definitely two different scenarios. So Small up through past Paul Graven, up into second place, and he has got a very, very quick time in there with a 1:23.8, 1:24.3 for Casper. So Casper's going to have to look behind him to see what is coming. It is Nathan Small who's pushing as hard as he possibly can. He needs to get the number 1 slot very, very quickly. Casper, to be honest with you, not really in the running. He's lying down in P6 at the moment. But, well, you know, you can pick yourself up into a top 3 nationally. He can do that today, having a look to see if Gianna Ferreira is going to stay where he is right now. Then that could spell a little bit of problems. Paul Graven, brilliant P3 at the moment, and he is lying in P4 in the championship. So everything up for grabs right at the top. The difference is 194 versus 182. Then a bit of a drop down to P3 at a 148. That's the points as they stand at the moment. So a handsome gap between second and third in the championship at the moment between Ferreira and Hamer. Hamer not exactly where he wants to be right now either. Hamer lying down in roundabout, I think that is P7 right now, but he's going to be picking up the pace very, very shortly. That is for sure. So de Miskreer still has it, but for how much longer? Very, very close up the front of the pack. Paul Graven still just ahead there of Gianna Ferreira. Logan Fulton, nice one, up in P5. 6th place, Ryder Reese. Oh, that's going to be interesting to watch. Like I said, came in this morning with quite a bit of confidence, so looking for a good result there from Ryder Reese. Luca Horrock lying down in P8, Nick DeToy P9. But the lap time is starting to come down. De Miskreer still holds sway in the number 1 slot. But for how long? That we'll have to wait and see. A little bit of a gap down to second. Nate Small still getting just that little bit closer. Close enough to mount a challenge. Oh yeah, just on about 2 seconds down. But that can diminish very, very quickly. Very, very close. Down the drop-off they go. Round the right-hander, and yeah, not sure who got the whole shot. I'll try and get, I'm sure it's going to be Casper de Miskreer, who did get the whole shot, came out of the gates, all guns blazing. He knew he had to do well here today. Nathan Small still there. The difference just on 2 seconds. A little bit further back, Paul Graven. He's sitting down with Gianna Ferreira, breathing down his neck. Gianna Ferreira just about 5 seconds off and still pushing very, very hard indeed. But de Miskreer, very, very quick indeed. All right, now we know, I've just, thanks very much. Now we know why Casper de Miskreer has got the bit between his teeth. It is his birthday today, and yeah, he did get the whole shot. VP, what's it? VP Race Gas. Boom.
Thank you.
Absolutely brilliant. That's 500 Rand, boom, in his pocket right there. Thanks very much, Mr. Adler. And this, yeah, for every heat, I think it is. So it's 500 Rand for heat 1, 500 Rand for heat 2. In the 50s, the 65s and 85s, big, big thanks to VP Race Gas. Mr. Adler, a big thanks to you. Right, so de Miskreer still there and not that far behind him. Looks like getting that a little bit closer. Still nothing changed by the looks of things up the front. And the birthday boy, Casper de Miscreer, still holds sway. He's got a little bit more of a gap now. Looks like Nathan Small starting to drop back. Does Nathan really have to bother with trying to push to get P1? Yeah, I don't think so. He's still extending his lead if he stays where he is now. But a great third place for Paul Graven, which is going to pick him up just that little bit closer to the back end of Gianno Ferreira. Gianno Ferreira in behind him, but he's quite a bit of a gap in behind him, roughly about 7 or 8 seconds back. So, yeah, Ferreira's got a little bit of work to do. The gap between Ferreira and Hamer, also a little bit, I don't want to say it's a huge mountain to climb between the two of them. They're looking at about 36 points, 34 points, the difference between the two of them. So Graven's going to make up some points on the back end of Ferreira, but just not enough. Still, Nathan Small lying down in, well, I say down in second, no, he's pretty close up the front, but lying in second position, chasing down on the back end of Kriya. But is he going to be able to get anywhere close or close enough to mount that challenge? Oh, that we'll have to wait and see. It is dangerously close. I think just on about 2 seconds the gap between de Miscreer and Small. Then we've got a little bit more of a gap before we get to Paul Graven, Gianna Ferreira and Logan Fulton. Fulton still pushing as hard as he possibly can to try and get that little bit closer and pick up one more position. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to pull it off, but anything can, and well, in motocross usually does happen, to be fair. So de Miscreer still has it and putting in a very, very quick. Still, to be fair though, Nathan Small has in this race set up the quickest time. Yeah, has it worked for him? Not quite yet. So watching it with interest still, de Miscreer has the #1 slot. And Small, albeit the quickest lap in this race, he has kind of dropped off the, I'd say by about 0.2, 0.3 of a second, but then all of a sudden, boom, came his last lap, and he's 0.3 of a seconds up on de Miscreer. So the two of them still very, very close together. Right, the gap between the two of them still, roughly, yeah, it's close. I can tell you that. I can promise you it's very, very close. Probably about a second, but it's kind of gapping and then coming, concertining away from each other, where a little bit quicker, a little bit slower, a little bit quicker. So, yeah, very difficult to try and see if Nathan Small's going to be able to pull off a win here. Try though he may, he just hasn't got it yet. Close enough though. Round the right-hander they go, pushing, well, I can tell you now, Nathan Small not happy where he is. Wants to get up into that P1, doesn't want to see Casper disappear away from him. But at the moment, there's very little that Nathan Small can do. Not just yet. Right, still last lap. Oh, a little bit quicker again from Nathan Small. Half a second he's gained on Casper de Miscreer. 2.6 seconds the gap now. So, yeah, it is getting a little bit closer in the closing stages of this race. We're probably about 60% done. Still a little bit to go and still pushing very, very hard. All of them riding very, very well. So, a little bit of a gap between second and third. Paul Graven down about 13 seconds off the leaders, and in behind him he's got a massive gap over Gianno Ferreira. Gianno Ferreira not really happy where he is right now. Still, he will maintain after this race, if the positions stay exactly the same, Ferreira will still maintain that second place. Nathan will increase his gap quite considerably over Gianno Ferreira for the lead, or keeping the lead in the national championship. Paul Graven, he's going to pick up a couple of points on Gary Hamer. Gary Hamer dropping down currently to P7, and Graven lying in P3. So there's a good 6 points in it for Graven. He's going to pull up onto the back end of Ferreira. Not enough to bounce him up to P3 just yet, but it's going to put him closer. So the gap between, oh, hang on a minute. No, it is gonna push him over the top because they're both sitting on 148 points. Gqeberha and Hamer, oh, so Gqeberha is going to leapfrog into third position past Gary Hamer if the positions stay as they are right now. So going into heat 2 of round 5, the order will change, believe it or not. It's going to be Paul Gqeberha moves up into P3 past Gary Hamer. Gary's got a lot of soul searching to do heading into heat 2 after this one, if the positions stay as they are right now. Nathan Small managed to get through on Gqeberha. Oh, so Small has now got the gap, and he's made it stick. Nathan Small up into P1. Paul Gqeberha still in P3. Gianno Ferreira down in P4. Logan Fulton, great ride from Logan Fulton in P5. Nick du Toit up to P6. Then we've got Gary Hamer. The gap between du Toit, oh, it's about 8 or 9 seconds. So du Toit having a great ride. Right in behind Gary Hamer. It's still Dalton Olivier, the number 501. Then it's the number 110 in P9. Ryder Reese. Nathan Small. Well, he's got the quickest lap of the race. 1:23.8 and made this one stick. Still, the guys push on Nathan Small, stamping his authority on this one. So he is definitely going to be pulling out a little bit more of a gap over second place man Gianno Ferreira. Oh, Casper's going to be a little bit despondent now. Could have taken a win here, but just wasn't able to do it. Tried everything, but unfortunately just couldn't make it. So, de Miscreer down a place, but some handsome points, 22, but yeah, that could bring him through on Logan Fulton. Yeah, it will. So he's going to leapfrog Fulton up a place in the national standings after this one. So it's going to be very, very good for him, and he's going to be trying everything in his power to get and stay in that second place. Paul Gqeberha, unfortunately, just a bit of a gap. I think too much of a gap for Gqeberha to get through into second place. So it looks like that's the way the positions are going to stay. I'm usually wrong, so don't go on what I'm saying. Honestly, don't. To the guys watching live streaming, sorry, Owens, we don't have footage on the 50cc track. What they do have, though, is the positions and the lap times. If you guys out there, you guys who are live streaming, welcome to you. Whoever's there, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of people live streaming this one on YouTube. So keep an eye out. We're going to go live on the 65 track, or the big track, very, very shortly now. After the 50cc's are done, which at the moment seems to be pretty much wrapped up. Well done to Nathan Small, Casper de Miscreer, Paul Gqeberha, Gianno Ferreira, Logan Fulton. So a couple of positions further down, not so much first and second, they pretty much stay the same, but from third, Paul Gqeberha has gone through on Gary Hamer. Casper Krier has gone up a place heading into Heat 2, Round 5 of the TRP Distributors Red Bull ZA South African National Motocross Championship. What a start. Interesting. So never will it be said it's a done deal. So some really, really good results from, well, definitely Casper, from Paul Gqeberha. Well done, guys. Right, we're going to be going 65s very shortly now, waiting for the marshal stall, get onto the big track. This is going to be an interesting one. So, once again, VP Race Gas, whole shot, 500 Rand up for grabs. Casper de Miscreer has got the first installment. Boom. Well, if you can do it twice in a row, China, that's a grand. That's like paying for fuel for the next race. Thank you very much. Mr. Adler. VP race gas whole shot for the 50 cc's, the 65s, and the 85s. Both heats. Right, so while we get the guys onto the main circuit, the big track, the big one, 65 starting to line up on the gate. And while that's going down, just once again, a big thanks to Red Bull ZA, Venture Sports, TRP Distributors, Missing Second, Bar Cargo, Bandit Graphics, Moto Customs, Bike. These are all the National Series sponsors. So a big thanks to you guys. Bikewise, Prepsol always there. I mean, you get the guys that they sometimes here, sometimes they're not. But these guys, I think pretty much most of the National Series sponsors have always been there. And it's just a testament to how lekker the sport actually is. Right, 100% Ogio, Thor, Motorex, FMF, Fly. And for those of you who don't know what Fly is, it's race products, clothing. Hey? Twin air filters, that's self-explanatory. O'Neill also, protective clothing, riding gear. Pro Taper, handlebars. Arrow helmets. Moto Master, alles, I reckon. Mobius, Gurney boots, and Bridgestone tires. See, so you can like put 2 and 2 together, get 5, like me. I didn't do well at maths at school. I do. Anyway, it is round 5 of the Red Bull ZA TRP Distributors Venture Sport South African National Motocross Championships here in Gqeberha, PE. Most importantly, Rover Motocross. And guys, I think the guys at Rover Motocross have put in a massive effort to get the track the way it looked this morning. I know the guys that have been on the track have already trashed some of the parts of it. It is what it is. It'll get worse during the day, trust me. It usually does. Soft sand, braking bumps, whoops, that were never there. They are there now. So the track changes almost every single lap. But well done to the guys who put it together. And once again, a big thanks to all the sponsors. Right, so now the guys have got their choice of gate as they were in practice this morning. Do you call it qualifying? Do you call it practice? I think it's a bit of both. Whoever's the quickest gets pick of the gates. So we're going to watch this one with interest. Right, the championship standings at the moment are about 20 points between first and second. Riley Geldenhuys leads out over Richard Smith by 20 points. Then another, I would say, 8 points down in third place. It's Kobe Kretzmann. Trey Dean, a stoinker of a ride earlier on today. And he's only 5 points down on Kobe Kretzmann. Luan Jordan doing very, very well. There again, I think about 14 points down on Trey Dean. Josh Nordia, the pick of the bunch. Wow. Well, he put in, I don't know, he was, I think, 2 laps from the end of practice. He was lying fourth quickest. Meyering Vermeulen was standing up in the sandy section at the top of the track. Now, Meyering Vermeulen, if you don't know, hails from the Free State, Bloemfontein. A great coach, make no mistake, and the proof is in the pudding. He said to Josh, you're only in P4, Johnny, you better pull your pin. And did he? Oh, hell yes, he did. Put in the quickest lap time this morning, did Josh Zion Nordea. Man, it was quick. But another, I don't know, fascinating for me is 65s. Yeah, that is now where the motocross actually starts. Actually, you got clutch, you got gears, you got everything, suspension setups. It's like a small big bike. But these guys, the way they throw them around this track, it is just absolutely mind-boggling how quick they actually are on these machines. Yes, they're about 2 to 3 seconds, maybe 4 seconds slower than the 85s, but still as impressive as the day is long. Right, so as they were this morning, Josh Zion Nordea, Kobe Kretzmann, Riley Geldenhuys, Richard Smith, Trey Dean, Llewellyn Edwards, great performance from him, Luan Jordan, Ron Wessels, Vian Skeppers, all on the line at the moment. Yeah, where's it going to be? Who's gonna do it? Keep your eyes open. I'm not too sure who. I think Jürgen Adler is watching for the whole shot. I'll try and pick it up from here. VR Race Gas whole shot. Right, is that Neville giving them the off, putting them under starters orders, getting ready to go for Heat 1, Round 5, South African National Motocross Championship 65s. Wait for it, guys. 15-second board, the 5-second board, boom, there it is. Wait for the gates to go down. Man, this is going to be interesting. Having a look to see, my word, try and pick them up, who that is. Oh, just didn't quite pick up the number, but I'm pretty sure we'll pick it up very, very shortly now. Well, the guys are going to be pushing very, very hard, and pretty much within a second of each other. In practice this morning, it does usually change in the race, but I can tell you now, this is going to be very, very close indeed. Oh, a little bit of a wobble there, coming from P2, but heading down into the right-hander just before we get to the finish line for, well, the start of lap 1, to be fair. Right, it's Riley Geldenhuys. It was the number 34 who got the whole shot, and that is Josh Nordea. Josh Nordea with a whole shot there. But going to be watching this one. A great start from Riley Geldenhuys. Riley's got to do it. He's got it all to do. Some very, very quick riders in behind him. Is it going to be this way all the way through the race? Gonna wait, watch, and see, because it's a great start from Riley Geldenhuys. Gets into P1, starting to make it stick, and Kretzmann lying in P2 at the moment. Kobe Kretzmann chasing him down as hard and as fast as he possibly can. Nordea down in P3. Well, yeah, maybe a slow start, but I'm pretty sure that he is going to be pushing very, very hard to try and get back up. Knows, and he's got the confidence that he got quickest in practice earlier. Will he be able to pull it off? Geldenhuys around the top end. This is very, very soft sandy section at the top. Difficult for the 65s, but they are pushing. Kretzmann right up the back end there of Riley Geldenhuys. Trey Dean, the next one through. Well, I don't know if Trey Dean's going to be able to get that a little bit closer. It certainly seems as though he is very, very close. Close enough to mount a challenge. Riley Geldenhuys still hanging in there in P1. Right, P2, Richard Smith. Richard Smith doing his championship hopes very, very good. Nordia still down in P3. He's lost a bit of time over P1 and 2. Smith still hounding the back end of Geldenhuys. Not letting Geldenhuys disappear out into the distance. Nordia through quite a bit of a gap before we get to Kobe Kretsman. Kretsman through, but oh, there's a yellow flag, but I don't think it's for the front runners. It's still one of the slightly slower riders who've gone down, or is it? Yeah, looks like it. Kobe Kretsman picking up the pace very, very nicely indeed. Oi, round the right-hander, gets a little bit squirrely as he comes through. Riley Geldenhuys up and over the finish jump. Goes Geldenhuys, and it is a Kretsman into P2. Kobe Kretsman chasing down on the back end. Josh Zarnadia in P3. Then we've got Richard Smith. So Richard Smith down to 4th, trying to get up onto the back end of Nordia. Nordia still a very good P3, but he needs to pick up the pace, get that a little bit closer to Kobe Kretsman. Right, Edwards dropping down a few places. Right, Callan Gibson picking up very, very nicely, pushing through, getting that a little bit closer to the front end, but Riley Geldenhuys still has the number 1 slot. Is he going to be able to keep it there? Is Kobe Kretsman going to get that a little bit closer? Kretsman lying in P3 in the championship at the moment. This is going to do him very, very well as they head out of the sandy section onto the far top side of the track. Still the number 33 has it. Still Riley Geldenhuys hangs in there. Kobe Kretsman, he just hasn't managed to get closer. In fact, he's dropped down probably by about 2.5 seconds on the back end of Riley Geldenhuys. Riley means business here today. Geldenhuys pushing hard. Here comes Geldenhuys. Kretsman still there in second, keeping Riley Geldenhuys honest, to be fair. Here we go, round the right-hander, heading up. Up they go to the top of the track once again. Riley Geldenhuys just managing to hold sway over the number 15 of Kretsman. Kretsman still hanging in there. And is Nordia in? No, he hasn't, it looks like. Looks like Nordia's dropped down to about P4 right now. He's not going to be happy about that. Must have made a little bit of a mistake. And Llewellyn Edwards coming across the finish line now. Bad move from him. Went down, got battle to get his machine started. But it is what it is. That's motocross for you. Geldenhuys, it is. Up and over. Kretsman still hanging in there. Just within striking distance of Riley Geldenhuys. Whether he's going to be able to do it or not, that's a different story. So Richard Smith up into P3. What is up with Nordia? Oy, massive jump from Josh, but I'm pretty sure maybe 1 or 2 laps he's going to be right up the back end of Richard Smith. We'll wait and see. Next up, still Braden Tucker. Oh, Tucker through, but he's gone down a place by the looks of things. Trey Dean starting to pick up the pace. He's gone up into P5. Tucker down a place. Luan Jordan breathing down the back end of Braden Tucker now. Round the left-hander, the Prepsol bend. Down the drop-off, still some yellow flags on the far side. Not quite sure who it is. Thank goodness not one of the front runners. But here we go. Right, Geldenhuys hanging in there. Oh, some more yellow flags as they go up the hill. Over the TRP step up into the Prepsol bend. The left-hander just at the top of that hill there. Right, still Geldenhuis hanging in there, but for how long? Oh, there's yellow flags there. Is that one of the slightly slower riders, or is it Geldenhuis? Wait a minute here. It looks like it could be Riley Geldenhuis who's gone down. The number 33. Wait a second here. That is not going to be... Well, it's Kretschmann. There we go. So it's never over bar the shouting, guys. Oh, I can tell you, it's really, really difficult for these youngsters out there. Track very, very soft. Right, here we go. Riley still first. It was Kretschmann who went down. The number 15, Kobe Kretschmann. Wow, wow, wow. Here comes Riley Geldenhuis. Oei, up and over. Still banging away. And that has brought Richard Smith up into second place then. Richard Smith up into second. Then that means that Zion Nadir, Josh Nadir. No, here comes. Oh, here comes Kretschmann now. Not a very happy puppy. Kobe Kretschmann down to P3. Here comes Nadir. And he's starting to chase. He probably saw what happened ahead of him. Man, did he now. I think he must have got a little bit nervous when he took the whole shot. And something went down very, very, very quickly. But it is. Right, so the VP gas, or race gas. Whole shot did go to Josh Zynon. And yes, he did. He does race for VP race gas. Wow, there you go. So it's like what? Giving your team money back. Huh? Makes sense to me. Right, so Geldenhuis, Smith, Kretschmann, Nadir, Luan Jordan through on Trey Dean, and Ruan Wessels now starting to come up through the pack as well. Wessels starting to make a move. Tucker, oh, he's dropped another place. As Braden Tucker. Good start from Tucker, but yeah, the guys are very, very quick. Riley Geldenhuis still in P1, round the left-hander, still pushing hard. Now he's got a massive, massive gap over Richard Smith, to be fair. Richard Smith on the number 104, trying so hard. But yeah, something must have gone a little bit awry. Him and Kobe Kretschmann having a little bit of a coming together. Kobe Kretschmann coming out there in third. Richard Smith coming out in second. Josh Nadir keep holding a watching brief. What's happening ahead of him? I think what went through his mind must have been, oh, I've got it, I can get up to second again. But it wasn't going to happen. Right, so around the right-hander, heading towards the finish jump once again. It is Riley Geldenhuis hanging in there. Well, a good, I'm going to be honest with you, a good 16, 17 second gap over P2, who at the moment, I think P3 is under attack because Josh Nadir is getting that a little bit closer onto the back end of Kretschmann. Richard Smith, though, still in P2. Here comes Kretschmann. Here comes Nadir. Oh, I can see he's got the bit between his teeth now. He is going to be going for it. Wait a second. No, that's not Kretschmann. Oh, gosh, I almost thought. Well, that... No, hang on a minute. Please don't tell me that was... It is. The leader went down. Well, Riley Geldenhuis did put it down, and that has now put Richard Smith into P1. Well, this is going to be interesting. How did that happen? It took him a while to get going again. But I think Riley Geldenhuis, yep, he's back up and riding. But now have a look how close Kretschmann is. Have a look how close Josh Zynon is. Anything, well, like I said, can and usually does happen. Oh, a little bit of an overjump there from Ruan Wessels. Getting through on Snyman. But coming up and over now. Well, I think it's Luan Jordan, Braden Tucker. Oh, and here it is again. Well, I can tell you these guys, Vian Skeppers starting to really push hard now. Trying to get through on Trey Dean. A little bit further back, there's Callan Gibson. David Bashke, the 381, just off the bubble there. But let's go and have a look. Back up at the sharp end of the pack. It looks like it is still Richard Smith. Riley Geldenhuys getting that little bit closer. Here comes Richard Smith. Goes up the hill now. But have a look how close Riley Geldenhuys is on the back end of him. Riley must be kicking himself thinking, how did I make that mistake? I had a good 17-second gap. And things went pretty pear-shaped for him pretty quickly. So Richard Smith, round the left-handed, down the drop-off he comes. Down he comes. Here comes Riley Geldenhuys. He is definitely closing on Smith. Smith cannot afford to make any mistakes now. Tucks to the inside line. Oh! And a little bit of a tumble there. Oh, as the two front runners come through now. And it is, I think it's a 917. It is Daniel Botha who's put it down. But let's go back to the sharp end. Still, the two protagonists pushing very, very hard indeed. Daniel Botha trying to get the bike up, trying to get it going again. Right, so we wait to see P3 and 4. Oh, Nordia is P3 quite convincingly. Oh, goodness me. Kretsman, Richard Smith now down. So, oh my goodness me. Kobe Kretsman still has P1. Riley Geldenhuys has gone close enough to mount the challenge. Is he going to make it stick? Yeah, I think he might. I think he might. Right at the top end of the track. Here they... Oh. Still pushing very, very hard. But it looks like Geldenhuys is going to be able to pull something special out of the bag once again. Ruan Jordan up and over. No, that's Wessels. Ron Wessels coming up and over. Here comes... Oh, the number 30 of Braden Tucker. Tucker pushing hard, but let's go back. It looks like it is. Geldenhuys has got him. Geldenhuys has gone back up into P1. Riley Geldenhuys has made the move and he's made it stick. Oh, Kretsman not going to be too happy about that. Kretsman going to be pushing back, and you can see he is a little bit miffed about that. Round the left-hander they go. Oh, and Kretsman is back at him. Oh, they've got a slightly slower rider ahead of them. I don't think it's going to change anything much, to be fair. Here we go, down the drop-off. It is Geldenhuys. It is Kretsman right in behind him, and Kretsman must be looking at this thinking, how did I let it slip? Kretsman's going to push. He's going to be pushing. Here up the jump now. It is Riley Geldenhuys. Kobe Kretsman right there. It's checkered flag time. It is Riley Geldenhuys after going down with a handsome 17-second gap over Kretsman. How things changed. The lead, I think, must have changed, what, 4 or 5 times during this race. Brilliant performance, Riley Geldenhuys. Kobe Kretsman comes home in second. Now it looks like Nordia is going to be in P3. Here comes Josh Zion Nordia coming up and over. Hole shotted, couldn't keep it there. The guys put through some massive laps to get away from Nordia. Nordia finishes his ride in P3. Waiting now for the 104 of Richard Smith to come through and take P4. What a performance. Each and every one of these riders doing so well. Coming up to the finish line now, I think that is Sean Woodendall. Sean Woodendall comes through. Here comes Richard Smith. What a ride. Oh, you can see he's disappointed in himself. I mean, he knows he made a mistake here and there. But P4 in this company, yeah, it's still well done, bud. Right, a little bit further back down the pack. Llewellyn Edwards, after I think about a 3/4 lap, he lost due to a tumble. Right, Ron Wessels coming up and over now, finishing his ride. Great ride for Wessels. Vian Skeppers breathing down his neck. Not quite able to get through. So pretty much wraps up the top positions in the 65 class. Man, was that interesting. Tucker finishing his ride. Right, Luan Jordan, the next one through. And I think Trey Dean, the 117, finishing his ride a little bit further back. It is Callan Gibson, and then we've got David Bashkia on the 981. Right, rounding up the top 10, that's how they finish. Some fantastic riding. And you can see Riley Geldenhuys after the tumble, not before, when he realized, oh my, I've lost the lead. He put in a lap time 2 seconds quicker than Kobe Kretzmann. What a ride from, well, that's pretty much why he tops out the national championship after heat 1, round 5 of the TRP Distributors Red Bull ZA Venture Sports South African National Motocross Championship. Well done to all the riders who have made it this far. So, I think it is the high school class up next. Another very, very interesting race to watch. Wow. Well, we've kicked off with a bang here, guys. It's the 50cc race was not done and dusted from lap 1. This one most certainly was not done and dusted from lap 1. The lead changing, yeah, at least 5 times due to a fall, a tumble, a mistake, bumping into each other. Wow. Very, very interesting race. A little bit further back down the pack, some nice dices. But here we go. Moving right along, we've got the high school class rough and ready on the line, waiting to get going. Yeah, and there, wow. Tough one. I don't want to say too tough for Trent Valsecki. Has done a brilliant job. Northern Regions got a win and then had a disastrous second heat where Trenton Kretzmann took the win. Second one, 2/3, but the guys did very, very well, where Evan Frost picked up 2 wins, and then Zone 7, 2 wins for him. Bloem, a first and a second. Yeah, so he still took out the win on that one. Evan Frost picking up a third and a first. So, pretty close. 1-2-5 action. And who is it going to be? Oh. Right, is it Frosty who's done it? Well, it looks like it could be the number 28. I'm not sure. We'll check as they go around. Some very, very interesting racing lies ahead for this bunch. And guys, it's very, very close. Had a look at the lap times from practice, and it was very, very close indeed. Onto the brakes, round to the right they go. And, it is Valsecki. Valsecki in P1. Caden Wise next up. Oh, this is going to be close. But Valsecki, what a start from him. Oh, he's going to really push very hard. Caden Wise, the next one through. Trenton Kretzmann. Blake Frost, Renier van der Merwe, Cruz Martin. Cruz Martin really wants to make a bit. Oh, is that Keegan Miles who's gone down? I think the 111 might have dumped it. I'm not sure. We'll try and see on the far side. Not too sure. I speak under correction. Or could it be the 777? Brendan van Wyk. But here we go. What a start from championship leader Trent Valsecki. Oh, Kretzmann's going to try very, very hard to stay there with him. Cruz Martin also going to be pushing very, very hard. But what a great start. The number 300 gets it in the bag. Gets the whole shot as well by the looks of things. Right down the drop-off now. Into some very, very soft sand as they go around the right-hander. Down the bottom end of the track. That's the lowest part of the circuit. Coming round the left-hander now, and yeah, still pushing very, very hard. And I can tell you now, Kretsman's going to start making a move. Kretsman's really going to start pushing now. He does not want to see the number 300 get smaller and smaller in front of him. Oh, these guys are absolutely on it. So down the hill comes Valsecki. Valsecki still has the number 1 slot. Nothing and nobody close. Caden Wise. Oh, Valsecki! What has he done? He's put it down. That is going to cost him dearly because it's Caden Wise now who's come up. But in behind him, it's Kretsman. Trenton Kretsman has gone through right at the finish line. Valsecki is kicking himself. Trent Valsecki down to P5. Well, just my words weren't even cold when I said, looks like Trent Valsecki starting to check out of this one. Oh, hell no. Little bit of a bobble as he came around the right-hander just before the finish jump. Valsecki down to P5, not happy. They need Fundamanova up into P4. Blake Frost chasing down on the back end of Caden Wise now. Trenton Kretsman. Oh, yep. Here we go. Well, they are thumping it on the top end of the track through the sand patch. Well, this is going to be very close. Now, the question is, the guys are very, very good. All top 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. Now, Valsecki's going to have to make a move, and he's going to have to push just that little bit harder. Is he going to start riding outside his capabilities? Is he going to be trying to push that a little bit too hard? Well, that we'll have to wait and see. Trenton Kretsman still has P1, and having a look at the championship, Kretsman down in P5, so this is going to do him the world of good if he can keep that bit of a gap. Kretsman, Wise. Whoa, Valsecki really gonna have to push very, very hard now. So Cruz Martin saw what happened and thought, well, can I get there? Can I get through? Well, we don't know. We'll have to wait and see. So, Kretsman on the number 94, heading up towards the finish line. Bam! Up and over he goes. Oh, it just looks so effortless. Wow. Up and over they go. Have a look at this. Blake Frost still hanging in there. But here comes Kretsman. He's battling there with Renier van der Merwe. Renier van der Merwe goes down a place. And Valsecki picks it up. Valsecki up into P4 past Renier van der Merwe. Blake Frost ahead of him. Now you can see the concentration on Trent Valsecki's face. He's going to now really have to push as hard as he possibly can. Whether he's going to be able to get up onto the back end of Kretsman and Caden Wise, that's an untold story. That page has not been turned yet. So let's watch in the sandpit. They go, but it looks like Trenton Kretsman really having a good go at this. He's put in the quickest lap so far at a 1:51. Goodness me. That was a massive lap for Trenton Kretsman. Caden Wise down 4 seconds on that one. How did he manage 4 seconds? I don't know. Very, very strange. But look at Valsecki now. I think Valsecki has picked up Blake Frost. Well, he's pretty much picked him up, spat him out, and said, I'm on my way to the front now. Whoa. I don't know what's going to happen, but Valsecki is definitely on a move now. So, up into P3. Yeah. Up and over he goes. Whoa, it's going to be very, very close now. Round the left-hander, up the drop-off. Here comes Kretsman. Kretsman down the drop-off. Caden Wise is there. And next up, have a look at Valsecki. Oh, he is absolutely flying, is Valsecki. Is he catching, though? Is Valsecki going to get the quickest lap now? Up and over goes Caden Wise. Oh, Caden dropped out a little bit there. Not a good jump from Caden Wise. Frost is next up. Oh, have a look through comes Tristan Duro. Duro now right up on the back end of Renier van der Merwe. And no, he's not. He's through. He is through. So there's another one. Tristan Duro now hunting down the back end of Blake Frost. Blake Frost, is he aware that we have got some really, really quick riders just in behind him. Well, Maxwell Faree up and over the finish jump now. Some nice little dicing. A little bit further down, Riley Rocha and Ronald Graven. Up and over they come. Cameron Stuckey, oh, a little bit further back. Not really where he wants to be. Neither Julian van Jaarsveld, but back up at the sharp end. Kretsman still has it. Wise still has it, but Valsecki is on a charge. Blake Frost in trouble. Blake Frost is definitely going to be in trouble very, very shortly. So down they go. Here comes Van der Merwe. He has got the 444 ahead of him, who is breathing down the back end of the number 29. Round the right-hander, through the left-hander. Frost. Duro. Oh, Duro getting a little bit out of the saddle there. Keeps it upright though. Keeps on pushing. Right, Van der Merwe just in behind them. In behind that, Evan Frost. But is... Here comes trouble. Valsecki. Oh, and almost over leaning the bike. Caden Wise goes through. Trent Valsecki is still right there with him. But here comes a charge. The guys are pushing all the time. It is Frost. Oh, not a good landing there for Tristan Duro. And Evan Frost now starting to come up through the pack. In behind Frost, it's Cruz Martin. Cruz Martin, well, I guess he should have been a little bit further up, but unfortunately not. These guys are absolutely flying. And I think Trenton Kretsman, well, is he going to get the information that he desires? I think in the back of his mind, he's thinking to himself, where is Valsecki? Most importantly, I think Valsecki's still down in third, but not for long. He's going to pick himself up to P2 very shortly, past Caden Wise, and that is going to cause problems for Kretsman. Now picking up the pace as well, getting that a little bit closer. Tristan Duro, the 444, and kind of leaving, I don't want to say leaving Evan Frost behind. Evan Frost is coming through nicely. Cruz Martin, Riley Rocha, quite a bit of a gap there. Ronald Graven and Renier van der Merwe must have made a huge mistake. Things going a little bit pear-shaped for the 151. But like they say, it is what it is. So, battle lines are drawn, shots fired, call it what you want. But it's and today for some rhyme or reason, it looks to me as though what they've done is, they've said, okay, you get the whole shot and we'll chase you from there. You can't write the script for something like this, guys. This is incredible racing right from the get-go. I was looking at Valsecki going, goodbye, but not. It is Kretsman. It is Wise. Valsecki has not managed yet. Valsecki still in P3, but pushing hard. And is this going to be a change past Frost? Oh, yes, it is. But Frosty coming back. It is Duro and Frost. Frost has a look. They look at each other like, how's it, China? No, you're not my China. Not here. Not now. Frosty on the inside. Round the outside. Is Duro going to pull it off? Yes, he is. All right, Duro through on Frost. Frost, not a happy puppy. Not in a million years is he going to be happy with that. So maybe he's going to try and come back at him and try. But, oh, look at Valsecki. Valsecki just that little bit closer. Has Valsecki made it stick? Yeah. Well, I can tell you it's not easy from his perspective, from going P1 down all the way down to P5. Now he's fought his way back up to P3 behind Caden Wise. Yeah. Is that where he's going to get stuck? I don't know. It looks like it is. And all the while this is happening, the number 94 of Trenton Kretsman, I was just about to say, it looks like he's starting to get away. No, he's not. Here we go, Kretsman. Wise just holding a watching brief, staying within striking distance on the back end of Trenton Kretsman. Wise, though, I think in a little bit of a quandary at the moment. He knows Trent Valsecki is fast. He knows Kretsman has got it all to do. Kretsman, I think he needs to concentrate. Here we go. Virtually side by side. Oh, has Wise gone down a place? No, he hasn't. He fights back. And Valsecki must be looking at this thinking, how am I going to do this? But what it looks like it's doing is it's actually bringing Caden Wise just that little bit closer to the back end of Trenton Kretsman. And Valsecki again up the inside. Wait a second. Oh, still Kretsman, still, oh, Wise, Valsecki. That is so, so close. And the two Frosts are locked together in battle. Well, well, well. How interesting is that? I don't want to say no love lost there, but Blake and Evan Frost, the two of them very, very close together. But still, Trent Valsecki battles on. Well, this is going to be interesting. Still a little bit to go. This is going to be war. Down the drop-off they go. Kretsman. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Valsecki still hanging in there. Yeah. How many times is he going to have a go at him? That's the question. They're all pretty well bunched up. But it's definitely not over by a long shot. The top three, and I had a vague idea that something like this was going to develop, but I kind of had different order, to be honest. Right, up and over goes Kretsman. Wise. Right in behind him, still Valsecki. Sorry, I'm concentrating on the top three, but guys, this is where it is. A little bit of a battle between the two Frosts, a little bit further back. But interestingly enough, this is where Valsecki seems to close, and then round the right-hander just before the finish, he seems to lose out a little bit. Right, he's gone wide. He's got a little bit of a drive coming in to the finish line. Oh, this could be it. This could be where Valsecki makes the move. They're almost side by side. Valsecki on the wide side. Oh, still hasn't done it. Still Caden Wise has the number 2 slot. Oh, how interesting is this one? Right, Blake Frost, Tristan Duro now starting to get that little bit closer. Is Frosty going to let this happen? Is Duro going to pick himself up and put himself on the podium? I don't think so. Maybe P4 is what he's aiming for right now. But Blake Frost still ahead of the 444. Renier van der Merwe now starting to pick up some positions, but not enough. Graven right in behind him. So now we go to the far side of the track. Keep an eye on what's going down out in front. The top three still very, very close. The gap now pretty much the same. I'm going to be honest, nothing has changed. But can Caden Wise pull a bit of a gap? Because I think he's realizing he's got to get a move on. He's got to try and get through on Kretsman. He's got to try and get through on Kretsman and protect that second place if he can against the number 300 Valsecki, who just hasn't been able to get through just yet. So, still the laps roll on, and still Trenton Kretsman has the number 1 slot, but a little bit closer this time round. Caden Wise, roughly the same gap he has on Valsecki. Valsecki again round the outside. A little bit rough on the outside. He might have just had to roll off ever so slightly, but I think it is going to happen now. Is it going to happen now? Yes, it is. Valsecki goes up into second. Goodness me, what a move. And it started like 2 laps ago where Valsecki had a look to see what is going to happen. But here we go. Still Tristan Duro. Yep, he's done it on Evan Frost. Well, Blake Frost first. Evan Frost now starting to pick up the pace. He's setting himself in behind Tristan Duro. Now, I don't think Duro's going to be able to get up onto the back end of P3, who at the moment is Caden Wise. I think the 3 of them are pretty much checked out of this race. But coming from P11 up into P4, that was a Herculean effort from the 444 of Tristan Duro. So now let's go and have a look and see what the gap is between P1 and 2. Oh my word, here it is. Trent Valsecki on Trenton Kretzmann. I'm not sure what's going to go down here. Kretzmann, Valsecki makes a mistake. Drops him back probably about 4 or 5 bike lengths off P1. But I'm going to be honest with you, I'm just having a look. Caden Wise, has he slowed down? Wait a second here. Might there be a change for P3? That all depends on how much longer Caden Wise is going to go off the throttle. All right, here we go. Kretzy there now. Again. Valsecki makes a little bit of a mistake, but it's up and over. It's checkered flag time for Trenton Kretzmann. Well, he pulled it off over Valsecki. It's going to be Caden Wise. I think he realized, yeah, it is kind of last lap time. There's no ways that Tristan Duro is going to close in on me. And he tried everything. But that is now interesting. I want to go and have a look at the lap times. Yeah, best lap time, probably about 1.5 seconds in it. So wasn't able to close. As across the line now comes Blake Frost, Riley Rocha coming across the line now, and ways back. Gonna be Renier van der Merwe, Ronald Graven, and then rounding up the top 10, it's gonna be Maxwell Fourie. Oh, goodness me. While an intriguing ride, an intriguing race, just wasn't going to be one little mistake. And yeah, I think on one of the quickest parts of the track, well, where Valsecki was quickest, it was around the right-hander just before the finish. And yeah, that's where he started making his move to get through on Caden Wise. But it is unfortunately what it is, and that's the way they ended. Brilliant ride. A lot of pressure on Trenton Kretzmann. I think a lot of pressure on Trent Valsecki too. He is still leading the championship. Evan Frost, has he dropped down? Looks like it. Tristan Duro, P4 in the race, P4 on track, but a disastrous start for Duro. I guess he could have been a little bit closer to the front, but a bad start. What a Herculean effort though, all the way coming out of the gates in, I think it was about P11 right from the start, and then he had to reel them in. Guys like, you don't just catch past guys like Renier van der Merwe, Evan and Blake Frost. Yeah, it's not easy, but well pulled off. So here we go, guys. This is going to be another interesting one. 2 points in it at the top of the log. But I'm going to be honest, I unfortunately haven't had the privilege to be at every national. This is my second one for 2026. But just having a look at how it's going, it's well the best that I can say so far. Very close racing, and chopping and changing for the lead. It always makes it exciting, notwithstanding the fact that the racing further back down the pack is just as interesting, just as cool to watch. But so be it. Right. Sir Neville Townsend getting ready to put them under starters' orders. Oh, let's have a look and see. I think for especially two riders, This is going to be a little bit tight. Slade Smith, pick of the gate, was quickest in practice this morning. Yeah, Cameron Duro not that far behind him, and of course the number 4. Very interesting. Very, very quick as well. Well, I think, to be honest, the sand does kind of I don't want to say separate the men from the boys, because all of these guys are massively quick. When I say it, I mean it in all honesty. I mean the quickest out there. MX1, Heat 1, Round 5. National Motocross Championship here at Rover. Oh, who's got it? Is it going to be Smith? Oh, look at that. Up and over they go. And I can tell you now, this is going to be a war zone between Smith, Duro, Hoffman. I don't know what Hoffy's going to be up to here, but it's going to be a huge one. Jaden Proctor, not quite where he wanted to be right from the get-go, but look where he is now. Jaden Proctor out in P1. How on earth and what on earth is he going to do with this now? Procky up and over. Smith, next one through. It's Hoffman, Duro. Oh, my word, here we go. Game on. Right, Kate van Deventer. A little bit of a better start than Jakkals Vogelsang. Well, interestingly enough, we're going to watch this one. Slade Smith, really, really quick ride, but Jaden Proctor comes out on top right from the get-go. It's not going to be easy for him to keep it there. We all know how quick the rest of the guys are. Procky still has it. Out of Africa, Yamaha on the number 81. Keeps it going. Is he going to be able to keep it there? Slade Smith breathing down his neck, and Slade is going to want to try and get away from him as fast as possible. He knows that Duro's going to be breathing down his neck. Not realizing, I don't think it's Duro behind him. It's still the number 4 of Ethan Hoffman. It is indeed. On the far side they go. Up and over goes Hoffy. Here comes Duro. Duro on a charge, but it looks like a little bit of a gap out in front. Proctor, what a great start. From, oh! What did I say? That wasn't my fault. Oh, it wasn't me. Jaden Proctor puts it down, leading this one, and that has put Slade Smith out in P1. Oh, he got a little bit hurt there by the looks of things. Oh, what a pity. You whole shot, you lead for not quite a lap, but almost a lap. And yeah, went and threw it all away. Slade Smith has now taken over the reins, starting to make his presence felt once again. Now, this is where Cameron Duro is going to have to box very, very smart, because Ethan Hoffman pretty quick, but Duro has bombed into P2. Cameron Duro up into P2. Now he needs to set chase after Slade Smith. Remembering, Cameron Duro leads the championship by 2 points over Slade Smith. What happens now if the positions stay the same? Slade Smith then leapfrogs into P1. Somehow, I just don't think Duro's going to allow that to happen. Well, has Duro managed to pick it up into P1 past Smith? Very, very soft sandy section. No, not yet. Still, Slade Smith has the number 1 slot. Down the drop-off. Oh, Slade is on fire here. He really is pushing hard. Cameron Duro, roughly the same gap in behind him. Nothing really changed then. Still Proctor trying to get going. Well, Proctor now, is he going to be retiring? Oh, what a pity. It looks like it. So that's going to be a big DNF for Procky if he doesn't get back on track again. Something is broken. But here we go. The 2 leaders, Slade Smith. Now, this has been a year-long battle for the 2 of them. Both of them have had their fair share of wins, fair share of second places, and that's pretty much where it's been all year long. Right, Smith, just a little bit of an overjump. That's cost him points of a second, albeit points of a second. It has cost him. Oh, Duro goes wide, tries to get a run on Smith, and it looks like he's done it. Has he? Slade Smith looks across, he looks to his right, and he sees it is Gqeberha up with him. Gqeberha on the wide side, Smith tucks to the inside. Gqeberha now switches back from wide, tucks to the inside, comes down the hill, they go. Oh, this is so close, and it looks like, yeah, Smith has just managed to get away from him ever so slightly, but not for long. Oh, I'm never ever going to predict anything going on in this race, that I can assure you. Right, so front runner still hanging in there, and oh gosh, how close is it going to be? I can almost be honest to say that Leon and Wayne are like watching this one with a hell of a lot of interest. But still, here we go. Oh, down the drop-off, it looks like this is going to be the race long duel. It is Smith. Up the hill they go once again. Slade Smith still has it. Cameron Gqeberha, yeah, but this seems to be the game. I don't know if it's a game that Cameron's playing. He's keeping a watchful brief on him, having a look to see what is going to be the quicker line. Calculated rider, this Oki. He knows what he's doing. Here we go, down the hill. Slade Smith, he's been here before. He's done this before. And he's had Gqeberha up his exhaust pipe before. This is war. Guys, I've got to be honest with you. I think this is where we're going to concentrate on a lot of the race. Not very much going on a little bit further back, to be fair. It is Ethan Hoffman lying in P3, so yes, on the podium. And a massive gap before they get to Van Deventer, then Vogelsang. So I really want to go and have a look, see what's happening in the front. Slade Smith, oh, pulling out all the stops, knows he's got to do it. Well, up here we're getting some predictions going on. We'll wait and see how that happens. Oh, still, it is very close up the front, and yeah, you can't kind of make a prediction on this one. Anything can happen, and trust me, this is motocross, guys. You've seen it all day today already. You've seen leaders, winners, whole shots, and not so much. Then it changes again. But here we go, still. The two front runners. Ethan Hoffman is just holding a watching brief in P3. Not able to get closer. These guys are just setting up such a massive pace. But there are certain sections where Cameron Gqeberha just looks so good. He's not spending as much time in the air as what Slade Smith is. For example, boom, yeah, have a look at that. He gets drive as he hits the drop-off. He's on the gas. Slade probably a good 5-6 meters further down the line. Oh, hits a bit of a rut, does Cameron Gqeberha, and that has cost him a little bit of pace coming up the hill towards the Prepsel berm, or Prepsel turn. And still, it rages on. Still Ethan Hoffman just looking. Now, I think, and what was said earlier on, yeah, it could very well be that Ethan Hoffman is just hanging back. Something could go wrong up the front. I certainly hope not. I really hope it doesn't. But believe me, two riders of this caliber, of this pace, oh, it's dangerous. Very dangerous. Right, down out of the forest they come. Still Slade Smith has it, concentrating so hard. He knows that Gqeberha is so quick himself. Looks like he's got a little bit of a gap now. Not sure. But this looks like where Gqeberha starts to close the gap ever so slightly. Especially around the last turn before the finish jump. That's where Gqeberha just, I don't know, he finds a little bit more pace. He finds a little bit more speed and gets right up onto the back wheel of Smith. Smith controlling it from the front at the moment, but is it going to stay that way? Around the left-hander. Smith now just a little bit further ahead. Oh, massive jump there from both of them. Smith running wide. Again on the inside, Cameron Gqeberha has a sneak peek, but not going to be able to pull it off. I think very, very clever from Smith's point of view is that he saw Gqeberha go wide. He realized Gqeberha's got some massive pace going up the hill. Maybe that is a better line. Maybe that is faster going up the hill. Well, we'll wait and see. Right, here we go. Still right up front, the two front runners still hammer and tong, tooth and nail, going at it. Van Deventer, Vogelsang, the two of them having a nice little dice as well. And Jaden Proctor back on track. Alas, way, way, way too far down. But I think he's just making sure the bike is all right. Maybe he's going to come back in heat 2 and come bang bars with the two out in front. Still, Smith has the number 1 slot. And Gqeberha there again, just picks up that little bit closer. But and another fact that which is true, which I didn't even know, thank you very much, Alfie, is that the guy in second place, he can't spend too much time right up the back wheel of the rider ahead of him. I mean, this is a sandy track. Cameron is going to get just showered in sand. He's got to try and find a different line to stay out of the roost of Smith. So, yeah. Oh, tucks up the inside again. And he's got a nice line, a smooth line coming round the right-hander. Checking up the hill he goes. And, oh, yep, definitely closer. He's got a massive amount of pace going up the hill, does Cameron Gqeberha. Now he's going around the wide side again. So coming down the hill, strictly speaking, he should have just that little bit more pace. Oh, again. Here we go. The battle lines are drawn. And it's not going to stop until the checkered flag falls. Two of South Africa's best riders, just banging it up between the two of them. And yeah, let's look at it and say, I don't want to say hypothetically, but yeah, let's say Smith wins this one. He's going to go in front. Now it's going to be a 1-point gap between first and second. Then then Cameron comes back, takes heat 2. That's going to put him 2 points ahead again. So, woo! How close do you want it to be, people? How close? Jakkals Vogelsang still breathing down the neck of Van Deventer, but they've had to watch the number 81 like kind of clear off ahead of them. I don't think they're too perturbed about that. Jaden Proctor, a good 2 to 3 laps back. So he's not going to be overly joyed at where he is right now. Here comes Proctor now. Up and over. I think just, circular, there's not many in this race. So, yes, he will get some points. Not as many as he wanted, not as many as he had right from the get-go. But valuable points nonetheless. Right, Smith, Gqeberha. Here we go again. Gqeberha takes the inside line, lines it up. But Smith, still a little bit more pace coming up the hill. Now, Gqeberha tucks to the inside. What is Gqeberha going to do? Just hasn't got close enough to try and stuff it up the inside of Slade Smith. No, not this time. Ooh, yeah. But where's it going to happen? Because it just looks like it's going to happen and is going to happen sometime soon. Ethan Hoffman still down there in P3. I don't think anybody's going to challenge, or he's not going to be able to challenge for the top 2 places. And again, just look how much quicker Gqeberha is on the top side of the track. He is getting closer to Slade, but not close enough just yet. But I've got to be honest, I think Slade riding very clever, very clever. Gqeberha is closer now than he has been for a lap or 2. Here we go into the bottom sand trap. And nice ride from Gqeberha. Oh, he's got close now. Oh, but look at the roost from Smith. Cameron Gqeberha has a look. He goes wide, Gqeberha. Oh, they almost touch. Duro is close. Oh, Smith bubbles. Smith had a bit of a moment there, and I think panic station's now setting in. Oh, Slade's got to concentrate hard now. He has got to concentrate because Duro is on the warpath. Slade Smith again pulls a little bit of a gap. So I think now Duro has realized where I can get closer. I've just got to choose the right line. Again, around the inside line. Slade Smith still up and over. And this is the absolute sign of a champion, is that Duro will not give up. I've seen it so many times in the past when you've got somebody out in front, somebody chasing him down, it just doesn't last. But this one is going to last until the checkered flag falls. Right up the hill they go still. Order unchanged. Way, way, way back. But like I said, still on the podium, it is the number 4 of Ethan Hoffman. So up the top of the track, still, I tell you what. Oh, who's that's gone down? Smith. Has Smith put it down? Oh, there you go. There's the pressure. Oh, my word. And it was, I've got to go back about 2/3 of a lap where they were in the soft sandy section, where Cameron Duro had him up the inside. Smith bubbled, and I think that's where I said the panic stations have set in. And Cameron Duro, the consummate professional, has made it stick. Now, can Slade Smith manage a second? This is going to put Cameron Duro 5 points ahead now. Oh, that's going to be a very, very tall order to get back. Slade Smith still in P2, but it is Cameron Duro who is absolutely, well, now he's in his element. He knows exactly what to do, how to do it, when to do it. Just stick it out in front, concentrate, and consolidate the lead. Oh, there was pressure for you guys. That was a massive amount of pressure from Cameron Duro. What more do you want? Boom, up and over he goes. And now, I'm too scared to actually say it's all over by the shouting. Yeah, maybe I'll just shut up now, because anything can, and like I said, usually does happen. Exactly where we are right now, with Slade Smith in second place now, a comfortable second place. Yeah, with the number 4 Ethan Hoffman in P3, and nobody and nothing to touch him, and he unfortunately not close enough to the back end of Slade Smith for it to matter. But I've got to say, a clever ride, a really, really clever ride from Cameron Duro. Applied the pressure. He did actually hang back quite a bit, but when it counted, he poked his nose in and he said, yeah, I'm here, Chana. I'm not letting you go. You're going nowhere without me. And yeah, Slade, just not quite managing to hold on at the top end of the track. Slade Smith putting it down, and at that very moment, he must have realized, there's 5 points in it now. It's amazing how much goes through your mind when little things like this happen. And yeah, it just gets taken away from you, the lead that you've actually worked so hard for all race long, knowing you cannot relent 1 second. Not for a split second can you relent. Can you actually back off the throttle? Because, yeah, the man behind you is ready to pounce. And that's exactly what he did. Cameron Duro pulling out all the stops. Is it last lap time? It is indeed. And Duro's got it. Slade Smith still down in second position. Quite a gap now, unfortunately for Hoffy. He's not going to be able to catch up onto the back end of Smith. Smith, I think, too wise for that. He'll settle for a second now, realizing, yeah, he made a mistake. Let's get over it. Let's finish this ride. Let's finish this race. There's another heat to go. What happened before might happen next time. Yeah, not sure whether it will, but you very, very, very seldom see Cameron Duro sprawled out on the dirt. Yeah, Slade Smith has come through very, very well this year to really put it right up there with Duro, but right here, right now, it's Duro's day. So, Cameron Duro still in P1, and it is last lap time. Slade Smith, P2, P3 still in the hands of Ethan Hoffman. Then we've got Van Deventer, Vogelsang, the rest of them still going through. A pity, I've got to be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed that Jaden Proctor wasn't in the mix as well. Had a brilliant start. Was he going to be able to keep up that pace though? That's the question. I think he might have lost it maybe about halfway through the race, but the pace that these two front runners were setting up was, I think, just a little bit too quick. And here we go. It's race one, win one for the number one. Cameron Duro takes it across the line. The check has come out. It is Duro taking the win. Second position still in the hands of the 337 of Slade Smith. And I honestly think he must be so disappointed with himself. There's really nothing that one can say other than I think the pressure just got to him ever so slightly. Tiny little mistake as he came out of the right-hander. And I think that's where Cameron might have seen the chink in his armor and said, yeah, here we go. I think I got you now, bud. Mind games, for sure. A lot of mind games going on in that race. Duro on top. Well, Smith finishing his ride. And third place, a great ride from Ethan Hoffman. So, yeah, there goes the excitement. Sure, it's finished now. It was great while it lasted. Yeah, Duro, Smith, Hoffman, Vogelsang, Van Deventer, Proctor. Matty Milan, unfortunately, sitting up here chatting to us. Why? Oh. Right, here we go, guys. Time for some more action. 85's on the line, getting ready to rumble. Let's hit the track. Yeah, I started something a couple of years ago, but when just before a race starts, let's go. And I see everybody's using that phrase. Nah, I've got to try something new. Got to try and find out what there is to say, like a catchphrase before any race starts. Yeah, let's hit the gate. No. So if you do, you're not gonna last. No, not slit hit. Somebody must come up with a catchphrase, something unique at the start of every race. Because the whole let's go racing thing, for me, it's kind of got a little bit afgesaagd now. Too many people saying it. Just like one copies the other. Find something unique. So, 85's on the line, and guys, here again, It's not easy. Brody Bircher, Aiden Retief, Lawrence Erasmus, yeah, a little bit further down, Ross McKenzie, all of them ready to rumble, ready to race, ready to bang bars just for that win. So, Bircher leads out the championship at the moment. Aiden Retief second, but here we go. Let's watch to see who gets the, oh, massive tumble off the start. Oh my goodness. Not overly joyed about that, and I think right from the outside coming through. But these guys are in it to win it, that I can assure you. Right, didn't quite catch the whole shot, but I'll let you know who it is as they come down the drop-off. Oh, here we go. Up and over, it looks like it could be 42, Aiden Retief. He did get the whole shot, Aiden Retief. Oh, what up with that? It's not, he didn't, it was the number 30 of Brody Bircher. Oh, Retief, has he gone down? It looks like it. Well, he's not going to be happy about that. Trying to get back on the bike again. But Brody Bircher starts to pull a little bit of a gap right from the get-go. Well, now, here, not going to be happy about that, I can assure you. So it's Bircher, McKenzie, Duplessis and Erasmus, the top four. Well, they try to get Aiden's bike started, but how do you recover from this? Oh, second in the championship, last on track. Well, it looks like the crowds are going to turn around and they will roll him into a top podium position. A lot of work to do, a lot of ground to cover, but it's going to be interesting to watch A, his lap times, B, his progress. So Brody Bircher still, he pulled it off. Well done, great start for Bircher, and unfortunately Retief with a massive start, but went down. So we'll try and pick up from there. Bircher, McKenzie, Rayton Wool's not where he wants to be either. He's not overly joyed about being that far down the pack. At the moment, lying P6 in the championship. Didn't have a massive practice this morning, but yeah, it's like I said, it's always different practice to race. Things just go totally different when it comes to race conditions. So, up and over goes the number 30. Brody Bell, I bet you Brett is like tuning. Check this, Lighty. Here we come, down the drop-off, and still hanging in there with absolutely no worries at all right now. Bircher, massive, massive, massive gap. Nobody going to be able to catch him just yet. But the race is yet an embryo. Well, it's Seth van der Walt who's picked up Seth van der Walt, and riding behind Seth van der Walt it is Matt Gqeberha. What is up with that? Goodness me. Ross McKenzie in behind them. So McKenzie has gone down 2 places, and Rayton Wools also lost the place to Handra Basson. Not going to be overly joyed either. But a little bit further back, Quaid comes through, and he's also riding pretty well. Whether he's going to be able to get closer up the top or not, well, that we'll have to wait and see. But I think a lot of people are actually having a look to see where the number 42 is. Oh, what a pity for Aiden Retief. I think Mason Barnes is going to be coming through now, but yeah, Retief, I reckon, has got way, way, way too much of a hill to climb, and yeah, not going to be able to pull it off. Well, be that said and done, be that as it may, Brody Bircher has got this one in the bag for now. But yeah, through sheer willpower, maybe can still pick up some good points for poor Aiden Retief. Well, yeah, right from the start, I think emotions were running high up the top here when they saw him in, and the next thing, bam, put it down. So, yeah, just a little bit too much to do. So Retief has got a massive, Brody Bircher has got a massive lead over Seth van der Walt. Retief taking it easy. Yeah, he's taking it easy, but here we go. Battle lines are drawn once again. It is Seth van der Walt, but look at Gqeberha. The two of them very close together. Van der Walt, Gqeberha, Ross McKenzie, no, there goes Gqeberha. What is up with that? Oh, so it's Ross McKenzie then. My apologies. Made a mistake. Ross McKenzie right up there with Seth van der Walt. Matt Gqeberha has dropped off the pace. Henry du Plessis just that little bit further back. But interesting to watch. Let's have a look and see as they're right at the top of the track now. There goes Gqeberha. But now down the drop-off. Well, I can tell you now that McKenzie really going to be starting to breathe down the back end of Van der Walt. Going to try and keep an eye on that one. Right, still the leader, a massive gap. How did that develop so quickly? I think maybe with, excuse me, Retief going down, it kind of unsettled the guys in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and that allowed Brody Bircher to just absolutely up-duck, disappear, check out, gone. He's disappeared. To be honest with you, I think this is the biggest gap I've ever seen in motocross ever after lap 3. I really, this is weird for me. Oh, VP Race Gas. Up and over he goes, Brody Bircher. And hold shot. Yay. My man, like I say, there's another $500 in your gatsak, Chana. There you go. Have a good one. Maybe he's going to sponsor something a little bit later on in the afternoon. Some cool drinks or something. We'll wait and see about that. But, yeah, Seth van der Walt. Oh, having a little bit of a tough time. Up and over comes Retief. Retief is not happy. I can see he's not happy. Seth van der Walt goes through and up and over, not quite clearing it. Wow, interesting. Ross McKenzie. So Seth van der Walt, I think now going to be the guy to watch out for. Pretty quick, did well in practice this morning, put in a great lap time. But let's have a look and see if he's able to stay ahead of Ross McKenzie. They're going up the hill right now. Ross McKenzie, he's quick, make no mistake. But is he going to be as quick as Seth van der Walt? Seth van der Walt, happy puppy in the sand, kind of used to it, likes it. But there we go, Van der Walt through. There goes Ross McKenzie. Not close enough. Ross McKenzie right in the sandpit at the top of the track. Some nice S's coming down the hill, kind of Glen Helenish like, but here we go, round the left-hander, and now round to the right, down the drop-off, and still going to be pushing hard. Right, let's go back and look for the 3, 4, 5 of Raiden Wills. Raiden Wills, a monumental mistake on the start. He was down in 9th, 10th position, was Raiden Wills right from the get-go. He has picked himself up into P4, in behind McKenzie, albeit quite a distance in behind McKenzie, but he's there. So, yeah, nice pace being picked up there by Raiden Wills. And let's be honest, Henry du Plessis, Aiden Fisher, they're all pretty close there or thereabouts to try and get that away from him. Bircher, starting to have some fun out there. I think he must have got the pit signals. He must have been told, dude, take it easy. You are 30, 40 seconds ahead of P2. Let them battle it out for the minor placings. You just focus on staying upright. Wise words. Ones that I think fall on deaf ears when you're out on track. Take it easy doesn't exist. That no. Right, over goes Aiden Retief. Regrettably a lap down. Oi, that's what I thought. Mackenzie through on Seth van der Walt. So Ross Mackenzie has picked up into second, Van der Walt down into third, but a podium nonetheless for Seth van der Walt. Not really thinking that he would have lost out that quickly to Ross Mackenzie. But I was wrong, as I usually am. Don't listen to me when I make any predictions, because like I said, 99% of the time I'm wrong. Screw it up somehow. But here we go still. The guys are riding very, very nicely indeed. All well within themselves, well within their riding capabilities right now. One especially, and that is Brodie Bircher. So Aiden Fisher up and over the line now. In behind him, it's Henry du Plessis. Then Laurens Erasmus on the 276 machine. A little bit of a gap before we get to, I think it's Thomas Miller up next on the 206. Yeah, a little bit of a problem for Matt Gqeberha. Great start from Gqeberha, but there again, kind of lost out. Got off the gas a little bit too quickly, and yeah, now not clearing the finish jump either. But in behind him, I think that is Mason Barnes. It is indeed Mason Barnes, unfortunately, a lap down. Quade Walker, next one through. Then in behind him, it's Owen Graven. And I'm also surprised why Owen Graven is so far behind. That's really not like Owen Graven. Liam Canny up and over now. But back to the front, Brodie Bircher has got, and I will tell you, he has got, pretty much a 32-second gap for second place. Where did that come from? Like I said, after lap 3, he was already that far ahead, and it makes no sense to me. How he managed to pull it off, gosh, only he will know. But Ross Mackenzie still going to be trying to get that a little bit closer. Mackenzie up and over. Seth van der Walt, the next one through. But then pretty much that is it. First, second, and third over the line, and nothing and no one anywhere close to P3. P4, however, still in the hands of, I think it's Raiden Wools. It is, no. Raiden Wools went through on Van der Walt. I didn't see that go down. But if it is so, then good. Gosh, Raiden Wools pulling out a massive, massive run, because he wasn't that far behind Seth van der Walt. But I didn't think he was close enough to mount a challenge that quickly. Right, so as it stands at the moment, Brodie Bircher, Ross Mackenzie, and Raiden Wools, up into third. Well, I'm going to check on that as they come past, because for me, I didn't see it happen. I was actually watching it relatively closely, and yes, I must have missed it. So, Brodie Bircher, huge, huge, huge lead. And to be fair, if he keeps it upright, he can probably roll off the throttle. But therein as well lies a little bit of a concern, because if you're not riding on the ragged edge, you're not concentrating as hard as what you should be. So why back off? No. Gqeberha just gets a lap put on him by the leader. Oh, disappointingly so, after such a wonderful start from Gqeberha. But yeah, to be fair, it is what it is. Waiting now a long time for the number 85 of Mackenzie. Well, yellow flags down in the lower sand trap. Right, here we go. Aiden Retief still circulating, taking it easy. Well, there goes Raiden Wools. There goes Ross Mackenzie. Wow. So Raiden Wools has now carved his way through the pack and, well, popped himself up into P2. Unfortunately, not close enough to Brodie Bircher. But like I say, there's always another race. And if I can turn around and say, if Raiden Wools, I want to have a look at the lap times. If Raiden Wools has pretty much pulled that off, yeah, he's actually, that was his quickest lap so far. And Wools has pulled off An astonishing feat. How did you get out of the gates in 11th place and now you're sitting in P2? Well, I asked myself the same question about how did Brodie Bircher get that massive lead after the second and third lap. Sure, it happens, but an astonishing ride from the 3-4-5. And that is also noteworthy. That young man must be absolutely on it. Last lap, about a second quicker than Brodie Bircher. So something to watch out for. Unfortunately, not close enough to mount a challenge. But like I said, there's another race coming. And Ross McKenzie, unfortunately, dropping back ever so slightly. Not that Seth van der Walt is going to be able to get to him. Try though he may. Seth van der Walt, bad lap. But he's going to try and pick up the pace. Aiden Fisher, 100 du Plessis. That is the next two places in behind them. But I'm keen to watch now what the gap is going to, well, where it's going to end close to the end of this race. Right, Gqeberha, Graven. Yeah, like I said, just a little bit Graven off the boil kind of. So, yeah, really not too sure what up with Graven, but yeah, he is now. I think he's getting through on the back end of Gqeberha, trying to put a pass on him. There goes Wolves, and quite a bit behind it is Ross McKenzie, who unfortunately did lose out second place to Raiden Wolves. I just reckon Wolves has just done such an astounding job picking himself up into second place with, and it seems to be like pretty little effort. He just rode hard, concentrated, and slowly but surely picked them off one by one and got himself up into P2. But take nothing away from our leader, Brodie Bircher, who is just miles ahead. It's like he's like in a different time zone almost, if you want to put it that way in motocross terms. Having a look back to where it was, where we started this morning on the 50cc track, where it was just massive battles left, right and center right from the get-go. They were at each other's throats. Here again, Aiden Retief had a magic start, wasn't quite able to get the whole shot, wasn't quite able to stay with the front runners. However, there again I say, there's another race coming. So now we're looking at the top three. Maybe Brodie Bircher, Aiden Retief, Raiden Wolves, or the other way around, I'm not sure. But up and over, and checkered flag goes out for Brodie Bircher, who, and I've got to be honest, an unassailable lead right from the get-go. There was just nothing and no one even close. Try though Raiden Wolves did, wasn't ever going to catch up that much of a gap to get close to P1 for it to matter, for sure. But yeah, here we go. Oh, Graven trying to pick up the pace and get through, but Aiden Retief finishing now. What is up with this? I cannot believe it. Where did that happen now all of a sudden as well? Ross McKenzie comes and bombs Raiden Wolves right at the death of after a 6-second gap. Wow. It's I've got to say, it's never over by the shouting. Where did Ross McKenzie just get that burst of speed from? Where did Raiden Wolves make that bit of a mistake? Oh, for the life of me, it's like I say, don't ask for predictions, don't ask for positions, how they're going to be at the end of this one. I might give my thoughts on that, but trust me, I'm going to be wrong. Right, what an astounding finish. So it is Brodie Bircher, Ross McKenzie, who in the dying, when I say I'm talking, oh, well, that wasn't clever. Right, unfortunately going down, Nate Gqeberha. Oh, okay, that hurt. Nathan Gqeberha goes down right at the finish as well. Right, finishing his ride now, Hayden Fisher. But goodness me, how the tables turned on that one. Sure. Pretty interesting, gonna be honest. Woo. Yeah. Wow. Right, some of the slightly slower riders just finishing off their ride and taking a bit of a slowdown while we wait. I think it's now MX3 Vets and support class. They're going to be up next. Still, yeah, things to go for. MX3 Vets, headed up by Brandon Wheeler. Quite a large field. Some local interest in there in the support class. The quickest lap time this morning, got to be honest, was quite expected, to be honest. Right, so the championship standing in the MX3 class. Yeah, really. Overall, Brandon Wheeler, Keegan Deploy, Jonathan Deploy, Jason Hill, Algernon Conlon. No, it's Vincent Algernon Conlon. Not Algernon Conlon, come on. The hell. Right, MX3 Vets, Brandon Wheeler, Jono Deploy, Jason Hill, Warwick Peters. Vincent Conlon. Why do they call him by second? But I always thought it was Vincent Algernon, but now I see they call him Algernon Conlon. Oh, right. Getting ready for the off to see who it's going to be. I wonder if Kruger is going to do like a 4-lap or a 3-lap flyer to try and get out in front of this bunch. I don't want to say my money's on him to kind of lead out for the first lap or two, but I know that Brandon Wheeler is more than likely not going to allow that to happen. Brandon Wheeler also many years in motocross. Well, then I've got to say as well, many years a layoff for Brandon Wheeler. But yeah, that's the way it's going to be. So, going to try and pick them up. Well, coming around now. Well, it is Wheeler. Wheeler through, and right with him it is Morna Jansen van Rensburg. Oh, and, well, unfortunately, the number 29 not getting a very good start. So, he's not going to be too happy about that. Craig Kruger lying second in behind Lario de Toy in the senior support class. Oh, a little bit of a moment there coming over the hill, but Brandon Wheeler in P1. Morna Jansen van Rensburg in P2. The guy's going to be pushing hard, but I think they're all going to be chasing down on the back end of the number 73 of Brandon Wheeler. Well, the only one, to be honest, that hasn't made a comeback out of the Wheeler family is Timothy Wheeler. Well, I mean, Timothy Wheeler, very quick when he started early on in his career, then he just disappeared off the face of the earth, and then it was Brandon Wheeler who took over the reins, and after that, Dean Wheeler. I mean, and now both Brandon and Dean took a long layoff from motocross, came back, and well, look where they are now. Dean Wheeler, front runner in the MX3 class. Now it's Brandon Wheeler's turn in the Vets class. And yeah, I wonder if Timothy still rides though. That's the question. But be that as it may, I think it was Timothy Wheeler and Richard van der Westhuizen that were always at Hammer and Tongs many years ago. Richard van der Westhuizen, multiple South African national champion, carried on with his career and just kept on going for quite some time, and an impressive career behind him. Once again, Brandon Wheeler coming round now on the number 73. And that's pretty much been his number for many years as well. But yeah, this is what I thought, is Craig Kruger starting to mount a little bit of a challenge, gets through in P1 in the support class. But the thing is, and the question is, I've got to be honest, is how long is it going to last? Craig Kruger, I think, not quite setting up the quickest lap, but doing very, very well. Well enough to get through on Morne Janssen van Rensburg, Jonathan Deploy, and Zach Gulliver. Zach Gulliver, well, he's going to be trying to come through. He's lying in P2 in the support class at the moment. Brandon Wieder leading out in the MX3 Vets class. Morne Janssen van Rensburg, P2. Jonathan Deploy, P3. But the gap between first, second, and third in the MX3 Vets class is quite substantial. Oh, the MX3, Matthew Lockhart Ross leads out in the MX3 class. Scored separately, but they also get an overall at the end of the day. Keegan Deploy lying second in the MX3 class, and the two of them are pretty much the only two in the MX3 class. The Vets class pretty full, and so too the support class. So a nice big field of riders. I think 18 all told. Nathan Ober also bringing up the rear. But, you know, nice to have some of the local guys that do get a chance to actually come and ride at a national. We see it at every track that, yeah, there are some wild cards. Craig Kruger being one of them. I don't want to call him a wild card, but yeah, we know he's quick for 3 or 4 laps. Yeah, and then kind of slows down. But, yeah, nice for them to also come and join in on the fun at any given national. Round 5 here at Rover Motocross of the TRP Distributors Red Bull ZA Venture Sport. Oh, do I run through all those ones again? Fly, Ogio, the Gold Hub, that's a local one. All the associate sponsors involved in making today a success, and once again, the prep of the track this morning was absolutely perfect. The guys have put in such a lot of hard work and long hours. They actually put in leave and take it from there. So a big thanks to the Rover Motocross team committee, and for now it's a massive success for pretty much most of the riders that have gone out in P1. They've made it stick, they've done the duty, they've done it for pretty much, I would say, about 2 to 3 weeks it takes to properly prep a track. Some things left to the very last, but getting it right nonetheless. Brandon Wheeler still heads up the pack. Craig Kruger still lies in second. For the overall positions in this race, yes, all well and good. Morne Janssen van Rensburg, third on track, second in class. Zach Gulliver, second in class, fourth on track. So kind of a bit of a mix and match in the between the MX3 Vets and the MX3 support class. Right, coming across the line now, reading off another lap, Sean Carver. I think that's support class, yeah. No, MX3 Vets. Sean Carver lying down in P7 in that class, I think, if my memory serves me correctly. Who's led out by Wheeler, then Morne Janssen van Rensburg. Then we've got Jonathan Deploy. And Deploy, not that far behind in P3, has a bit of a gap. But Deploy riding very nicely indeed. Oh, the next MX3 Vets one is Jason Hill. In behind Jason Hill, it is Warwick Peters, then Sean Carver bringing up the rear in the MX3 class, MX3 Vets class. So Wheeler way out in front. And Craig Kruger, well, he's slowly but surely hunting him down for now. How long that's going to last, we'll wait and see. Up and next up. Right, it is the number 402 of Zach Gulliver. Where is Morne Janssen van Rensburg? I didn't see him go through. So Zach Gulliver, well, he's now picked up another place. Nice one, Zach. Morne Janssen van Rensburg on the number 144. Then Jonathan Deploy a little bit further back. But Lockhart Ross still leads out in the MX3 straight class. And up and over, there he goes. Lockhart Ross still in P1 in the MX3 class, and whoo, a little bit of an overjump there from Keegan Deploy. Little bit overzealous as he hit this jump pretty hard. Little bit of an overjump, but landed nicely. Obviously the suspension working very well for him. Lorio Detoy up and over now, reeling off another lap. But our leader, Brandon, is just absolutely flying away. Brandon Wheeler, well, has a little bit of a look behind him. And I think that, I don't want to say the level of concentration is not exactly where it needs to be. He knows he's got a massive gap. But what he does sense is that there is somebody behind him, and that somebody is Craig Kruger. Here comes Kruger, starting to make a little bit of hay while the sun shines as Wheeler round to the left. Just, you can see he's not on the ragged edge. He's just taking it easy and not that far behind him. There's Kruger. So Kruger hunting him down, but not at the rate. I mean, he doesn't really have to try and prove a point to get away or try and get up to the back end of Wheeler to make the pass on him and get away from him. I think he's just there to see how he does with the man that's actually leading a national championship. So Craig Kruger's obviously put in the long yards before today and thoroughly enjoying himself. He can just, I think Brandon Wheeler's just out of arm's reach from him, and he just wants to keep him there. Huge, huge, huge gap though between on the track second and third. Third and fourth, it just keeps going kind of further and further adrift. And everybody, I must be honest, in the support class, just happy in the knowledge that they were able to join in on the fun during a national race meeting here at Rover Motocross. Well done to you guys. Nice to have you guys on board. Just think about it, if there weren't so many support riders, how big would this field have been? Not big at all. Right, a little bit of a fluff there from the number 54. Right, that is Nathan Uber also, albeit last. At least he's riding. Uber also there, but Brandon Wheeler again. Oh, starting to stretch the cable, starting to get further and further away. And yeah, this morning had a little bit of a chat with Brandon, and he was saying, oh no, he just doesn't like the sand, and oh, he was a little bit sort of, come see, come side. Well, I'll just ride what's there. Stop moaning about it. Get on your bike, go ride the bike, and go and win, which is exactly what he's doing right now. Wheeler, the number 73, still out front. Craig Kruger, Zach Gulliver, Jonathan Deploy, Mornay Janssen van Rensburg. All of them still there or thereabout. They're on the same lap, kind of. I mean, Brandon Wheeler just in a class of his own at the moment, in his class. When I say that, what I mean by that is the MX3 Vets class. The senior support rider who's pretty much there with him, it is Craig Kruger. And Craig Kruger not making any bones about the fact that he wanted to do well. Zach Gulliver, well, through on Kruger now. Gulliver is through. Craig Kruger drops down to P3, and there's your 4-lap wonder, your 4 to 5 lap wonder. Craig Kruger, he is so, I mean, he was fastest this morning. There was like, by at least 3/4 of a second, and because this is his home track, let's be honest, this is Craig Kruger's home track. I think he pretty much lives here, or used to. Oh, spends a lot of time here, so he knows what's going on. Like a lot of the local guys who come down, ride on weekends, race on some weekends. But yeah, for a club that has done pretty much, they've worked wonders with what they have here to make this race thus far such a massive success. So hats off to the club once again. Hats off to everybody that got involved to make this a success. I think the ladies are almost ready to get going on the line, and after them it's going to be MX2, so yeah, I reckon this place is going to fill up pretty shortly. Ladies on the gate getting ready to go at the moment, though. It is still MX3 Vets and senior support. Right across the line now. I think that was Ricardo Cafario. Comes over, reeling off another lap. Also, one of the senior support riders, who I guarantee you is having an absolute jaw out there. Lekker, man, lekker. Enjoy yourselves, guys. Brandon Wheeler set to collect maximum points, 25 points up for grabs, and at the moment in the hands of Wheeler, while still clearing pretty much every jump there is. And Zach Gulliver, well, he's on it, and he's pretty much having a look at the back end of Brandon Wheeler. So now there a little story behind Zach Gulliver. He's not a palooka, guys. Nah, in no way is he a palooka. He started off his career in motocross. They raced a couple of years in motocross, then decided they're going to take a little bit of a break. They're going to go off-roading. They're going to go enduro, and did very, very well in enduros. Then came up here. What is that all about? I think they originally Cape Town. Now they're based here by the looks of things. Zach Gulliver. And, well, there's Zach Gulliver, Kilian Gulliver. There's a whole bunch of Gullivers that are involved in motocross, off-roading, enduros. And now Zach flying the flame, or flying the flag for Rover Motocross, getting just a little bit closer to the back end of Brandon Wheeler. Wheeler, though, I reckon, I mean, he's been pretty much controlling this race right from the front, right from the get-go. And he had Craig Kruger up his exhaust pipe for a short while. That was then taken over by Zach Gulliver. And now that gap getting a little bit closer all along. Right, so heading to the closing stages of this one, where Brandon Wheeler still heading out over Zach Gulliver, over Craig Kruger. Jonathan Deploy starting to get closer to the back end of him. Johan Horrock now comes through. Also another surname that I've kind of mentioned many years ago. Johan Horrock through, but Brandon Wheeler, I reckon now, yep, starting his last lap. And look at Zach Gulliver. Oh, but you can see the difference in Brandon Wheeler's riding now. He knows there is somebody getting closer. I'm not going to give up this lead for nobody. Whether he has to actually push as hard as he is now, yeah, that's a different story, because he still, whether he comes first or second on track, he still gets max points. But Wheeler, I think, he doesn't want to. Right, Wheeler's still there. Through the sand pit he goes. Gulliver starting to get that little bit closer. Craig Kruger through. In behind Craig Kruger, though. In behind Kruger. Well, he's gone down a few places, not many. It is still Jonathan Deploy, too far to make a difference. But Brandon Wheeler riding with a bit of an injury, I believe. It's funny he didn't mention that to me this morning. I'm going to slap him when I see him again. I'd have loved to have known that. Huh? But yeah. Right, starting their last lap now. Here comes Morne Jansen van Rensburg. Starts his last lap. And I guess some of them are pretty happy to see that last lap board, and they know, whew, haven't got much longer to go. But still, oh, a hard land there. But the number 10 coming across the line now, also starting his last lap. That in the hands of Matthew Lockhart Ross, leading the MX3 class. Right, and I think Daniel Forbes now starting his last ride as well. But we wait for Brandon Wheeler to come and take the checkered flag. I think he saw Zach Gulliver's a little bit too close for comfort. and I didn't spark that idea, so he pulled the pin and just checked out that last 3/4 of a lap. Zach Gulliver comes through in second. Craig Kruger should still be in third if he hasn't allowed. I don't think Jonathan Deploy would have been able to get to him. Gqeberha finishing his ride. In behind him, Johan Horrocks. Yeah, that surname just rings too much of a bell to me. I think I'm going to have to go down and have a chat to the Horrocks. Right, Wesley Sneyd comes across the line, and then we've got the 114 of Lorio du Toit. Lorio du Toit finishing his ride, Peter van Wyk. And there we've got Craig Kruger. Done and dusted. Looks at the checkered flag, says, thank God for that. A little bit of a bad landing there for Warwick Peters, but he's now done and dusted. So guys, that pretty much wraps up the MX3 vets and ladies. No, not ladies. MX support, senior support class. Ladies is up next. Now, having a look what happened earlier on in practice with the ladies class, it was very sort of chopping and changing once again, right out in front. So again, I can't make any sort of a prediction as to what's going to happen there. But yeah, that is it. So some good racing from the MX3 vets and senior support. Brandon Wheeler, the eventual winner, leads out in the MX3 class. Jonathan Deploy, sorry, Morne Janssen van Rensburg there. Then it was, that's the first and second in the MX3 vets class. But believe me, each one of these riders, whether they were MX3 vets and support, they all rode their heart out and all had quite a jaw, that I can promise you. So let's now go and have a look at the ladies class. It is Mackenzie Bam who leads out going into this one, and 28 points. Yeah, it is quite a bit of a gap over Jessica Osner. Kelly Gqeberha, though, I think she's got other ideas. I think her and Jessica Osner are going to have quite a bit of a dice. There's only 5 points between second and third coming into round 5, which for me is going to be pretty interesting. I do believe that that's where the dicing is going to come from. Mackenzie Bam, wow, she started off practice, I think took about a lap or two to get into the rhythm, but when she found it, she just disappeared. That was something quite incredible to watch. So we now wait for the ladies to get going. Mackenzie Bam, Jessica Osner, Kelly Gqeberha, Caitlin Parks, Zoe Botha, Genevieve Edwards, Kellyanne Gulliver, Philippa Huxtable, and Chloe Widdendal. Right, we'll have a wait and see who it's going to be. Is it going to be Osner? Is it going to be Bam? Oh, there's 3 of them abreast. I'm not going to call it. I didn't see who got it. Osner, Gqeberha, Bam. It was one of them, but that was a little bit too close to call. So around the left-hander they come, and well, it's going to be interesting. I've got a sneaky suspicion that Mackenzie's going to take a look at this and think, well, you know what, I'll give you girls a little bit of leeway right from the get-go, but then I'm not going to give you too much, because then I'm coming for you. Right, so it is Kelly Gqeberha. Great start for Kelly Gqeberha. Then we've got, well, that's Zoe Botha. Zoe Botha picking up second place. Mackenzie Bam on the 349. Caitlin Parks. Oh, not a great start for Jessica Osner. A little bit further back, it is Philippa Huxtable, and in behind Huxtable, the 47 of Chloe Widdendal. But there again, I say, these young ladies having quite a bit of fun. And there goes Osner. Well, way back is Jessica Osner. Something must have gone disappointingly wrong with her right from the get-go. So, Gqeberha on the number 16, having a wonderful start. Her and I think it was Zoe Botha who was in there as well. Had quite that start. Then Mackenzie Bam was also in the hunt there. But now let's have a look and see her progress and what she is going to do with Gqeberha, who's quite some distance ahead of her right now. But it's, like I said before, never over until, I don't want to say the fat lady sings. That's like very, very derogatory. Sings as we've got ladies racing now. So I'll just say till the checkered flag falls. I think that's more appropriate. So it's going to be Gqeberha by the looks of things. Or is it Mackenzie Bam? Nah, that's Bam. Bam up and over. Managed to get through on Gqeberha. Gqeberha down in second place on the number 16. Mackenzie has just pulled the pin right from the get-go and decided, you know what, I'm done playing. I'm out of here. I'm going to check out of this one. Got a great start for Mackenzie Bam. Lying in second, well, not for very long. She's just gone through and punched it up into P1. Gqeberha lying in P2 at the moment. P3, that's something I want to watch, is where is Jessica Osler, because she's going to have to come through this pack very, very quickly indeed. Gqeberha up and over. Ooh, that was a little bit of a moment. Well, coming across the line now, that is Caitlin Fox. Caitlin Fox going very nicely in behind Caitlin Fox. I think that looked like could have been the 128 of Zoe Botha. I'm sure we'll check. But my goodness, the pace that Mackenzie Bam has just put up, it is Zoe Botha, and then up behind her, Jessica Osner. Well, she really has to pick up the pace. 107 a little bit further back, Kellyanne Gulliver. Kellyanne Gulliver. Philippa Huxtable and Chloe Windall. Here they come now. So, back to the sharp end, and still it is the number 349 in the hands of Mackenzie Bam, who has pretty much stamped the authority on this one. Gqeberha getting a great start. So too did Jessica Osner, and for me, Zoe Botha was also in the hunt there as well. But it was just not to be when Mackenzie got the bit between her teeth. She decided, that's it. I'm done. I'm out of here. So it's now all up to Gqeberha and Parks to play catch up. Whether they will, whether they won't, I just don't think they're going to be able to put up the same pace that Mackenzie Bam is putting up over here. Well, that's the way it is. Gqeberha, up the hill she goes. Still pushing very nicely indeed. And quite a ways back now. Caitlin Parks pulling through. And Zoe Botha in behind her. Then Genevieve Edwards. Then we've got Jessica Osler, I think, in behind her. Kellyanne Gulliver a little bit further back. Gqeberha hasn't quite lost sight of Mackenzie Bam. Bam up and over. Here she comes now. And Gqeberha's still there. Oh, Gqeberha keeping the pressure up. And like I say, just hasn't got it close enough to get there and maybe make a move to get through into P1. So, Caitlin Parks, I think pretty happy in the knowledge that, yes, she's on the podium. Nobody close to her ahead of her, and really nobody close behind either. So, happy third place. Maybe that's the way she's going to want to keep it. But Genevieve Edwards has come through, and Jessica Osner is now starting to go for it. Osner in behind Genevieve Edwards, which means that Zoe Botha, here she comes now, not quite where she wanted to be. She was quite happy in P4, now dropped down a couple of places, but I reckon she can be satisfied with that. In behind her, it is the number 128 of Zoe Botha. Here she comes now. Kellyanne Gulliver ahead of her, then Zoe Botha, then Philippa Huxtable. So Kellyanne Gulliver getting through on Zoe Botha. I don't think she's going to be able to get up onto the back end of Jessica Osner, seeing as Osner came from absolutely nowhere to come through, and she's lying currently in P5. Genevieve Edwards is going to be Jessica's next target. So is the number 12 going to succumb to the pressure? Only time will tell. Jessica pretty much knows how to read a race, and she, I think, knows exactly where Genevieve Edwards is right now, and knows how long it's going to take for her to get there. So a little bit of a calculation going on in Jessica's head right now. What I don't think she knows right now is exactly where the first two's, where is Mackenzie Bam, where is Gqeberha. Might have just caught sight of her going in the opposite direction. Looks like Bam, on the Husky, has pulled out a little bit more of a gap over Gqeberha. She's jumping big jumps here, and Gqeberha has just posted the fastest lap of the race. So is Kelly now starting to get that second wind? Is she now going to start pressurizing the back end of Mackenzie Bam? Maybe, maybe not. Is Mackenzie going to get the message? Let's wait and see. Still Caitlin Parks. And then it's going to be Jessica Osner. I didn't think it was going to be long. But now this poses the question. How many more laps to go, or how much time to go before Jessica Osner gets up onto the back end of Caitlin Parks and still pops in a P3 and puts herself on the podium after the disastrous start that she had? Now it's looking good for a podium for Jessica Osner. So, like I said, what's going on in her head is she's working it out, and she has now got Parks ahead of her, and she now knows where Parks is. As she went up the hill, Parks was coming down, so I think she's gauged now. I've still got a couple of laps to go, and I might still be able to pull off a podium here. Clever girl is Jessica Osner. But at the moment, the one rolling away with it, it is the 349. I think that's a number. Yes, it is. Mackenzie Bam with Gqeberha. That, I think, is how far Jessica Osner is going to get, barring any incident. Shut up, Peek. You shouldn't say things like that. Barring any incident, that's the way it looks like it's going to finish. Jessica is just riding so hard now to try and get onto the podium. Mackenzie Bam, however, is absolutely flying away from the rest of the pack. Gqeberha has not managed to get close enough, as round the right-hander comes Mackenzie Bam, heading up towards the finish jump. Bam! Up and over she goes. Gqeberha, the next one through. She's still lining up in P2 as Bam heading quite comfortably up the hill. Around to the left, there goes Gqeberha. So now that gap goes back to Caitlin Parks now. Caitlin Parks still in P3. Now, have a look, because now I think I want to see the visuals as to how close Jessica Osner might be, or not. Osner's up into third. Oh yes, she is. She's worked it out, she's done. But to be fair, I do believe, and I do think that is as far as she's going to get. Things may change. It's only my speculation. Like I said earlier, I'm 99% of the time I'm wrong. So Jessica might still be able to get up onto the back end of Gqeberha, depending, because now I think Gqeberha, having a look at the lap times, Gqeberha has slowed down ever so well by about 3 seconds to her best lap. And that is, well, that is strange now, because now Jessica Osner has put up the fastest lap at a 2:13, which is 3.5 seconds quicker than Mackenzie Bam. So for now, Jessica Osner is the fastest one on track. Just don't think there's going to be enough time. I may be wrong, I usually am. But it's all going to be up to Osner now to make it count. Is she able to pick up one more place? Yeah, there's still no last lap board, so effectively that's going to leave us with at least 2 to 3 more laps before the end of this one. 3:6.9, 9 seconds. No, gap is a bit bigger than that. But what is the gap between? It's also pretty. It's like 20 seconds between second and third. So it would appear that Gqeberha has got this one wrapped up in P2. When I say appear, yeah, that's not my prediction. That I'm just saying what I see. As Bam comes across the line, Gqeberha pulled a little bit closer this lap by the looks of things. So interestingly enough, I reckon they must just stay concentrating, focused on where they are right now. So P3, it is going to be Jessica Osner who comes around on the number 1 machine, and she really has done so well to get where she is right now. Osner on the brakes, round to the right she comes. Talented young lady, and very quick. So, and just to prove it, she has again put in the quickest lap of the race so far. So she's not done with them yet. Big pity though for her that she got such a bad start. Really not fair. I don't want to say not fair, but Caitlin Parks, the next one through in P4, just off the podium. I think she might have felt, hey, I'm comfortable in P3 now, not realizing how fast Osner was catching her. And now when Osner came past, Caitlin must have thought, I tried, I did, but it just was too little and not long enough. So I think we might be heading, no, not even close to last lap time for Mackenzie Bam, who just, I don't know, she's not pulling away. Maybe she might be pulling away from Gqeberha, but she's definitely not pulling away from Jessica Osner. Exactly the opposite. Jessica Osner is, again, the quickest on the track by a good 3.8 seconds the last lap that she put through, but still just not going to be close enough to get up there to second place. So maybe had she had a better start, I reckon Gqeberha might have been in trouble. I reckon even Mackenzie Bam might have been in a spot of bother had Jessica got a much better start. Whoa, Mackenzie just wobbling a little bit as she came over the finish jump. Yep, there's the last lap board for Mackenzie Bam, for Gqeberha. And now the long wait, unfortunately, for the number 1 of Jessica Osner. Well, I can see it filling up at the top here. That means only one thing. If you don't know who's next, where have you been? It's MX2. They're lined up, ready to go. Last lap time for MX ladies. So not long to go before some very fast action. Not that this isn't fast. The ladies are well within their speed limits here. They are going as fast as they possibly can and thoroughly enjoying themselves. I promise you that. But what is looming in the background is, I think, going to be a pretty astounding race to watch, judging from earlier today. So Mackenzie Bam heads out over second place. Gqeberha, third place. Jessica Osner. Osner not quite happy with her performance now. I think she realizes, you know, having a look at the lap times, maybe it's because Mackenzie Bam knows she was pacing herself just to keep Gqeberha behind. Had the roles have been different, had Jessica have now got a better start, she would have been right up there pressurizing the back end of Bam. That might have changed the face of this race. We don't know. But like I said, there's always another one. Right, starting to roll down on this one. Mackenzie Bam rounding the left-hander, coming down the hill. 2, 3 jumps to go before the finish. 1 corner to go for Mackenzie Bam. Down the hill she comes, gets a lap. Oh no. the X21 machine. And coming around now, heading for the checkered flag. Philippa Huxtable looks into the distance, sees the checkered flag come out. Gqeberha a lot closer. So yes, Mackenzie Bam pulls off the win just ahead. When I say just ahead, I think she slowed down by a good, oh yeah, no, quite a massive amount of time. She slowed down at least 3 seconds that lap, which brought Gqeberha very, very close, but not close enough. And of course, Jessica Osner, she'll be rounding out the top 3. Third on the podium with, I think, oh yeah, the quickest lap of the race at a 2:13.540. Quickest lap for Gqeberha, 2:13.560. So, wow, the two of them, out of those 3, Mackenzie Bam was the slowest, still winning the race though. But there goes Jessica Osler now, finishing her ride in P3. A very, very strong ride from Osner. I cannot wait for race 2. That's a Caitlin Pox finishing her ride in P4. Genevieve Edwards will be in P5. Zoe Buerta, they I think have all already gone a lap down to the leaders. So now we wait. MX2 lined up at the gates. In this edition of the South African National Motocross Championships here at Rover in Gqeberha. I got that click even better now. I'm learning. Right, the rest of the ladies filtering through now, finishing their ride. Zoe Buerta. Oh, having a lovely little ride, her and Kellyanne Gulliver. Having a nice little tussle here and there, but it was Zoe Buerta who took line honors between the two of them in that one. So here we go, guys. Oh, let's watch this one with interest. Oh. So the question is now going to be, and I think it's on everybody's mind, is Trey Cox, Cameron Duro. Is it going to be something similar to what we saw just now? Is Slade Smith going to make an appearance there? Yeah, Jaden Proctor, great start. Yeah. One wonders. Ooh. Here it is. Oh, goodness me, goodness me. Trent Valsecki on the gas in P5 in the championship at the moment. Oh, anything is possible. Sure, guys, let's hold a watching brief as to who it's going to be. The gates are down. We are off and racing. Oh, you can see them looking across. Oh, is that Proctor again? Oh, have a look at this. Massive, massive, massive jumps as they go up the hill. Well, definitely not going to predict anything here, because there's Jordan van Wyk, there's Trey Cox, there's Slade Smith, there's everybody, there's Luke Grundy that can put in the hard yards and make this one count. But it is the number 37, Coxie, out in front. Duro, Grundy, woo! Jordan van Wyk in the hunt as well. Slade Smith, Tristan Duro, Grundy just not exactly where he wants to be, but pretty close up the front. Guys, this is, and I'm sorry to say, the race to watch. Yes, we had a massive amount of fun in MX1 watching the two dueling it out right from the get-go. But guys, this is where it's at right here, right now. Trey Cox has managed to pull out a 7-point gap over Duro. How long it's going to last, that we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be very, very interesting to watch. Is Duro going to ride the tactical race that he did before? Well, that only time will tell. So Jordan van Wyk, throw things in the mix, won't you? Jordan van Wyk is in there as well. Slade Smith, Tristan Duro, Luke Grundy, Trent Valsecki, Jaden Proctor. Well, now, put it out there. Which one of them is going to be there at the end? Sure, guys, like I said, I'm really not too sure. But a magic start from the number 37, Trey Cox, who systematically this year has really done everything in his power to get, grab, and keep this championship alive for himself. Cameron Duro, well, he's going to be pushing as hard as he possibly can as well. And I don't think he's going to let go that easily. There it is. There's the proof. He's going to chase as hard as he possibly can. Onto the brakes, around to the right comes. Oh, don't do that. Trey Cox. I don't want to say big mistake, but he's allowed Duro to get that little bit closer. Jordan van Wyk trails up on behind of Cameron Duro. Tristan Duro right up there as well. Luke Grundy just a little bit ahead of them. Oh my goodness me. Where do we end? Jordan van Wyk has Tristan Duro breathing down his neck. Jaden Proctor right in behind them. Slade Smith not really where he wants to be. But into the sand trap they go. And believe me, there are 7 riders that can pull this one off. Oh, lap 2. Headed out at the moment by Trey Cox. Cameron Duro. Luke Grundy just a little bit off, but he has got Jordan van Wyk breathing down his neck as well. So he's not going to be too happy with, well, where he is right now. He wants to be that little bit closer to the back end of Cameron Duro. In behind them, have a look to see who's coming up the road. It is still Tristan Duro, Jaden Proctor. Proctor, great start in MX1, kind of messed it up for himself, but, well, he's back here now and fighting fit. So Coxie putting a little bit of a gap there over Duro. Duro not really happy with that. Then it is Grundy. Jordan van Wyk dropped off the back end of Grundy ever so slightly. Yeah, I wonder. But Coxie has got it right now. And it appears as though Trey Cox has just got that little bit of an edge over Cameron Duro. But here comes the dice. This is where we're going to get really interesting. Is Luke Grundy, Jordan van Wyk, Tristan Duro, Slade Smith. Oh, Jaden Proctor. In behind them, it is the number 300 of Trent Valsecki. Oh, Brees Romans just a little bit behind. He's got Riley Rochelle to contend with. But interesting, that's where it's going to come from, I reckon, between Grundy, Smith, Duro, Proctor, and, well, Valsecki not quite on the same pace, but just give him a chance. This is his first year in MX2 after leading 125 or high school class. Well, he's got a long way to go in his career, as Trent Valsecki, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. I kid you not. Right, so Coxie has it at the moment, but Cameron Duro has closed that gap ever so slightly again. Oh, look how smooth both of them look. Wow, this is such a cool riding lesson for pretty much everybody standing up here watching what's going on down there. As Trey Cox, Cameron Duro have now pulled quite a substantial gap over the rest of the pack. Jordan van Wyk, I think, has pulled through into P3 past Grundy. So can he claw the front runners back? Yeah, I don't think so. There goes van Wyk now in P3. Grundy starting to fade back ever so slightly. There we go. 747 hits it out, and now Grundy having a look to see who's behind him. Oh, and it is the triple four of Tristan Duro. Can Duro pick up a P4? Duro's got Smith in behind him. They've got Proctor in behind them, Valsecki. Oh, then we've got the 229 of Riley Rocha. Oh, my word, Riley Rocha having pretty much of a good time out there. Loving every minute of it. Now I want to go find out what the gap is between P1 and 2 on the far side. Coming out of the sand pit, down the drop-off they go. Oh, Trey Cox still, oh, he's got that bit of a gap again. So let's have a look where things have changed. Slightly harder track. Cameron Duro slightly quicker. Softer sandy section. It looks like Trey Cox is there. Just that little bit quicker. But now round to the right goes Cox. Round to the right goes Cameron Duro. Oh, things hotting up for P4, 5 and 6. Still, Luke Grundy has it, but that's just for now. Oh, things looking dangerous for Luke Grundy. Had a great start, came out of the blocks in P3, in behind these two, Trey Cox and Cameron Duro. But now it looks to me as though Jordan van Beek was the first to make the move on Luke Grundy. Who is it going to be next? Is it going to be Jaden Proctor? Oh, here comes Grundy. Oh, wait a second here. Things looking very, very different. Here comes, ooh, it's not, there goes Grundy, and it is Slade Smith. And there with Slade Smith, it is Tristan Duro. Then we've got Jaden Proctor. So Duro, Smith, a different Duro. Same Smith though. So Grundy, Smith, Duro, Proctor. Things looking. Okay, looks like, well, one of them went down. I'm not exactly sure who. Try and pick that up as they go through, but that I'll pick up. Okay. Oh, goodness me. Riley Walsh at 229. Unfortunately putting it down. Well, he's back up and running again. But I just get this sneaky suspicion that Trey Cox might just be able to pull it off. He's still got a fairly dinkum lead over second place man Cameron Duro. How long that's going to last? Well, that's the question. But I can see a nice dice happening for P4, 5, 6. That looks like it's getting dangerously close. So Cox up and over. Jordan van Beek quite a ways behind in P3. Van Beek 3, here he comes now. Oh, he's managed to get quite a massive gap over Luke Grundy, but Luke Grundy is definitely in a spot of bother. Grundy in trouble because Slade Smith has now got rid of the triple four of Tristan Duro. In actual fact, Tristan Duro has gone a little bit further back because now Jaden Proctor is through on him. Here comes Valsecki as well. So Valsecki is absolutely on it, hanging tough with some of the quickest riders in South Africa on that machine. Well done. So a little bit further back in behind them. Trying hard to stay on the same kind of pace. Not easy though, I'm going to be honest with you. It is Brees Romans, I think, the number 22. Yes, it is indeed in behind Brees Romans. Whoa, Riley Rocha going down. That is Thor Johnson. Aiden Henley a little bit quicker, but right, looks like that's not not one of the front runners, and well, fortunately I'd like to say, but it is, I think that's Marco Cherty. Cherty's gone down. Well, the guy's having a little bit of a battle down there in the corner. The marshals getting showered and into it. They're going to have to shower this evening, that I can promise you. But here come our leaders once again. And wow, what a pace they're setting up. Yeah, Trey Cox, Cameron here, pretty much lap for lap. They're matching each other's lap times. Just going to go and have a look and see who has set up the quickest lap so far. It is Trey Cox with a 1:45.0, 1:46, pretty much just a second quicker. But the last laps, about 0.4 of a second difference between P1 and 2. So still all to go for. Oh, Slade Smith wringing the neck on that machine. Grundy looks in behind him. He doesn't see anybody close enough behind him to matter. But I can tell you now that Tristan Duro is hanging about on the outside of Jaden Proctor and looks very likely to make a pass on him. Jaden Proctor trying so hard. But I think Jaden better in the MX1 class than he is in MX2. That was proved apart from the fact that he went down a little bit earlier. So now, just going to wait, watch and see what up in the front of the pack still. Order unchanged. Oh, and I can tell you now they are opening up such a massive gap over 747 Jordan van Wyk. But then again, Jordan is pretty much checking out of the battle between himself and Slade Smith. Slade Smith has come through nicely, lying in P4, P4 at the moment. Yeah, and then Luke Grundy, but Jaden Proctor, Tristan Duro, the two of them very close for that position. Oh, Foxy looks to his right. He sees that Tristan Duro is not, Cameron Duro has not let him go. And I don't think he's going to let him go. He's just going to keep plugging away. Is he going to play, I don't want to say the same game as what he played with Slade Smith in the MX1 race, where he just inches up closer to the back end of the I think Trey is a little bit wiser to that move than what we give him credit for. Jordan van Wyk is there, and it's Slade Smith, and well, Slade is on it now. I'm going to go and have a look at Slade Smith's last lap time, 1:51, so, well, that pretty much looks like that's where he's going to end. But I mean, if you look at the lap times, the difference between Trey Cox, Duro, Jordan Smith, and Slade Smith, it's from a 1:45 up to a 1:48. So that's like a 3-second difference between their fastest laps. Interesting. Now the last lap times is 1:48 for both of them, where Cameron Duro has picked up 0.25 of a second that lap. Is it going to be enough? Is Cameron Duro going to make a late charge on the back end of Trey Cox? Just remember, guys, 7 points in the championship between Duro and Cox. And may I say it, that is too close for comfort. Right, Slade Smith still soldiering on, just trying to keep that position alive, trying to get that a little bit closer. Whether he will, whether he won't, that we'll wait and see. But hang on a minute. Here it is. It is copybook Cameron Duro. He goes through on Trey Cox. Trey looks to his right and thinks to himself, where did you come from? I had a gap, I had a lead, but that's gone now. Aha. Well. He's going to try and come back at him. He's going to be pushing. Don't quite think he's going to get it just yet. But up the hill they go. And, well, coming from behind to now, I would guess about 5 laps from the end. Still got a long ways to go before the end of this one. And Gqeberha has managed to snatch it away from Trey Cox. Well, I'm not going to say that Trey Cox is not going to come back at him, because he definitely is. Oh, a little bit of a problem there by the looks of things for Jordan van Wyk. I'm just thinking now, I'm just looking at the position where the number 81 was of Jaden Proctor. Where, okay, we know Luke Grundy has dropped off the pace. Now I'm just trying to think that Slade Smith must have been putting in some massive laps. But yeah, Reese Romans the next one through, right in behind Reese Romans. Yeah, the number 84 comes through, that in the hands. I'm going to get it now. Trust me. Modern technology. Yeah, the Romans, and then it is the 84, Marco Cherti. Okay, but Marco Cherti was the one who put it down a little bit earlier on, battled to get back up on the bike again. But yeah, so I don't want to say it's all over by the shouting, but Slade Smith managed to pick up the pace, so that's where I kind of got a little bit confused, because I knew Jordan van Wyk had quite an acceptable third position, but things went a little bit awry from him. Slade Smith came through on him, picked up a podium position. Whoa, 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 that was a little bit nasty. Trying to keep the bike on the straight and narrow, and I think he felt himself sort of leaning over onto the side of the finish jump, but luckily wasn't going to end in tears for Aidan Henley. Right, back to P1, back to the front runners. Here comes Smith. And yeah, still in P3, but Cameron Duro has it for the moment. But to be fair, a bit of a gap there for Trey Cox to now play catch up with. Jordan van Wyk has now got, that's where it came from. Van Wyk has now got Jaden Proctor right there with him. Can Van Wyk hold on to P4? Can Jaden Proctor pull off? Wow, quite a cool ride. Oh, I don't want to say a back marker, a slightly slower rider in Cameron Duro's path, but not too serious. Cameron deals with it, sorts it out, and gets on with the job. Trey Cox still down in P2, but not that far behind. He is within some sort of striking distance. I don't want to say he's kind of lost out on that one. Oh, yeah, coming out. A lot of pace coming up the hill, and yeah, has pulled out a little bit of a gap over Coxie, but I don't think Trey's going to leave it there. Trey Cox is going to try and come back at him. Another slightly slower rider in there. Oh, Coxie is right there. Well, well, well. So, whew. Well, Duro's not, none of them are taking this lying down, that's for sure. Pushing each other to the absolute limit, and yeah, where is it going to end? Coxie's still probably about half a second behind Cam Duro. Duro not letting up one little bit. I think, wow, if you've got to look at how Cameron is running today, he's been on the back foot right from gate drop. But has he given up? Has he stopped pushing? Has he stopped trying? What a real life. Right, so Duro around the right-hander. Here comes Coxie. Coxie just that a little bit closer again. Now, the boot's on the other foot now. Trey Cox now eating the roost. The man in front of him, Cameron Duro. Right, up the hill they go once more. Still. Duro has it. Cox getting that little bit closer. Oh, getting very, very close now. Cameron Duro. Cox following him wheel track for wheel track. Good thing, maybe, maybe not. But now we'll see what line. I think he's going to take the inside line this time around. Yes, he is. And Coxie takes the outside line. So, orders unchanged, but it is taking the win. What a ride from Cameron Duro. That's 2 out of 2 for Duro. Guys, well done. Trey Cox tried everything, but it was just not enough. Oh, my word. Oh, Slade Smith should be coming through in P3. But, guys, yeah, that was phenomenal. What a ride from Cameron Duro. Once again, he took the bull by the horns and just, yeah, out of nowhere, one lap it took him to close the gap and pass Trey Cox. I was almost convinced that Trey Cox was going to pull it off. I really, really was. But then he didn't. Well done. Top three, Cameron Duro, Trey Cox, Slade Smith, Jordan Van Wyk, Jaden Proctor. That could have been a close one as well. And a little bit further back, Tristan Duro. Right, Duro up and over, Trent Valsecki. Almost popped a surprise on Tristan Duro. But I think Tristan turned around and said, no. I've had enough of this. A little bit of a gap. No, that was out in front. Really an astounding race. To be fair, both times for Cameron Duro. He's done it. Rocked up. He's come. You see out in front. Proctor. What a great start of Heat 1. Oh! What did I say? That wasn't my fault. 2 laps ago, we've Valsecki had a look to see what is going to happen for heats. But here we go. It's the number 1 slot. Nothing and nobody close. Caden Wise. Oh, Valsecki! What has he done? He tucks to the inside line. Oh! And a little bit of a tumble there. Right, so Calvin Smith, Greg Smith. Juan Jordana through on Trey Dean. Right, still Calvin hanging in there. But for how long? Oh, there's yellow. Stages of this one, it just keeps going kind of further and further adrift. This Red Bull ZA Venture Sport. Oh, do I run through all those ones again? Fly, Ogio, the Gold Hub. But yeah, nice for them to also come and join in on the fun at Ross McKenzie. No, there goes Gqeberha. What is up with that? Oh, so it's Ross McKenzie then. My apologies. Made a mistake, Ross McKenzie, right up there with Seth. And unfortunately, Retief with a massive start. 42, Aiden Retief, he did get the whole shot. Aiden Retief, oh, what up with that? It's not, he did know he's on the top side of the track. He is getting closer to Slade, but not close enough just yet. But now, it's looking good for a podium. Jessica asked us, like I said, what's going on in her head is she's working it out. I think that's the number, yes it is, Mackenzie Bam, working it out. And I think is how far Jessica Austin is going to get, barring any incident, of the race so far. So she's not done with them yet. Big pity though for her that she got such a bad start. Going to be the Ride, DM Cabling, Luister FM, Solid Pave, Stu Davidson and Sons, I'm guessing, not Sins, misspelt there. Battery Power Zone, ECMR, and Manlift, U-Track, and Glendore Sand and Stone. Thanks to each and every one of you guys who assisted in making this race day possible. Always difficult to do it without sponsorship, always difficult to do it without money. With sponsors comes money. Kind of makes sense, huh? Out in front, Proctor. But yeah, we'll be kicking off on the big track. Oh! What did I say? That wasn't my fault. 2 laps ago, where Valsecki had a look to see what is going to happen. But here we go. It's the number 1 slot. Nothing and nobody close. Caden Weiss. Oh, Valsecki! What has he done? He tucks to the inside line. Oh! And a little bit of a tumble there. Right, so Calvin Smith, Greg Smith. Northia, Juan Jordana through on Trey Dean. Right, still Calvin hanging in there. But for how long? Oh, there's yellow. Stages of this one, it just keeps going kind of further and further adrift. This Red Bull ZA Venture Sport. Oh, do I run through all those ones again? Fly, Ogio, the Gold Hub. But yeah, nice for them to also come and join in on the fun at Ross McKenzie. Just no, there goes Oliver now. What is up with that? Oh, so it's Ross McKenzie then. My apologies. Made a mistake, Ross McKenzie, right up there with Seth. And unfortunately, Retief with a massive start. 42, Aiden Retief, he did get the whole shot. Aiden Retief, oh, what up with that? It's not, he did go, he's on the top side of the track. He is getting closer to Slade, but oh, not close enough just yet. But now, it's looking good for a podium. Jessica Osnes. Like I said, what's going on in her head is she's working it out. I think that's the number. Yes, it is Mackenzie Bam. And I think is how far Jessica Osnes is going to get. Barring an incident, the race so far. So she's not done with them yet. Big pity though for her that she got such a bad start. Going to be the gates are down. We are off and racing. Oh, you can see them looking across. Is that brought to the game? Have a look at this. Massive, massive. Going to be too happy with where he is right now. He wants to be back a little bit closer. Okay, looks like Owen went down. I'm not exactly sure who. Try and pick that up as they go through, but that I'll pick up. Right, guys, here we go, getting ready for the off 65s. Wham, on the line. And let's have a look and see who gets it. Right, up and down we go. Okay, pick up the leader at the moment. Up and over they go. Down the drop-off, they will be coming very, very shortly now. But it's going to be, well, a pretty difficult one. I mean, Riley Geldenhuys, great start in the first race, went down. Oh, Kobe Kretzmann came through all guns blazing. But I can tell you now, it looks like it could be Kobe Kretzmann who's got it at the moment. Kretzmann pushing very, very hard indeed. Yep, it is indeed Kobe Kretzmann out in front, right there with him. Oh, it is the 104, Richard Smith. Riley Geldenhuys really going to have to pull his socks up now. But trying to push as hard as he can to get through. Riley Geldenhuys lying in third. Then we've got Josiah Nordea, Braden Tucker. But what a great start. Whole shot for Kobe Kretzmann. Wow. Brought to you by VP Race Gas. 500 Rand in his pocket. And I'm pretty sure he's going to spend it. So something motocrossy, I guess. But yeah, great start for Kretzmann. Well, Kretzmann now pushing. But I've got to be honest with you. Richard Smith, a dangerous man. So do Riley Geldenhuys. Josh Zion Nordea. Great practice run he had earlier on today. Cole Kruger comes across the line. A little bit disappointing for him, but I'm sure he's going to get just that little bit quicker. So, watching them as they go around now. Oh, it's still Kretzmann. Kretzmann has it. And Riley Geldenhuys starting to get that little bit closer. Come down the drop-off. Right, here we go. It's Kretzmann. It looks like it is Geldenhuys there in second. Managed to get through on Richard Smith. Setting chase now after Kretzmann. So Kretzy now really going to try hard. Funny, I heard that surname in the previous race, or one of the previous races. Brilliant performance from Trenton earlier on today. And what a ride from Kretzmann now. Kobe Kretzmann, brilliant start from him. Oh, things getting dangerously close there. It looks like Geldenhuys breathing down his neck. Oh, Kretzmann gets out of the saddle ever so slightly. That was a little bit too close for comfort. Ooh, and again gets a little bit unsettled as he drops off the jump. Up to the top they go, round the left hand. It'll be coming down the hill very shortly now. And oh, look how close Geldenhuys is. Bit of a gap before we get third place. I think it could be Smith who's down in third place. Oh, Kretzmann smashes into the dirt as he comes off the jump. He knows it's Geldenhuys in behind him. He knows there's something he's got to do, and he's got to do it quickly. Right, oh, lays it down nicely. He gets a bit of a gap there over Geldenhuys. So, Kobe Kretzmann heads up the pack. It is Geldenhuys lying there. It's Nordea in third position at the moment. Can he catch up? Is there something he can do? Right, it is Trey Dean, the next one through, right in behind Trey Dean. Well, that looks like it could be Richard Smith. He has gone. No, here comes Smith now. So, Trey Dean up one. Richard Smith, the next one through. Then, well, Vian Skeppers also having a little bit of a problem. Gone down. Llewellyn Edwards is through. But all pushing as hard as they possibly can. It looks like Geldenhuys, has he managed to get it? Ooh, a little bit of a moment there for Llewellyn Edwards, getting a little bit out of the saddle. But it's still Geldenhuys in second. It looks like Kretzmann has still got him on the far side, round to the right, then the left. Kretzmann, Geldenhuys, Nordea. At the top three at the moment. Trey Dean quite a ways back. A lot of work to do for Trey Dean if he wants to get himself onto the podium. So too for Luan Jordan. But still, oh, much better ride this time, Kobe Kretzmann. I think he got a little bit of inspiration from the first race. Did have a little bit of a bubble, but that was a chop and change all the way right from gate drop to flag. These guys just go out there and give it their absolute all. Kretzmann, Geldenhuys, Now, I'm not too sure as to where this is going to leave them in the championship. I'm pretty sure that Geldenhuys is still going to top the leaderboard at the end of this one. But I reckon Kretzy is going to make a nice big dent into that lead, that I can promise you. Here they come now, and still Riley Geldenhuys has not managed to get through on Kobe Kretsman. Whoop. Pops a wheelie going over the little launch pad, and now down to the right. Well, I can promise you this, they were looking at what best line to take when it came to the MX2, 125s and the older classes, and it looks like they've learned quite a lot. Well, after lunch break, a couple of refaces on the, or reworking on the faces of the jumps, and well, within a couple of laps it's going to look exactly like it did before they did it. Right, so Kretsman, Geldenhuys, Josh Zion, Adair, Trey Dean, all still having a big run at this one. Up the old wall of death they go, into the sandpit, and still it doesn't look like the 33 is making any sort of an indentation into the lead of Kretsman. Ooh, there's a slightly slower rider that almost got them unstuck, but I do believe that Kretsman did get a little bit out of shape as he went up the hill. Now, what has that done to the gap? Oh, a little bit closer, a little bit closer. Riley Geldenhuys is ready to pounce. He goes on the wide side. Oh, still hasn't done it. Yes, he has. Riley Geldenhuys has gone through into P1. Geldenhuys down the drop-off. Now Kobe Kretsman must be looking at this thinking, well, we'll see how long this lasts. See if Kretsman can come back at him. It's not going to be easy. Oh, especially not with Geldenhuys in this sort of mood. Right, here we go. Geldenhuys, Kretsman still, there they go. Nordia still in on the podium. And a little bit further back in behind him, Luan Jordan, the number 20, but quite a ways behind. To be honest, I just don't think he's going to be able to claw his way back onto a podium. Trey Dean, wow, what a pity. Great start from Trey, but unfortunately wasn't going to last. So, Geldenhuys still heads up. Kretsman in the hunt. Oy, a little bit of a moment there for Ethan Style. Not much style there, unfortunately. Cole Kruger through. But here we go. Geldenhuys, Kretsman. Third place, Nordia, still coming around the left-hander, heading down the hill shortly. But yep, these little guys riding the wheels off these machines, giving it absolutely everything. Ooh, a little bit closer again for Kretsman. He just manages to get that a little bit closer. Takes a different line to Geldenhuys. Oh, just lands on the lip of the step up. Now tries to cut to the inside. Heads off down the hill. Just gets a tiny bit closer, but just not in range to strike. Round the right-hander they go. Up the hill it is. Still Riley Geldenhuys holding the number 1 slot. And well, Kretsman really is trying hard. Nordia, Jordan. That's the way they are right now. Oh, Vian Skeepers setting chase, and he's got through on Trey Dean. Vian Skeepers through. Trey Dean the next one through. Richard Smith dropped off quite suddenly. So something might have gone a little bit awry. But brilliant ride for Riley Geldenhuys, Kobe Kretsman, Josh Nordia, Luan Jordan still there in P4. And the problem is, he's not going to get, he's not getting closer to Nordia, but he's got to watch out for Vian Skeepers. Vian Skeepers is on a charge by the looks of things. He's gone through on Smith, Dean, and now he's getting closer and closer to the back end of Luan Jordan, the number 20, in a spot of bother. Will he be able to keep that third place alive? Oh, fourth place. He is not quite on the podium just yet, but there or thereabouts. So back at the sharp end, Geldenhuys still hanging tough. Oh, it looks like Kretsman just dropping off. Was it some of the slightly slower riders that changed the face of that one? Because Kretsman is now a good 3 to 4 seconds behind Riley Geldenhuys. Or did Riley pick up the pace? I think Riley was just keeping a watchful brief, trailing behind the number 15 right from the start. Decided after lap 2, it's time to make a move. Right, so here we go. Around the right-hander, Riley Geldenhuys absolutely flying around here. Well, is he going to be able to keep it there? I am pretty sure he will. He has kind of pulled out quite a bit of a gap over second place man. And, you know, try though he may, not able to get close enough to mount a challenge just yet. Well, things always change. Remember in the first race how they changed? Yes, they did. And, well, I don't want it to change like that, but it always sort of mixes things up a little bit, makes it a little bit more interesting right before the end. Well, Nordier is there. Josh Zion Nordier. Great ride. A lot of support for Daniel Gqeberha. Nice one. Right, top end of the track they go. Round to the left. Right, still. Geldenhuys, Kretsman. Not quite as close as what he would have liked to have been. Still in P2 and no threat from Nordier just yet. Right, Jordan and Skippers. Oh, the two of them. Well, it's going to be pretty close. Down to the wire. Right, through comes Tradin. Going to try and monitor in behind Tradin. He's got quite a handsome gap over Rowan Wessels. Rowan Wessels ahead of Braden Tucker. Oh, the number 3-0, Braden Tucker, just inching up the hill he comes. Braden Tucker, pretty lonely ride for Braden, but now we go back one place, and that's Callan Gibson. Can Callan now pull the pin and get a little bit closer to Tucker? Question, well, not going to be answered anytime soon by the looks of things. So still Riley Geldenhuys, Kobe Kretsman. Oh, a bit of a bigger gap now. Right, Geldenhuys still hanging in there. And, well, it looks like he's starting to stretch his lead as over comes Edwards Bashkia. And then a little bit further back from them, it's going to be Ethan Stahl as heading down towards the last turn before the finish jump. Geldenhuys, well, he's pretty much up, ducked, and disappeared now. Riley Geldenhuys. Ooh, got that a little bit wrong. Small little mistakes like that could cost him the race, as we saw in the first race. Oh, and pretty much the same thing that happened to Kobe Kretsman. Also, when they do start the jump, the sand in the middle of this jump is pretty soft, so they do get a little bit bogged as they land, which does cause a bit of a problem. There is no real line that they can take, which is going to be better than the other when it comes to jumping over the finish jump. Is a little bit of a pity, but it is what it is. Ethan Stahl coming across the line now, but it is P3. Josh Zion Nordier still there. Oh, Jan Skipper's not anywhere close enough to get through up onto the back end of Nordier. Did manage, however, to get through on Luan Jordan, but I think that's pretty much where it stayed and where it stopped. So we'll wait and see if Richard Smith is going to give up or make another place. Right, still battling it out nicely. Skippers, Smith. Oh, Smith having a nice go there. Tradin just that little bit further back. All the slightly slower riders going to cause a little bit of trouble there. Well, I don't think so. It doesn't look like it right now. It is possible. Here we go, down the drop-off, down the hill. And yeah, it looks like they're getting through nicely. Luan Jordan goes through. Tradin coming across the line now, Wessels. But back at the sharp end, it's still the number 33 of Riley Geldenhuys. Well, didn't get the start that he wanted. It was Kobe Kretsman who got the whole shot. The VP Race Gas on the VP bike. Great ride from him. So, but like I said earlier, it's like VP, they make it and then they give it to him. I mean, they spend the money on one of their riders. That's pretty clever. Good marketing strategy there. Right, still, Caldenace hangs. Oh, bit of a tumble. Gonna get back up again. Oh. Well, Rock Walker. Little bit of a tumble there. David Paschke is still hunting down the back end of Llewellyn Edwards as they come up and over. Oh, Riley Caldenace almost it's into the back end of Rock. Walker again trying to start his machine. Well, gets it going. Well, he's dug a nice deep hole. Hope nobody's going to jump into that when they come over the lip. Oh, a bit unsighted as they do go up there, but yeah, that could cause a bit of a problem. But for now, all still good. Well, apart from Rock just having a little bit of a tumble. Right through goes P3, Josh Zion-Nadir, who's riding very nicely indeed. Well, I just, you know, from practice this morning, yes, like I said, practice and race is two totally different things, but how you get from there, from leading out in practice, from setting up the quickest time in practice to lying in P3. P3 is not bad, make no mistake. But when you're about 3 to 4 seconds off the pace of the front runners, who are pretty much doing virtually identical times as they go through, both doing 2:31s, where it looks like Caldenace's best time was a 2:25. But as you can see, the track does start to deteriorate the longer the time they spend on it. Right, and especially for the little guys on the little bikes. Oi, a little bit of a tumble there. Going to try and pick up who that is as they come through. But, yeah, it does get more difficult, especially with a very soft, sandy track like Rover, where when the bigger bikes churn up the dirt, they make deep ruts. And, yeah, it's sometimes difficult for these little guys. So, heading up to the closing stages. Tucker through now. But I can tell you this much, that Riley Caldenace really done well. Checkered flag out for Riley Caldenace, taking the win once again and stamping, well, extending his lead in the championship. So, yeah, great ride for Riley Caldenace. Kobe Kretschmann then through in second. Zion-Nadir, or Joshua Zion-Nadir, comes through in third. Wiaan Skeepers, what a ride. Yeah, very surreptitiously. Wiaan Skeepers, bad start, not very close up the front, but slowly but surely worked his way up. Luan Jordan was in P4 for quite some time, but it wasn't until Wiaan Skeepers came up and said, knock, knock, open the door, I'm coming through. Which is exactly what he did. Great ride from Luan Jordan. Trey Dean, a little bit further back. Richard Smith, a little bit disappointing for him. I reckon he'd like to have been a little bit further up the field. Ron Wessels, the next one through. Rounding up the top 10 is Braden Tucker and Callan Gibson. All right, time for the high school class, and another really tight one. Well, we saw earlier on today how tight it was between Duro, Valsecki, Kretschmann. There's that surname again. Yeah, the two Frosts. Cruz Martin, I'm pretty sure he's going to want to do a little bit better than what he did now. But let's have a look and see. 1-2-5s down on the line, getting ready to rumble. It's going to be another hard, fast, furious race for all of them. Is Valsa, how do you because there is a different riding style from a 125 to a 250. Valsecki, I don't want to say fresh off the MX2 machine, but did very, very well. Now we wait, watch, and see who it's going to be. Oh, round the outside, still couldn't see that, but ooh, these guys are absolute at war with each other. Right from the start, here we go. Was it Kretsman? I'm not sure. We'll see as they come down the hill. Still leads out. Oh, it is. It is Trenton Kretsman. He got the whole shot as well. Well, a great start for Krets. And man, is he going to be trying hard. Valsecki, where's he placed? Oh, gosh. Well, we got the two Frosts and then Valsecki in P4. So Blake and Evan Frost, two of them very, very close together. And, oh, this is going to be a little bit difficult for Valsecki. Is one riding shotgun for the other? That's the question. Not easy on a motocross track, but also not impossible. So up the hill goes Kretsman. Now, I tell you, Kretsman very, very happy with his first race result. He knew that Valsecki was chasing him down, getting that little bit closer all the time, but there was nothing that Valsecki could do. Not there, not then. But he might have a chance this time around. Has he learned the lesson? Didn't get a good start. It was Kretsman who got out of the gates very, very quickly. Took the whole shot. Oh, and is now getting quite a substantial lead over, I think that's Frost. Yep. Oh, one of them. And there's the other one. There's Kretsman. Oh, Kretsman has got up into third place right now. So Trenton Kretsman, well, he's got to try and make his presence felt a little bit more than what he is now. He cannot afford to let, Valsecki, sorry, Trenton Kretsman has got it all in the bag so long, but Valsecki, I think, is really going to have to concentrate hard to get up to the back end of Kretsman and see what he can do about it. But Kretsman, of course, has got other ideas. Definitely not going to make it easy for Trent to even attempt to get closer. Frost having a nice ride there in P2 at the moment. But it is, without a doubt, Kretsman. Then we've got Blake Frost up next. Blake Frost is on a charge, and he's really not giving anybody a chance. He's actually sticking to the back end of Trenton Kretsman like glue. And it doesn't look like Kretsman's able to get away from them. Interestingly enough now, I think it might be Valsecki that's dropping off ever so slightly, because in behind him, it's Evan Frost. Caden Wise is going to be pushing through. A great third place in the first race, and that stood him in good stead and got the confidence levels up to try and get him a little bit closer to the front this time. But unfortunately, it was a bad start for him, so wasn't able to get the whole shot, but Kretsman got it that time. Blake Frost, Trent Valsecki, Evan Frost, Renier van der Merwe breathing down Caden Wise's exhaust pipe just a little bit closer, and he's going to be ready to pounce, that I can assure you. Right, up and over now, Cameron Stuckey. Bad start for Cameron. And he's also got quite a lot of work to do to get a few decent points onto the board. Ronald Graven, again, not really where he wants to be. But, yeah, judging it, his first race out on the 125, or first year out on the 125. Got to get used to it. And then I'm sure we're going to see a little bit more from Ronald Graven next year. But as it stands at the moment, Kretsman still got it. He's actually pulling out a bit of a gap over Valsecki now. Frost just not on the same kind of pace. Here comes Valsecki in second, and he's got his sights set on the number 94 of Trenton Kretsman. How long is this going to carry on in the high school class? Trent Valsecki, Trenton Kretsman, Cameron Duro, and Tristan Duro is, well, he's there. He's lying in P5 at the moment, I think. No, P7. Gosh, Caden Wise ahead of him, Renier van der Merwe. Well, he's got through on Caden Wise, and now is he going to set chase after Evan Frost. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Not going to be easy at all. Kretsman, Valsecki. Oh, here we go. That is so close. Oh, Maxwell Fourie, I think, just staying out of trouble there. Well, that is always a danger when somebody's clearing a big jump and somebody isn't. Well, have a look at the back of the track. Yeah, looks like Valsecki's gone through. Trent Valsecki has managed to get through on Trenton Kretsman. But why do their names sound so similar? Now you're going to get me all confused. Valsecki, I'll just call them by their surname. Valsecki, Kretsman. There we go. That's the way it is right now. Oh, Kretsman's not done yet. Trying a wide line. Now, is that the line to take? Difficult to say. Valsecki has pretty much cleared off into the distance. So obviously, I think Kretsman learning a lesson. Not quite the line to take around that corner. Right, P3 still in the hands of Blake Frost. Evan Frost is now in P4, but I just want to have a look a little bit further down, see where we are. There goes the one Frost, there goes the other Frost. Now, here we go. It is Renier van der Merwe. Next one up, putt for how long? Caden Wise. Up and over he goes, and right in behind him it is Tristan Duro. Well, Duro now starting to make his presence felt as well. Up the hill they go. Oh, well, not really much of a problem. Duro just goes whoop past, thanks very much. Done and dusted. Now, Renier van der Merwe is my next target. Oh, why the bad starts? I mean, I'm sure he would have been pretty much happy with third out of the gates. He might have been quite a bit closer to the front end of the pack. Now, just going to go and have a look at the lap times again. Oh, 152 for Trent Valsecki, 152s for Trenton Kretsman. So pretty much evenly matched there. The Frosts, 156 and 55. Tristan Duro also on a 55, but I'm sure giving himself a little bit of clean air, he might just get up onto the back end of Van der Merwe, who's also doing 155s. But Duro through behind. He's gone through on Wise. Now he's got his sights set. It is on Evan Frost. So Frost, are they both going to be in trouble now? That we'll have to wait and see. Checking now. Round the right-hander into the, coming out of the one sand pit, now heading up into another one up the top end of the track. So a little bit difficult for these guys. Conditions not quite, I don't want to say what they used to. I mean, they know Rover is a soft sandy track, and yeah, they got to deal with it. Kretsman has dealt with it very, very well up until now, where Valsecki has now, well, he's pulled a pin, that's for sure. There's nothing and no one going to be able to get closer to him for now, and I say that very, very loosely, to be honest with you. Right, Frost, Duro, Frost, he split the two Frosts up. Yeah, I'm kind of guessing. Yeah, I'm kind of guessing he's going to knock. Frost is going to, yeah, I reckon he's going to get a little bit closer. But we'll have to wait and see about that one. So back at the sharp end, Valsecki just pulling further and further away from Trenton Kretsman. It doesn't look to me as though Kretsman is overly worried about it. I'm not saying that in any way that he did let Valsecki go, but how do you go from a race win? Now you've got to think about it. Lesson learned, which one? Who learned it harder? Obviously Valsecki learned a little bit more than what Kretsman did from the first race. But still, it rages on, and believe me, it's not over. Not over by a long shot. So, yeah, it looks like Duro is also charging. He's not taking any prisoners at all. Just making up positions, left, right, and center. 444 is really flying now, but is he going to be able to fly fast enough to get a little bit closer to the front end of this pack. Not really going to be an easy task. Valsecki. Yeah, Kretsman just a little, oh, almost out of the saddle. There goes Valsecki. And here comes Gqeberha. He looks to his right just to gauge sort of how far and where the rest of the guys are. The man ahead of you, that is P2. Oh, right, up and over goes Gqeberha. And the last of the Frosts he has got rid of. Wise comes across the line. Then we've got, well, Van der Merwe up and over as well, doing very nicely this time round. Well, it's about time that he starts putting in some points. Blake Frost in, no, it's Martin, it's Cruz Martin just in behind him, then Blake Frost, Riley Rocha in the back of that bunch. But try though they may, it is Valsecki that is just blowing them into the weeds at the moment. How come this didn't happen the first time round? Well, I think we know about that, where Valsecki did have the lead and boom, put it down, left himself just a little bit too much to be able to claw his way back up to P1 past Trenton Kretsman. But that said and done, the rest of the guys going very, very well indeed. Up and over Maxwell Free, Brandon Van Wyk, just that little bit closer. Then, I think that's Graven. Then we've got the 999 of Levi Goodman. But still, let's just keep a watchful brief on what is happening for second place, because I don't want to say it now, but I can tell you down in 154s is Tristan Gqeberha, and the last lap was a 157 for Trenton Kretsman. So that is trouble, because here is Gqeberha. But Kretsman just easing onto the throttle that a little bit sooner than what Gqeberha did. Gqeberha up into second for a moment. Kretsman got around the outside, got a little bit of gas going up the hill. But I can tell you now, Gqeberha is not finished with him. Not now. Not until that checkered flag falls. So onto the brakes. Round to the right they go. Gqeberha tries the wide line, doesn't pay just yet. Up the hill, that used to be many, many years ago the old wall of death. But up the hill they go, and it is dangerously close. Trenton Kretsman is about to go down to P3, and I think he has. Has Gqeberha got him? Yep, he has. Well. Turn up for the books. Kretsman must be looking at this thinking, how the hell? What did I do wrong? Well, you did nothing wrong, bud. I promise you did nothing wrong. These guys are just, absolutely on it. He's pulled out quite a gap over Kretsman now. Now the question is, well, I don't think enough time left. Well, is he going to try? I'm pretty sure he is going to try and get up onto the back end of Valsecki. Well, lap times are going to tell. Oh, have a look at this. Oh, Gqeberha's down, way down in the 152s, where the last lap for Trent Valsecki was a 155.6. So there's a 3-second gap. Well, you can tell by his attitude, well, he is definitely looking to get closer onto the back end of Valsecki. Up and over comes Gqeberha. Well, he's gone way past Kretsman. And Evan Frost still hanging in there for P4. Behind Frost, it is Caden Wise. Caden Wise looks like he's starting to close in on Frost. A little bit of a late charge, to be honest. But, yeah, the 418 of Cruz Martin has now managed to get through very nicely. So Cruz Martin picking up the pace there. Riley Rocha in behind Cruz Martin, then Blake Frost. And, well, regrettably, unfortunately, for Renier van der Merwe, sure. just going a little bit backwards. Not sure if it's machine or mechanical, or is it Renier himself. But yeah, going back to Valsecki, going back to having a look at the lap times of the last lap. Again, there was a 4-second haul on Valsecki by Gqeberha. Oh my goodness. Where's this going to end, guys? Not really sure. Valsecki. Oh, this is... Well, I'm sure Trent has been made aware that there is a 444 bearing down on you at a great rate of knots. So you better take care, because here comes trouble. Here comes big trouble. Yep, here he comes down the drop-off now, and oh, quite a bit closer. Is Valsecki going to look to his right? No, yes he does. Yes he does, and he sees it is the number 444. Well, now he pulls the pin again. Is this the second time that Valsecki is going to have to race right down to the wire? I think so. Oh, a little bit of a bounce just before the lip there from Gqeberha. But man, you can see he is gritting his teeth and going huge. So, Evan Frost still trying to get up onto the back end. Really trying hard to get hold of Trenton Kretsman. But it looks just to me as though Kretsman has kind of dropped off the pace very, very much. The two front runners sitting down in 155s. Again, a little bit quicker this time round from Tristan Gqeberha. How much time is left? Enough? One wonders. So, down the back end of the track goes Valsecki. Still in the number 1 slot, and I think he has got a word that Tristan Gqeberha is on a charge, and yeah, he's pulled out a little bit of a gap. Yeah, he looks over, still sees Gqeberha there, so Gqeberha's not going anywhere. He's in actual fact wanting to stick to Valsecki like glue, but I think Valsecki has responded. Looks like Valsecki has responded. So is he really going to be able to get a little bit further away from Gqeberha? No, I'm not sure. We'll have a look at the lap times as they come through. Some slightly slower riders in the mix there. Well, I don't think it's going to affect him too much. But Valsecki up and over. Oh, Gqeberha gets it a little bit squirrely as he comes round the right-hander. Whoa, that is it. Done and dusted. A valiant effort, but was just not to be. Checkers are out. Great win for Trent Valsecki. Did he roll off ever so slightly? Kretsman through in behind Kretsman, Evan Frost. So well, and again, a little bit too close for comfort, coming over the finish line. Oh, as they jump almost on top of each other here, but there's some close racing to go still. Caden Wise, Riley Rocha. Oh, Renier van der Merwe falling back a little bit. Blake Frost, I think. I don't want to say the biggest of the losers, because he's not. I mean, still doing a good job. Rounding out the P10 is Keegan Miles. Then we've got Julian van Jaarsveld a little bit further back. In behind van Jaarsveld, well, Cameron Stuckey finishing his ride. So, well, that pretty much wraps it up for the high school class. I think if memory serves me correctly, we are going to go 85s. Right, here again, as the 125 start rolling down, finishing off their race. Yeah, the interesting one coming up now, Brody Bircher. I'm just curious. I don't know. I don't know. Aiden Retief is going to be back with a vengeance. That I can tell you now after a rather disappointing first race. Well, has he got his head on the right way? Is he going to try and make this one stick? I do believe he will. I really, really do. So, let's have a look and see the man to watch out for. Well, here is one. Seth van der Walt, Raiden Wools. Gosh, Raiden Wools. But Ross McKenzie popping up into a second in the first race behind Brody Bircher. So, yeah, a little bit of a difficult one. So we're going to try. And I don't know. No, I'm not going to really, I'm not going to predict an outcome here. But judging from what happened in the first race, yeah, Brody Bircher kind of, when I say checked out, he didn't only check out, he evaporated in front of the pack. It's going to be MX2 then, obviously, because there ain't no 85 sounds like that, so MX1 at least. So MX1 on the cards. Here we go. Oh, here we go again. Guys, keep a watching brief on this one. Is this battle going to be renewed right from the get-go? Not likely. Not when Cameron Dero gets a start like this. Oh, that is a crash, a big one. And Smith has gone down as well, I think. That's Procky. Oh, and Ethan Hoffman. Oh, my word. But here we go. Let's go back out front again. I don't think Hoffy's going to get up in a hurry. All right, he is up, so it is Proctor who's down. But have a look at this. It is, this time, the boots on the other foot. Now is Slade Smith going to play the same game? Yeah, I don't know. We'll wait and see about that. But an interesting start nonetheless. Oh, Jaden Proctor again gets himself into a spot of bother. Right, Cameron Dero. Slade Smith right in behind him. Oh, Slade gets a little bit skew going up the hill. Along the top they go, still. Dero, Smith. Round to the right they come. Oh, very, very soft and sandy over there. Oh, Cameron Dero, has he pulled a pin right from the get-go? Well, guess what? It does look like it. I think he must have turned around and thought, stuff it, I'm just going to try my best to get out of here. I don't want to play games anymore. I'm done with that. I'm finished. Dero, absolutely on the limit. Looks quickly to his right to see how far behind him Slade Smith is. Slade just holding a watching brief, but I think now, having a look at this, seeing how quickly Dero is starting to get away, is Smith going to be able to come back at that from that? Oh, I don't know. Kate van Deventer, the next one through. Well, great to see Jaden Proctor back up on the bike again. Now that's the second MX1 race. Well, I think now he was lying. He was heading for second place. Got mixed up with the number 284, whatever his number is. Ethan Hoffman. But up and over goes Dero Smith. Then, well, I think the next one is going to be, is it Van Deventer and Vogelsang once again? It is indeed. That's the way they are, and Vogelsang not going to let him go. Now let's just have a look and see if Ethan Hoffman is going to be able to claw his way back up into third place like in the first race. Yikes. Because he did get a podium earlier on. Kate van Deventer and Jan Vogelsang. I reckon I'm gonna feel the wrath of Hoffman very, very soon. Probably in about 3 to 4 laps. I reckon Ethan Hoffman might be able to get through into P3. At the moment, it is Van Deventer who is on the podium. Solid chance for him to keep it there. I know Jakkels Vogelsang is heading for that as well. But here we go, the gap between P1 and 2, pretty much the same, if not just that little bit. Oh, again, Slade Smith has a little bit of a moment. Goes around the right-hander, hits a soft patch, headbutts the handlebar almost. And here we go, the two of them working their way around. I think that's Proctor. Proctor's off again. Yeah, so a little bit of damage on that bike, and well, we'll probably see him back in again. But with so few riders on the track, yeah, you can actually take a bit of a breather, regain your composure, get back up, and you'll still end up about 5th or 6th. But interestingly enough, this is where we are right now. Round the right-hander, Slade Smith, exactly the same distance in behind Cameron Gqeberha. And looking at it, this is not exactly the way it went the first race when I saved the boots on the other foot, but yeah, we'll have a look and see if Slade Smith is able to close that gap and apply the same kind of pressure to Gqeberha as what he did in the race before. So, Van Deventer and Vogelsang. Yeah, Van Deventer and Vogelsang, they are going to be in trouble. I gave it about 3 or 4 laps. It might happen even sooner. So I'm pretty sure that Ethan Hoffman wants to get himself back on the podium. He's got a little bit of work to do to get there, but I think he can make it. Right, let's go back to the sharp end, and down the drop-off goes the two protagonists. Oh, Smith a little bit close. Oh, Smith is down! Smith, a massive tumble from Slade Smith. He came off the jump. He was inching closer to the back end of Gqeberha. But the next thing, it was just out of the saddle, off the bike. The bike rolled. He is back again, but damage done. That is it. All right, let's go back. And now I'm going to have a look and see the battle between the top, well, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place riders, because I'm pretty sure that that's going to change very shortly now. Kate Van Deventer has got P3 at the moment. Jakkels Vogelsang wants it, but I don't think anybody wants it quite as bad as what Ethan Hoffman does. Well, Gqeberha has pretty much, well, he's gone. That's it. He's out of there, and there's just nothing that Slade Smith's going to be able to do about that. So Smith now coming through a relatively distant second compared to what he was a lap ago. Yeah, not able to capitalize on that. So Jaden Proctor back on track again. But here we go, Van Deventer and Vogelsang still together. And oh, 1.9 seconds closer. So it's only going to be a matter of another lap or two before those positions are going to change. Well, a 154 popped in there by Johan Vogelsang. A 152 by Ethan Hoffman, so 2 seconds a lap. And I reckon he's only about 3 seconds behind. So Van Deventer still hanging into P1 as the number 1 machine. Well, I don't want to say he's going to relax now, because yeah, the moment you start relaxing, you lose concentration and make silly mistakes. And I don't think that's in Cameron Gqeberha's DNA, is to take it easy. Maybe the last corner and last jump is where he might roll off the throttle just before the end. But up until then, no ways. Right, I think we need to start focusing on P3, 4, and 5, because Hoffy is there. Ethan Hoffman right there with him. And coming out of the dirt, it is still Kate Van Deventer. Van Deventer still there. Hoffman hasn't managed to get through that. Jakkels Vogelsang tries up the inside. Van Deventer shuts the door. But Ethan Hoffman having a look. Hey buddies, I'm here. I'm knocking on the door. Open up, or I'm going to open it for you. Right, so Vogelsang not allowing Hoffman through. They're involved in a battle of their own right now. And I think Ethan Hoffman just having a look to see which way he's going to go through. Maybe when and where. Oh, very, very quick. Round the outside goes Hoffman. Hoffman goes through on Van Deventer. Cade Van Deventer drops a place. Oh, Cade is not going to be happy with that. Hoffman now pitches to the right. Vogelsang dives up the inside. Hoffy now cuts a little bit closer to the dirt. What are you doing? Now we're going down the hill. Oh, this is a nice little dice. Oh, Vogelsang also tucks to the inside. But round the outside goes Hoffy. All the while this is happening, Cade is looking at this thinking, shucks, why did I let them through? Because now Vogelsang sits with a big, big problem right in behind him. Oh, not anymore, because it looks like Hoffy's through. Yes, he is. He's got through on both Van Deventer and Vogelsang, putting himself back on the podium after that quite high-speed get-together with Jaden Proctor that he had earlier on at the beginning of this one. Oh, my word. So the wind out of the sails in that one. I was just interested to see how long it would take. I knew he would, but it was how long it would take him to be able to get himself back on the podium. Well, Ethan Hoffman has done it. Can he keep it there now? Well, I don't think there's any way that he's going to get up to Slade Smith. Slade's not going to allow that. Slade's going to keep on banging away at these laps. He's going to be pushing as hard as he possibly can to just stay in second and hope. And that's the only thing he can do right now is hope. That Cameron Duro makes some sort of a mistake. Highly unlikely. It doesn't happen often, and it hasn't happened for a hell of a long time. But let's have a look and see. Oh, Cade Van Deventer rolling pretty hard off the throttle now. Jakkels Vogelsang first got through on him. Then it was Hoffman's turn. And then, of course, Hoffy's turn to get through on Johan Vogelsang. And I think, you know, we've got to be realistic about this whole thing. Cameron Duro definitely not going to make any sort of a silly mistake now. He's still riding very, very hard. Judging by his lap times, he's only, I think, about a second and a half off his fastest lap. So consistency pays off. And it also says another thing about him is that, well, he's kind of just staying on the gas. Not going to worry about it. Where Slade Smith, I think, has resigned himself to the fact that, yeah, this is it. This is where I'm staying. Second place. Not going to be able to catch Duro. But I'm also not going to let Ethan Hoffman get through on me. So, yeah. Both of them, Slade Smith and Ethan Hoffman, putting through 153s. So it looks like this might be where Hoffy's going to stagnate down in third place. Not going to be able to get closer to Slade Smith. Up and over goes Smith still. Well, still in the hope that he might be able to get another point on Duro, but I think Duro at the end of the day, oh, just absolutely gone. Yeah, I don't think he didn't know or see, or I don't think he knows what happened. All he did know or was made aware of is that Slade Smith was getting that little bit closer to him. He could probably hear him, and the next thing, well, it sounds weird to say, but a deathly silence. Nothing coming up in behind him. He is all on his own, out in front, taking absolutely no prisoners whatsoever. While Duro flicking himself through the sand pit. Nothing really to touch him right now. It is a little bit of a pity. All the excitement, apart from the battle for third, which transpired after the number 337 went down. That was, what, about 2 laps worth. But as they stand now, pretty much Oh, way, way, way apart. And there's no real dicing. All you can actually say is what we see is that Cameron Duro is just knocking in lap after lap after lap and not making it easy for anybody to get close. I think really still putting in some decent lap times. He has gone about 3 seconds slower from his best time, but he can afford to do that because he very well knows how far Slade Smith is behind him. Smith up and over now. Both of them very, very quick. Ethan Hoffman setting up his fastest time 2 laps ago. But right here, right now, this pretty much looks like it. Duro really flying now. Nothing and no one to catch him. And when he's kind of where he is right now, I think he's in his happy place and oozing with confidence. Looks around, tries to find anybody. I'm wondering if in his mind he's thinking, have I missed the checkered flag? Am I the only one on the track? Right he goes. Heading up to the top of the hill. Well, not right at the top, but keeps on going. Round the left-hander. Comes down the drop-off. Going to be pushing very, very hard. Here we go. Down the hill, down the drop-off. Not long to go. And that's going to be race 3, win 3 for Cameron Duro. Well, there's going to be one more for him after this one. So, up he goes. And Duro still king of the dirt. Rides each track to its merits. And I think that, looking at the track this morning, he must have thought to himself, oh yeah, I can do it. He's done it before, and well, he's done it again. So Smith through in second, third place Ethan Hoffman. Well, I can quite safely say taking it a little bit easy, but I'm guessing he's going to be a little bit anar tomorrow, because yeah, you don't you don't get involved in a crash like that and not feel it the next day. So happy that he got himself back on the podium, and I just don't think that anything much is going to change from there on in. So P1 it is Cameron Duro, P2 Slade Smith, P3 it is Ethan Hoffman, P4 Johan Vogelsang, P5 Cade van Deventer. Unfortunately, we lost the number 81, Jaden Proctor, earlier on. Well, it was a bit of a pity, to be honest, because yeah, I was just expecting, and I think maybe therein lies a little bit of a concern, because the expectations on Jaden Proctor might have been put across to him not in the right way. And I think he wanted to try and prove himself this time that he could rock with the front runners. It is unfortunate that it didn't happen, but yeah, I know he's going to be back. MX2 still looming at the end of the day. So waiting for that one with interest. But there's still a lot of racing to go today, folks. And if you have tuned in a little bit late, welcome to round 5 of the TRP Distributors Red Bull ZA Venture Sport South African National Championship at Rover MX in Gqeberha. Welcome to one and all. But if you've been here all day, you pretty much know by now that up until this race, up until now, the racing has been absolutely phenomenal. Some of the best racing I've seen at any national, anywhere across the country. It has just been brilliant. Now, at the moment, it is a little bit sort of, I don't want to say stagnating, but I guess that's the correct word to use, where P1 is in P1, but by a country mile, and so too with P2, P3, 4, 5, and 6. No challenges, no dicing, and it kind of detracts from the actual sport because it's like they're all out there having their own individual practice and nothing really to ride for. Trust me though, these guys are putting it out there 10 tenths, maybe 9 tenths now with Cameron Duro, but quite possibly, well, I don't say quite possibly, yeah, I'm guessing South Africa's top rider right now, him, Smith. There's very little in the likes to catch him, but it's going to come. It's going to come and it's going to happen. Oh, what is Trey going to do in the MX2 class? What is Cameron going to do in the MX2 class? And looking at it, Duro, Proctor, Smith, a lot of the guys that are riding MX1 now also in the MX2 class. So effectively that is 6 times out on track in one day at full chat. Now that needs to be done. The level of fitness that these guys have is just, yeah, something different. In a completely different fitness zone to pretty much anybody else standing around the track watching. Right, so it is last lap time for Cameron Duro. Slade Smith gone through, checked it out and thought, yeah, I did try so hard, but it just wasn't to be. And maybe, you know, it's all too late now, yeah, for sure. But what would have happened had Proctor not have bumped into the back end of Hoffman? Had Proctor not have gone down, had Hoffman not have gone down, I reckon that could have been a pretty interesting dice as well. That would have meant that Proctor could have been dicing for third with Hoffman. But the mere fact that they were very close right up the front could have meant that there could have been a change to the position and the order that they're in right now. Didn't happen. It is unfortunate, but it is checkered flag for Cameron Duro. Takes the win. That is 3 out of 3 so far for Cameron Duro. There's, today he's just, I don't know, in a different level, different zone, different mindset. After his first race where he battled and rode brilliantly well to apply enough pressure on the back end of Slade Smith to get the win away from him. Yeah, he's just moved up a level from there. Right, Slade Smith finishing his ride now in P2. Well, there was nothing he could do after he, on the lowest side of the track, right there at the big tree bend, he was just, I don't know, maybe cross-rutted the bike as he landed it. The front washed out from underneath him and threw him off, and then bike cartwheeled in behind him. Didn't take him long to get back up in the saddle again. But that was about it. That's all you need. You just need a little mistake. Something small. It takes you 5-6 seconds to get back on the bike. As Ethan Hoffman finishes his ride, 5-6 seconds to get back on the bike. But it's that 5-6 seconds that breaks the race for you, because if you're pretty much on the same sort of lap times that the leader is, that's it. You're done. Right, so the top 3, Cameron Duro, Slade Smith, Ethan Hoffman. Oh, right, guys, here it is. Time for the 85s. Oh, and this is another one. Well, is Brodie Bircher going to be able to... I don't know how he did it I'm going to try and figure that one out, to be very, very honest with you. Brodie Bircher pulled out, I don't know, a massive gap within a lap or two. But are the rest of the pack going to allow this? I see Aiden Retief is back a little bit Einar from his previous tumble. But let's wait and see. Well, we're going to watch the whole shot with interest. VP Race Gas, whole shot up for grabs. So, all understarters orders now. Right, watch the 15-second board, then the 5. We all know what happens after that. Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. Oh, massive start from the outside. Well, going to try and pick up who that is. Oh, it's Bircher. It is Bircher. Right, up and over. Bircher just absolutely rails it around the outside. And yeah, just doesn't look like anybody's going to get close enough right from the get-go. Try though they may. Well, we'll wait and see. What is up with this young man? Brodie Bircher has just smashed away from them. And look who's up into second. That is the number 42. And yeah, I think my guess is that he is, well, he's, got a little bit bogged in the middle of this jump, but he can see the back end of Brodie Bircher, and Retief is going to try. He is pretty good on his own home track. But is the pain going to play a role? I sincerely hope not. I know he's gritting his teeth right now thinking, I've got to try, I've got to do it. I've got to move on this. Cannot let Bircher get away like he did in the first race. I'm sure they're all going to try and stay with him, but yeah, like, I don't want to say history repeating itself, but Bircher, Retief, now Wolves is also somebody to watch out for, as well as Ross McKenzie. Ross McKenzie just pipping Wolves at the death in the previous race, so, yeah, it could be different this time round, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna go quite the way you planned. Let's have a look and see, because here is Aiden Retief. Oh, yeah, thanks. Well, what is gonna go down here? Oh, so close. Oh, I think that's Wolves that's gone down, the 3-4-5. What? Raiden Wolves was so quick. Well, he didn't take long on the deck, but, well, he's handed third place over. I think that's Ross McKenzie on the number 85. But here we go. It's, yeah, kind of Aiden Retief right up the back of Brodie Bircher. This could be interesting. I don't think Brodie Bircher was quite expecting this, because already before this lap is over, or before this lap even was halfway through, Aiden Retief sort of stuffed his nose in on the bottom side of the track to tell Brodie, I'm here, bud. And yeah, you're going to battle a little bit. Right, up and over comes Bircher, and just taking it a little bit easy. Getting out of the saddle ever so slightly. Aiden Retief still setting pace. And Ross McKenzie, the next one through. Raiden Wolves, after that, a little bit of a tumble. Yeah, he's going to be right back at him again. And a little bit further back, it is Seth van der Walt. Seth van der Walt also pretty quick around here, but yeah, just not as quick as what he'd like to be. So let's go and find our leaders again. They should be coming down off the top side of the track on the back straightaway. And we'll see how close they are then. Well, I'm pretty sure that Aiden Retief is going to try and get through on Bircher, in pain or not. Gqeberha now across the line. Well, I did say it. I did say it. And here it is. Oh, here it is. Oh, my word, how this is going to turn. Phew. Well, Aiden Retief, welcome back. Ha! Right, there we go. Round the left-hander. Okay. There again, the heart stops. Starts making a little bit more headway, but this is where it's going to go down. And once again, it's at the front of the pack. Yes, there are some little dices a little bit further back down the pack, but I think this is the interesting one. A lot of people are going to be sitting, watching this one, thinking, I wonder where it's going to end. Aiden Retief has shot past Brodie Bircher, and Bircher hasn't got an answer just yet. What does this do to Bircher's confidence? Oh, look where you see there. Now, there's half the race won already. There's kind of the people on the top here wishing Aiden Retief well, but I think Brodie Bircher's looking at this thinking, oh, I've got to regroup, I've got to try and get back at him after such a huge victory in race one. Well, it comes down to this. And yeah, this is not where Bircher wants to be, albeit he is quite a handsome gap, 22 points ahead in the championship. But yeah, unfortunately it's not going to happen after this race that Aiden Retief is going to claw some points back, because I think Aiden Retief in his first race had some really big trouble, but he is back in race 2, and I think this is what everybody was waiting for. Quite rightly so. I think he's got his head screwed on right. He's now concentrating very hard, and yeah, he did say, I'm in a little bit of pain, but you know what? I'll ride through it. And that's exactly what he's doing. No, on the other hand, looking at it this way, Brodie also, is he now thinking, I've got to be sensible about this thing. I don't have to chase and race Aiden Retief. I really don't have to. Albeit that when you're out in front, yes, it's nice to stay there. But if somebody as fast as Aiden comes past you and you've really got to ride hard to stay there, is the juice worth the squeeze? He has got maximum points in the first race. He will, by the end of today, if it stays the way it is, still pull out an overall win. But yeah, that's maybe where it is now. The sensible thing to do is just not back off the throttle, but just take it easy. Second is fine. I'll win the day. I'm happy with that. I don't have to push as hard and possibly lose out too many points. Aiden Retief up and over. Next one through, it is the number 30. Brilliant ride from Brodie Bircher. But like I said, I think sensible, very sensible from him now. Taking it easy. I'm happy to finish second. Take nothing away, let's be honest, from Aiden Retief at all. He has, well, I think proven that it matters not how you fall. It matters how you get up and what you do afterwards. That is important. I think lesson learned there by Retief. He's just got on and is sticking to the job at hand. Yeah, one of life's lessons as well. Learned again. So pushing very hard now as Aiden Retief. I think, also having a look at this, wanting maybe to prove a point that, yeah, Bircher was lucky in the first race because I fell, because I got Einar. I'll show you this time around, and that's exactly what he came out to do. So I think in the back of his mind somewhere, his body's telling him, you're in a bit of pain, Chana. But his head's telling him, not now, I don't want to know. I'm not interested. But a wonderful performance from the number 42 right from the get-go. And I think this really is what the guys were looking for out of Aiden Retief today, is how are you going to come back? Are you? And oh, the answer is right there. But Brodie Bircher, I don't want to say he's still a threat because he is quite a long way back at the moment. But yeah, we'll just hope that Retief keeps up the good work in this one. You can see he's not really wanting to jump anything massive. So he is taking it a little bit easy, where Brodie Bircher sensibly sticking around in second place, not letting third get any closer. All that be said and done, I think Ross McKenzie is not going to be able to get close enough. Anyway, Raiden Wills, he's got to kind of keep Raiden Wills at bay, because Raiden got through on him in the previous race, but only for a short while, because came back at him for P3 at the end of it all. So it was, at the end of it, a very, very good first race. The second one, well, not as interesting, but exciting nonetheless. Right, so coming through, reeling off another lap now, the number 801 of Seth van der Walt. He's quite a ways behind Raiden Wills. So having a look at the top four, I think you can put them in a group. They pretty much disappeared into the distance. Didn't pull out the lead that Brodie Bircher had in the first race. Let's be honest, he evaporated away from, I think he disappeared, gone. And there was nobody to catch him in the first race. This time around, boots on the other foot now. And I think Brodie realized it when, yes, he got the whole shot, fair enough. But then he knew, the guys are on my case. I cannot afford to make a mistake. He didn't make a mistake. What effectively happened is that Aiden Retief decided to turn up the wick and just check out. Great start from Aiden Retief. Max points in this one for now. So I think he'll be pretty happy with himself now. I don't know whether he finished or didn't finish the first race. But yeah, and lost out on some valuable points in that first race, which he's making up for now. So just a little bit of, I don't want to say extra news, but yeah, I was informed that just before the start of this one, don't expect big things from Aiden Retief. I had a chat, and I was kind of thinking, really? Do you really think that's going to, do you really think a little bit of pain, well, not a little bit of pain, a lot of pain is actually going to kind of make him hang back? Yeah, not these kids. No, they built like rocks. These guys are, and to prove it, there it is, the number 42 out in front. In second place, Brodie Bircher. Yeah, I must be honest, I think he is pretty smart in hanging around in P2, not overexerting himself, not overpressurizing himself. Also, got to say, happy in the knowledge that if he stays there, he still won the day. He still actually increases his lead at the top of the table, because nobody has managed to get close. 22 points ahead. Hey, that's not quite the right place to go. Yeah, no. Oh, no. Now he's got hooked up in the Motor-X blimp. Well, is he going to get back on track? Yes, he is. Well, a little bit of a problem there, but nothing serious. Just kind of overshot the berm. I think that was Lawrence Erasmus, who misplaced his GPS. But here we go again. Over and reeling off another lap. Just getting a bit more and a bit more of a gap. So, Aiden Retief leads out over Brodie Bircher, over Ross McKenzie, Raiden Wills. Here comes Ross McKenzie. Raiden Wills, well, he has kind of dropped a little bit back, not too much, but I think it would have been a lot more exciting had he not have put the bike down coming out of the bottom sand pit round that big tree bend. Had he not have put it down, well, it might have been a little bit different. Not much, maybe, but it would have been a little bit closer between himself and Ross McKenzie, albeit that Ross managed to do exactly that after dumping it or making a bit of a mistake coming back at Raiden. Well, I actually think had Raiden have known that Ross McKenzie is breathing down his neck, he might not have rolled off the throttle that soon going into the turn, got onto the throttle a little bit earlier coming out of the turns, and that might have been a bit different, but I just don't think he knew how close Ross McKenzie was. So, still heading further and further away now. It is Aiden Retief. And right from the get-go, let's have a look, knowing that he is a local boy, and I think on his shoulders early morning, he already got that feeling that the guys were looking at him to make it, to really pull out a win here today. He got the whole shot, he got away, but for a short period of time, and unfortunately, one little tumble cost him that race. So, up and over he comes now, and it is last lap time for Aiden Retief. Lawrence Erasmus across now, and just a bit further back, it is Brodie Bircher. But yeah, you can see he's happy with second. I don't think that there's much in that one. He's pretty happy that second is the best. He knows he's won the day. Ross McKenzie, on the other hand, it is last lap time, so he can't really take it easy because Raiden Wills is he's just going to be on it and on it and on it every single solitary lap, and that's how it's been right from the start. And yeah, a bit of a pity that Raiden put it down earlier on, got himself into a spot of bother, and it just, when two riders are that close to each other pace-wise, yeah, one small mistake and that's it. Pretty much game over. But it was not to be for Aiden Retief this time round. Didn't get the start that he wanted. He did look at the back end of the number 30 thinking, you know what, I saw what you did in the first heat, and let's be fair, I let you. But this time, no, not going to do it, not going to make it easy for you. Applied the pressure, and rightfully, wrongfully, I don't know. But yeah, then Brodie Bircher, I don't want to say made it easy for Aiden Retief to get through, because Aiden had to work. Trust me, he had to work very, very hard to get through on Bircher. But when Bircher, he stuck with him a little bit for about a lap or two, and then after that thought, oh no, just, yeah, leave him, let him go. Let him go, sensible thing to do. But it is checkered flag time for the number 42. Aiden Retief takes the win. Yeah, very, very happy, and I think a lot of proud moms, dads, friends, buddies, uncles, aunts, all very, very happy with his performance. Brodie Bircher up and over, great, sensible performance from him. And Ross McKenzie will be the next one through as the rest of the pack finish off their ride. Here comes Ross McKenzie, here comes Raiden Wills. Raiden did get closer, but he just not close enough. Too little, too late. But gosh, what a race, what a ride, what excitement. Pretty cool. I really, really enjoyed the energy at the top here. Everybody was behind, well, I say everybody, most of the guys up here were behind Aiden Retief for the win, and he did not disappoint. So well done, first place Aiden Retief. Well done, second place Brodie Bircher. Well done, third place on the podium, Ross McKenzie. Right, the rest of the guys finishing their ride. Seth van der Walt, Aiden Fisher, Hanru Duplessis, Owen Graven, picking up the pace nicely. Lawrence Erasmus after that little bit of a tumble he had. Matthew Gqeberha, Liam Canny, Marcus de Kok, Nate Gqeberha. Well, I guess that's short for Nathan. Thomas Miller, Mason Barnes, Adam Mayer and Quade Walker. Quade also, gosh, what a battle at the end of it all. Yeah. Couldn't get the machine started, and well, that's the second time today. But in essence, up to now, a great national. Well run. Yes, fair enough, we are running a little bit late, a little bit behind schedule. But it happens, yeah. It's not a train smash. There'll still be light for this race to finish. Once again, a big thanks to the sponsors bringing today to you the National... Mayor? What was that, Adam? Okay. I just wanted everybody to know my name just as I came across the finish line. No, take it with you. Adam Mayer finishing his right at the end. Not in the most ceremonious of fashions, but nonetheless. Give us a wave, Adam. Adam, give us a wave. Come, Adam, wave. Right, he gets his race finished. So that about wraps it up for the 85s. 2 heats done and dusted. And unofficially, from my side, well, it's been a brilliant day's racing so far. And I think Brodie Bircher bringing home the laurels. He will be on the top of the blocks with a red plate tonight. Unofficially, I say. Please don't take what I say as fact. Ever. Well, I've kind of figured out how this place rocks up here on top on the deck. The more people up here, you can think that it is, okay, 65s, not so many, 85s, a little bit more, 125s, yeah, there's quite a few. MX1, lots. MX2, lots of people. MX3 vets and support, there's hardly anybody here. I feel almost alone. Nothing wrong with these guys, they're just as interesting. Right, a whole lot of them. Gates drop. And let's have a look and see if Craig Kruger is going to pull anything out of the bag here, or is it going to be the number 73 of Wheeler? Oh, could it be? Well, is that the 140? Did he get the whole shot? Wow. Janssen van Rensburg, what a start. Check this out. So, I can almost put my head on a block that Zach is going to try and do a little bit better. There's 2 starts here now. So Wheeler up and at him, out of there. So I don't think really they could have all jumped onto the bandwagon and got going. Brandon Wheeler flat out getting away from Morne Janssen van Rensburg. But for how long? Morne Janssen van Rensburg probably going to be in a spot of bother from Craig Kruger just in about a lap or 2. But I did see that the 144 got the whole shot. Morne Janssen van Rensburg just pulled it all out. But it is not only that. Craig Kruger, wow, way back. And while he's having fun, that's, I think, most importantly, 3 different starts here, MX3, or 2 different starts, MX3, and then the support class. So now it's up to the support class riders to try and play catch up onto the back end of the MXC. That being the actual national class. Brandon Wheeler, well, meaning business right from the get-go. Morne Janssen van Rensburg did get the whole shot, but he wasn't able to keep it there. Brandon Wheeler squeezing around the outside. Got into the lead, and, well, he's pretty much checking out of this one right now. Going round now, and I think he knows that Janssen van Rensburg isn't going to be able to get closer to him. He's in a little bit of a comfort zone, albeit that he doesn't like the track. Why? You win on a track you don't like, you win on a track you like. What's the difference? You win anyway. Right, so Wheeler, well, he pulled the pin right from the get-go, and he's just checking out of this one. Morne Janssen van Rensburg. I think that's Ross up behind him. Not too sure, but it looks like it. So down the drop-off they come, all setting chase after the number 73, but not gonna catch him. Not now. Up and over goes Wheeler, having quite the jaw. Morne Janssen van Rensburg on the 144. No. Up and over he goes. Yeah, and as I thought, coming up and over now, it is the number 15 in the hands of Jonathan Deploy. I was waiting for him to come up a little bit closer to the front. Matt Lockhart Ross also in the hunt there, but have a look how quickly Craig Kruger is coming up through the pack. He's like kind of putting on those 3 or 4 laps of absolute burst and come through the pack. He's in behind Deploy. Zach Gulliver also putting in some very, very quick laps. Just having a look at the lap time, I'm very curious to find out what the first actual lap is going to be for Brandon Wheeler. See if he's in and around similar pace to the MX2 class. Not too sure whether he will be, but he could be pretty close, that's for sure. Oh, Janssen van Rensburg tried everything, but when you're doing a lap approximately 10 seconds down on the leader, or a lap and a half, let's say, let's be fair about this whole thing, because they don't count the first time they come around here, they count only the second time. So it's basically a lap and a half that they do before they start counting their actual laps. So a lap and a half counts as one lap, and then they just carry on from there. But it really, to be fair, doesn't matter, because they race with time and then a lap. So it doesn't matter how many laps they do, they can do one lap in the allotted time, plus half a lap or plus a lap. So 2 laps in total and you can still win it. So it doesn't really matter. But Wheeler just out there, just loving every minute of it and relishing the fact that, well, he is pretty much the quickest rider out there. And I think maybe not the quickest, but the pretty much fastest and fittest. Put the two together and you've got a nice complete rider there, because through now up into now P3, it is Craig Kruger. Oh, there goes Zach Gulliver. Zach Gulliver having a good chase as well. So will Gully be able to pull anything out of the bag? Let's wait and see. So sitting on the back end of Craig Kruger. Behind them it's Jonathan Deploy. Behind him Matthew Lockhart Ross. Keegan Deploy, the next one through, Lario De Toy, Warwick Peters, Jason Hill, Daniel Forbes, Pieter van Wyk, Johan Horrock, and Andrew Pretorius. So I've got to have a chat with Johan Horrock when he comes off, or a little bit later when my job is done, which is only later, much later. Yeah. But like I said, I think each and every one of these support riders just out there having a jaw, and they are part of the excitement, part of the entertainment, part of the national here at Rover. and some of them are pretty quick. I did see Royce Griffin earlier on. I was wondering maybe he'd be on a bike, but it wasn't to be. So unfortunately, Royce Griffin not out there, but that would have been quite interesting to see, because he is still, for my mind, a very, very, very quick rider. Yeah, so many of these riders that have come and gone, come back again, then disappeared, then came back again, then moved down to Cape Town for some rhyme or reason, and is now back in Port Elizabeth, or Gqeberha, coming back here, carrying on his career. So, yeah, it's just weird that they make so many comebacks and then disappear again. But great seeing the family earlier on. Here we go. Gqeberha. Up and over he goes, getting through on Morne Janssen van Rensburg and on Craig Kruger. Yeah, but to be honest, I think every single national, I think there was one that that Craig Kruger didn't take part in, either in MX3, MX3 Masters, Grandmasters, whatever you want to call it. There was one that he didn't do, and I think it might have been in East London, to be honest. I think it might have been in East London, the only one that he didn't do, and yeah, every single race after that he's been back again. Always saying, yeah, I'm done with this, and I'm too tired, and I'm too old, and yeah, really? I don't think so. Pretty much got Jeremy McGrath's sentiment, gonna ride until I can't ride anymore. That's why he's back on the bike and out there loving every minute of it. So again, Gqeberha has moved up a place in behind Brandon Wheeler, but unfortunately not quite close enough to get up to Brandon Wheeler, and I don't think he's also not going to be able to, if he does close on him, Brandon's just going to take one look and say, yeah, I think I'll turn up the wick just a little bit more and keep you behind me, because Brandon is that guy who's used to winning. He knows how to do it, done it many, many times before. Leads out the MX3 Vets Championship standings in the National at the moment. So, yeah, it's not really going to make much difference whether he does allow Zach through or not, because he'll still take the overall double victory in his class and walk away with a red plate tonight. Everything stays the way it is right now. Morne Janssen van Rensburg still hanging about there in second position. And I think Deploy in P3 in the MX3 Vets class. Jonathan Deploy, it is indeed. Oh, Craig Kruger second in the support class. Gqeberha has pretty much checked out of that little dice. And third in the support class, it is Daniel Forbes. And then in fourth, Peter van Wyk. So still a couple of laps to go for the support MX3 and MX3 Vets class. And some entertaining riding from each and every class out there. Brandon Wheeler, of course, setting the place alight right from the start, putting in 2 big laps, and I think that just breaking everybody, making sure that they don't get close to him so he can take it easy for the next couple of laps, seeing as he doesn't like the track. Yeah, I think he'll come off of today saying, I actually do like the track. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. But take nothing away from anybody here today. Each and every one of them, whether you've come first, whether you've come last, I can pretty much sum it up by saying you rode as fast as you could, you did as well as you could. Right, only a few more laps to go for the number 73. They'll probably be coming out shortly. Well, they are already on their way. The last lap board will be coming out now for Brandon Wheeler to signal one more lap to go, bud, and then your day is done. And I think also for all the other guys in this class, Day's done. We're going to have 2 more races after this one. The ladies are up next after this. Another interesting one. Let's have a look and see if Osna's going to be able to pull anything special out of the bag with Gqeberha and Bam. But here we go, last lap time for the number 73, Brandon Wheeler. Comes round, 1 lap to go. And that to complete a rather successful day here at Rover MX in Gqeberha. So I think they've all really had a good jaw. Craig Kruger, just coming round ahead of Morna Janssen from Rensburg. Quite a cool ride for each and every one of them. And yeah, you know what? I don't care whether they're in support class. They've all done brilliantly well. They might not be as fast. Well, some of them are. But, yeah, great to have had them here. So winding down now on the MX3 Vets and Senior Support class. Ladies down on the line. Let's have a look and see how they're going to go. And I'm really hoping for an exciting race out of them before heading into the MX2 final grand finale of the day, which always is lucky to have a good race right at the end. I think well planned. And we're going to rock this joint for the last race of the day after the ladies, which is up next. So Brandon Wheeler pretty much 2/3 of the way round. Four corners to go, 4 jumps to go. And that's going to be that for Brandon Wheeler. He is taking it very, very easy now. Happy in the knowledge that there's nobody near him, nobody to mount a challenge. And that's going to be pretty much that. Right, Morna Janssen from Rensburg still lies second in the MX3 class. Gulliver's through, but a brilliant, brilliant performance from the number 73. Takes the win. 2 out of 2 for him for today. Well done to Brandon Wheeler. Well, second place, it's going to be Morna Janssen from Rensburg, MX3 Vets. Leading out in the senior support class. Well done, Zach Gulliver. Great to see all these guys here. Yeah, Craig Kruger, second in the support class. Morna Janssen from Rensburg. Oh, he did try so hard right from the get-go. He hole-shotted and then managed to let it slip away from him. Albeit that I think Brandon Wheeler's just a little bit slimmer. Maybe a little bit fitter. I don't know. Maybe that's half the reason. Down to the ladies class. Yeah, deep down I'm actually quite excited to see what's going to happen here. Well, we saw the first race. Mackenzie Bam didn't get the start that she wanted, but she ended up the way she wanted. Gqeberha, well, a good second for her. But the lady on a mission in that race was the number 1, Jessica Osna. And yeah, I just hope nothing goes wrong with her race right from the get-go, as it did before. She had to fight all the way from, gosh, 7th position. She was virtually stone last. Pretty much do what Tristan Duro did in the previous race. Yeah, that was just mind-boggling as well. But let's keep our eyes open on the next race. That, the National Heat 2, Round 5, Motocross Nationals. Right, getting ready for the off. Oh, this, an interesting one. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Bam, Osner, Gqeberha, Parks, all of them. Wow. Let's have a look and see. Oh, my word. Right from the get-go, is that Gqeberha? No, it's not. Yes, it is. Looks like Gqeberha with a massive start now. Bam and Osner are not going to let this happen, that I can promise you. They're looking at this thinking, no, it wasn't Gqeberha either. Hang on a minute. Well, trying to pick up that number. Was that Caitlin Parks that just actually shot away from everybody? No, it can't be. Well, up and over. Oh. Red flag, okay, so it was Caitlin Parks. Something must have gone wrong at the gates, because, yeah. Right, that's, thank you very much. So, red flag, I was kind of confused as to how that happened. But yeah, now we know the gates malfunctioned, and they're all going to go back and do it all over again. Now, we've got to be fair. We've got to make sure everybody has a fair chance of getting a whole shot. Well, earlier we saw the whole shots brought to you by VP Race Gas, Jürgen Adler, who put up 500 Rand per class for the 50s, 65s and 85s. VP Race Gas, big thanks to you guys. Yeah, it just makes things just a little bit more exciting. I mean, I'm either going to ride Get Nothing, a trophy, or I'm going to get 500 bucks if a whole shot. Smash it. Go for it. Well, nothing left, bro. Throw caution to the wind right at the start. Then you can back off a little bit if you know you're not the fastest. All right, let's see if we can get it right this time. See, ladies are more popular than MX3 by the looks of things. Or they're just all sort of gathering up here for MX2. Am I correct? What? Watching that? Cool. I know.
Currently, camera 2 is sitting on 44%.
Right, so let's watch what is going to go down here. Hopefully the gates properly this time. Oh, they're all like, now that, what goes through a rider's mind when you had the start, you're gone, you're done, and there's a red flag. Now you've got to do it all over again. I got such a good start, now I've got to try and do it again. Why? That's not fair. Well, if you think you can do it again, then do it again. Ooh, here we go. Butterflies flying on the start line. But the moment that gate drops, I think that all out of the window. You don't know of anything or anyone else. Focus. Just as much hard work goes into these ladies as what goes into the rest of them. Okay, breathe nicely. Breathe in, breathe out. Woos up. No, you can't. You've got a helmet on. And let's hit the track. Gates are down. They drop good this time round. Oh, up on the back wheel, and here we go again. Oh, Mackenzie Bam. Has she made it stick this time? Well, well, well. Look at Gqeberha. Gqeberha's in the hunt as well. Looks like she's gone up the inside. The number 16 getting through. But who's going to come out of this one on top? Gqeberha comes down the hill very quickly indeed and has got a little bit of a gap. She's not going to stand back for anybody. Mackenzie Bam lying down in P3 at the moment. Oh, slips up the inside. Where is Jessica Osner? Here comes Gqeberha. Here comes Bam. And Caitlin Parks, the next one through. Great start, and there is Jessica Osner. Well, 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 this could be interesting. Now, if I look back at the previous race, about 4 laps in, Jessica Osner was on a charge, and she was trying her absolute best to get up to grips with Mackenzie Bam. She left it a little bit late, had a bit of a bad start, but unfortunately, but no, it wasn't going to work. Bam is pushing hard. Gqeberha just ahead of her. This is interesting because I think the gap stayed pretty much the same. Gqeberha has now got a bit of a mindset change by the looks of things. Oh, Jessica Osner still hasn't managed to get through on Parks. But round they come, and Bam is right there with Gqeberha. Gqeberha can hear her. That familiar, but it shouldn't be familiar. She wants to get out of there, does Gqeberha. But Bam is not even interested in anything other than taking the win. Whoa! Up on the back wheel. Did she manage to keep it there? Yes. But dropped off a little bit. I think got a little bit of a fright. Got out of line. And that let Gqeberha get away from her ever so slightly. Gqeberha, Bam. And now it looks like it could be Osner who's put it up to P3. Yes, she has passed Caitlin Parks. But now Gqeberha and Bam having a lovely little dice. Oh, Gqeberha getting out of there a little bit smarter than what Mackenzie Bam did. But I don't think Mackenzie's going to let it rest right there. Up and over goes Gqeberha. Through goes Bam. Next one up, Jessica Osner. And her and Caitlin Parks still having a bit of a bump and a grind. Going up the hill. Parks still there. Osner getting closer and closer once again. She did stick her nose in underneath the rear wheel of Parks just for a short bit. But I think Parks then thought, whoa, I'm not going to let this happen. Through goes Parks. There comes Osner. And the longer Jessica takes to get through on Caitlin Parks, the further Gqeberha and Bam are going to get away. But here's an interesting... Oh, no! Gqeberha goes down, and Mackenzie Bam goes around the outside, probably with a big grin on her face. Maybe. I know that's not maybe the right thing to say, but I would. Somebody's ahead of me, they fall. It wasn't me. But here they go, up the hill, it goes Mackenzie Bam. And, well, I hate to say it, but it looks like that's that. Now, can Osner and Parks get up to grips and onto the back end of Gqeberha? Big question. One of which I do not know the answer, and I'm not even going to hazard a guess. So, Bam, Gqeberha, Parks, Osner, the first 4. This is where I thought it was going to come from. Genevieve Edwards a little bit further back, then Kellyanne Gulliver and Zoe Buerta. Kellyanne Gulliver, Zoe Buerta, both, I think they're both on 125s if my memory serves me correctly, so they're going to be in each other's hair for probably right from the start, right to the end, as it was in race 1. All right, Mackenzie Bam still heads up pretty quickly, getting further and further away from Gqeberha. I don't think Gqeberha's actually got that much of a problem because not Parks or Osner are getting anywhere close to the back end of Gqeberha. In actual fact, it looks like Gqeberha might just be getting away ever so slightly. But hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Here we go. This seems to be something interesting developing now, that Genevieve Edwards is not hanging about. It looks like she was starting to get that a little bit closer to the back end of Osner. Maybe a error of parallax, to be fair. But here we go. Osner getting through. Has she made it up the inside of Parks? No, she hasn't. Oh, this is close. Caitlin Parks still there. Jessica Osner in behind Caitlin Parks, and Parks is not taking this lying down. She knows that Jessica's quick, but in her head, right here, right now, she's quicker. Right, so Parks up and over, and here comes Jessica Osner, and she just looks a little bit faster than Parks. Oh, was that like I'll just jump past you, no problem. She's on the inside and on the brakes and through. Oh, Caitlin gets hooked up. So too does Osner on the outside. What happens as they come down the hill? It's still Jessica Osner. Caitlin Parks around the outside. Has she done it? No, she hasn't. Jessica Osner zips up the inside, but now up the hill. Let's have a look and see what happens. This is interesting stuff. Who'd have thought? Oh, Parks again. Oh, look at the pace. Parks up the inside. Jessica Osner. What was she in the wrong gear? Oh, she just had the flat out open, but the bike seemed to be bogging ever so slightly, and Parks came back at her. So she's got to do it all over again. Or has she? No, she doesn't. Osner has managed to stay just ahead of Caitlin Parks. So Osner in P3, solid P3 right now, but for how long? Right, so Gqeberha up and over, and I think that is Kellyanne Gulliver next up. But here we go, Caitlin Parks, you can see she's not happy. She is not happy in any way. Oh, look at this, she got past. I was almost there, she almost got back at her going on the back straightaway, but I think because Jessica was up the inside, it might be that she caught a nice little berm, railed it, and got a gap from Caitlin Parks. But Osner's on it now, and she's checking out of that one. Still, I just don't think she's going to be able to get closer to Gqeberha. I may be wrong, but I think Gqeberha has got a substantial gap over third place, Jessica Osner. And oh, Parks just trying to get that little bit closer. She is quicker over the jump coming down the hill, and does roll on right up onto the back end of Osner. But I think Osner a little bit more clever as she goes round the berm. She doesn't slow down as much, takes that middle line, which gives her a little bit more pace coming up the hill. A little bit quicker up the hill than what Parks is. Up and over she goes, and that's pretty much where it was done, is that Jessica Osner slams the step up. Yeah, and Caitlin's still a little bit wary of it. Just rolls off ever so slightly, not gonna clear it. But maybe that is exactly where it happened. Right, going back to the front again, still in the hands of Mackenzie Bam. Gqeberha, next one through. Oh, then it is Jessica Osner. Comes up very nicely. Had a lovely little dice with Caitlin Parks, but it wasn't to be. Kellyanne Gulliver, Genevieve Edwards. So Genevieve Edwards must have had a little bit of a moment, because she was doing very, very well. I won't say getting closer to the back end of Osner and Parks, but you know, there or thereabouts. And now she's gone down to Kellyanne Gulliver. So Kellyanne has picked up 2 places. She got past Gqeberha and she got past Genevieve Edwards. How that happened, I'm sure Kellyanne is very, very happy with herself and gonna keep on pushing as hard as she can. I think she's just gone a lap down to Gqeberha. But that be said and done, it matters not. Position stays the same, but it is Mackenzie Bam who's absolutely flying away with this one. And there's just nothing and no one to stop her. Mackenzie Bam pushes hard. Gqeberha still there. Then quite a long wait before we get to Jessica Osner. Oi, Gqeberha. Well, to be honest, the track is very, very rough coming out of that turn. Have a look at the way the track looks after the ladies' race, and then go and have a look at it at the end of the MX2 race. You will more than likely see 3 distinct lines coming out of that corner after MX2, where you're going to go the outside line, you're going to go in the middle, or you're going to try and go a little bit wider and then cut in and come out on the inside. So that being the third line. Which one is quicker? Well, I don't know. Oh. Some heart-stopping. These ladies are also just as rough as us guys. Huh? Right. Bam, Gqeberha, Osner, Parks. Kellyanne Gulliver on the 107. Up and over she comes. And then, oh, Genevieve Edwards. Oh. Go, stay on that side of the, no. That wasn't quite the way to do it. Managed to keep it on the track though, thank goodness. Otherwise she might have ended up in the, well, in the jury room, I guess. But yeah, she kept it on track. Well done, Genevieve Edwards. But she's still setting chase after the number 107 of Kellyanne Gulliver, who's I don't know how she, I think maybe Genevieve Edwards got a little bit pear-shaped. So too did Zoe Gqeberha, because Zoe was going very nicely. She was ahead of Kellyanne, and then Genevieve Edwards was ahead of Zoe. So now all of a sudden the order's completely flipped around. So things went a little bit pear-shaped for both Zoe and Genevieve. Brought Kellyanne Gulliver just that little bit closer to the front, well, ahead of them, and now they're all chasing her back again. And interestingly enough, they haven't managed to get closer. Oh, is that the last lap board already? How many laps do these ladies do? I mean, surely they get the same amount of laps as us guys, hey? Well, when I say us, not me, no, the guys that actually ride. All right, Bam, up and over, and it is last lap time for Mackenzie, who stays that same distance ahead of Gqeberha, who did honestly try as hard as she could right at the beginning of this one. But just, gosh, it was Mackenzie just that little bit too quick. Gqeberha up and over the step up. Zoe Gqeberha, unfortunately a lap down, comes round to start her last lap. But P3, the number 1, Jessica Osner. Oh, hang on a minute. What? Where are we going? Are we back now to where we were about 3 laps ago? Jessica Osner, you're in trouble, girl, because, well, here again comes Caitlin Parks. Now, is Caitlin going to now try this step up, or is she going to roll off the throttle just ahead? She can actually smell a podium in front of her. Oh, Osner is going to no, she doesn't. Whoa, hang on a minute. This could be interesting. It is last lap time. This, the battle for 3rd and 4th. This, the last spot on the podium. Oh, Kellyanne Gulliver goes through. Great ride for Kellyanne. Very impressive. Like I said, I'd still like to know how it went down, how Genevieve Edwards lost out that much ground, how Zoe Gqeberha lost out that much ground, or how Kellyanne just went, whee, I'm gone, thanks. 5th place is where I'm at. But here we go. I want to see what's happening on the far side of the track. Oh, again, it's so close. Osner, oh, goodness me. Was that round the outside? Well, I can't quite see. No, hasn't made it stick just yet. Yo, but this is now so close. She's come back to try and get 3rd place away from Osner, but I think Osner got a fright and said, what? No. And just gapped it a little bit more. Caitlin Parks just seems to be a bit quicker on the drop-offs after the jump. But, oh, no, there it is. Osner just checked out of that little dice. All the while that happened, Mackenzie Bam nonchalantly took the lead and disappeared. Well done, Mackenzie Bam takes the win. And second position, it's going to be Gqeberha. But is it going to be for third? Oh, third place battle. Yeah, coming up the hill now. Heading up towards the second to last corner. And Parks has not managed to get through yet. When I say yet, there's still, what, 2 corners to go and 2 jumps to go. We'll make it 3. Right, Jessica Osner. Oh, there's a slower rider ahead of Jessica, but she's not worried about that. Next one, Caitlin Parks just rolling up onto the back end, but I just think it's going to be too little, too late, as coming out of the right-hander, Jessica Osner opens it up. She secures her third place on the podium. Well done, Jessica Osner. What a great try from Caitlin Parks. Wow, Caitlin Parks tried and tried again. And then a third time she came back and, oh, it just wasn't going to happen. Jessica Osner, clever rider, kept her at bay. But would have been nicer to see Jessica a little bit closer to the front. That would have made it interesting. Kellyanne Gulliver takes P5, from absolutely nowhere up to P5, just through on Genevieve Edwards, through on Zoe Buerta, just like that. In a heartbeat, done. Well, great racing from the ladies, very exciting. I knew it was going to be a bit different to the first race. I didn't know it was going to be this good. Well done, ladies. Great, great racing. Well, pretty much sun is almost going down. Just enough light for 20 minutes and 1 lap of MX2 action. Okay. Well, this is pretty much it. As the ladies finish their ride, MX2 riders on the line. Oh. Well, guys, if you're a betting man, I would advise against it. Trey Cox, Cameron Duro. Let's have a look and see how Jaden Proctor does now. After 2 tumbles on his MX1 machine. Let's have a look how Jordan van Wyk does. Let's have a look. Oh, there's just so many of them. Luke Grundy in with a chance. Oh, Tristan Duro in with a chance. This is just going to be a little bit too wild right from the get-go. Revs up, gates down. That's pretty much what we were waiting for. What was that? What massive start. Is that Valsecki? It's Trent Valsecki. It's Slade Smith. What? Goodness me, I thought I saw a 300 on the side of that bike, but it's a double 3.7, obviously. Bam! Up and over. And Smith, a massive start from him. Luke Grundy. Oh, he's up next. Okay, Cameron Duro trying to come around the outside of Jordan van Wyk, and he manages. Well, Grundy on the Husky now, battling it out with Cameron Duro. Cameron cannot afford to watch the double 3.7. Check out of this one. Well, here it is. Battle lines are drawn. Right from the gate drop, shots fired, and racing on. Slade Smith, while he's got a considerable gap over Cameron Duro right now. Jordan van Wyk is in there. It's first Luke Grundy, Jordan van Wyk. in behind Jordan van Wyk. It looks like it could be, is that the number 81? Could very well be Jaden Proctor, but oh, massive start. Where did that come from? Round the outside. He grooved it so well. Oh, disappeared from whole shot to what a gap. Look at this. Slade Smith. Great ride so far, but the contenders are all ganging up in behind him. Leading the gang, it is Cameron Duro, Luke Grundy, Jordan van Wyk. Yeah, that looks like, could that be Valsecki next up? Well, I don't know. But no, Luke Grundy's gone down a place, or 4. What up with that? Well, Grundy's not a very happy puppy now where he is. You don't wear the number 1 plate for nothing, and then, well, all of a sudden, you find yourself in P5 with the rest of the pack just cruising past you. But look at this. This is just insane. Trey Cox now on a charge. Trey Cox trying to get around the outside of Jordan van Wyk. Now switches to the inside. And Cox tries to, I don't want to say block him, but he tries to make the track limited for Trey Cox to get through. Jordan van Wyk still ahead there of Coxie, and Trey has not found a way past yet, but I'm guessing he will. So Smith still right out there, still pushing hard. He knows that it is Duro right in behind him, and this is pretty much what happened earlier on today, where, to be fair, I think Slade, I don't want to say buckled under the pressure, but he just kind of lost a split second of concentration, and that's all it took. Now he's got a decent enough lead to consolidate this, to keep on going. He's got to stay focused. Right, round to the right he goes, and Duro, wow, he takes a different line, and it looks like it's a very, very fast line into the turn, but then you've got to kind of get on the brakes very, very quickly, as Trey Cox is now starting to mount this challenge again, albeit I think he's popped up into P3. Oh yeah, here we go. Game on, people. So, yeah, now, looking at the amount of gap that Slade's got over Cameron's got over Cox. Yeah, this is just, it's not going to be easy for Trey, albeit that he is going to be massively quick. Slade Smith, Cameron Duro, Trey Cox. Crocs, what is up with this? He has now massively gapped Jordan van Wyk. And, well, to be fair, Jordan not going to be happy with that. Trent Valsecki next up. Right in behind Valsecki, it is Luke Grundy. In behind Luke Grundy again. Tristan Duro just hasn't managed to get the starts that he really, really needs. Right in the MX 125 class, or the high school class, Duro, bad start right from the back of the pack, managed to come up into P2. I don't know, that was a ride of note. But now, I mean, he's got big names ahead of him. He has got, well, first of all, it's Grundy, it's Van Wyk, it's Trey Cox, it's Cameron Duro, his brother, and right out in front, Slade Smith. Albeit that Slade just losing out ever so slightly to Cameron Duro. Duro closing in. Here we go, Duro right up the back end now of Slade Smith, but Slade gets a nice drive out of the left-hander. So, yeah, there I think is a better line that Smith took. Cameron Duro did go wide, but that brought him a bit earlier onto the brakes, because the corner then ends up a little bit tighter than what it was when Smith went round. So, a little bit, give some, lose some, get some, and oh, that's how it's been right from the start. Smith has got everything to go for now. On the gas, round to the right. Whoa. Smith loses ground. That was a good, wow, 3/4 of a second that Cameron Duro was able to pull up on him. But wait a sec here. This is something I've got to watch. I want to see the lap times of the top three, where I think, yeah, Trey Cox has gone fastest. Coxie has gone fastest. So, could this turn into a three-way battle right at the top? I think it very well might. But we'll wait and see. Trey Cox blindingly quick. In behind Cox, it is Jordan van Wyk, Tristan Duro, Trent Valsecki in behind Tristan Duro. So I think maybe a good learning curve for Valsecki, albeit that he knows what he's doing on this, in the saddle of a motorbike. But it's MX2, it's different, it's heavier, it's different dynamics. And well, he's taken like a duck to water on both of them as Trent Valsecki. But let's go back up to the front again, and still it rages on between Smith and Duro. And now look at Coxie, Trey Cox. Oh, he just smashes into the berm, gets a bit of drive out of there, but loses out as he comes out of the right-hander, picks up the pace again as they go up the hill. So this could be a little bit more than what we bargained for, a little bit better than what we bargained for, because we've now getting close to a three-way battle for the lead. Three of South Africa's top riders going head-to-head at Rover MX for round 5 of the South African National Motocross Championships. Here comes Smith, Duro, Cox. Oh, goodness me. Well, I think if this is what you've come here to see, well done, people. You've come to the right place. Right, down the hill they come. Smith, Duro, Cox. That's how quick they are. That's how close they are. Pretty much the same distance between all of them. But now it's up the hill. Where is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? Are they going to stay the same? Or is one of them going to make a move? My guess, first one to make a move is going to be Cox. But then again, it's just a guess, guys. Oh, my word. Round to the right, round to the left. And, oh, Slade Smith's got a bit more of a gap. Well, they did go past a slightly slower rider. It might have unsettled Coxie a little bit, because he has kind of given Duro a bit more of breathing space as they head down into that turn where Smith dropped it the last time. But Smith not making that kind of a mistake now. I think very, very sensible ride from Slade Smith. But now, what is going to happen here? Round to the right, here comes Trey Cox once again. That gap exactly the same as first and second, second and third. Nothing has changed, nothing has moved just yet. But I've just got this horrible feeling that something is going to happen. Something's got to happen. Something's got to blow. And I think here it is now. It's all boost for Cameron Duro. Round the outsides, got the pace. He's got the power. He's up. He's next to Smith and he's through. Duro has made it, but Smith up the inside. Is that going to be the deciding factor as they come down the hill? No, it's not. It is Duro. He came off the berm, rolled across the front of Slade Smith as they went around. Yo, my word. What a ride, Cameron Duro. Now Trey has seen how it can happen, what might work. Is he going to try the same? Well, I'm not exactly sure whether Slade Smith's going to let this one go. He had so much going for him, and it was really, really close. And here they've got some slower riders again, and well, the order just one different to what it was the lap before, where Cameron Duro has now taken charge. Oh, Trey Cox up the inside. Well, Trey Cox has done it now. So Cox is on a charge. Well, I wondered how or when this was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. I just didn't know when. But we've seen it now. It is Duro, Cox, Smith. Oh, interesting, interesting. Now yeah, is Cox going to be able to get up onto the back end of Cameron Duro? Cameron beat him fair and square in the first MX2 race, albeit that Coxie was out in front for a rather lengthy period of time, and then not long, it was Cameron Duro who went bombing through. Duro, Cox, Smith, and I can guarantee you not one of them giving up at all. Oh, a little bit further back. I suppose we've got to mention the other riders who is in this race as well. Jordan van Wyk, Luke Grundy, Tristan Duro as well. Well, let's have a look and see how they are pairing up with each other. Jordan van Wyk. Up and over he goes. It is Tristan Duro, the next one through, so he has disposed of Luke Grundy. Grundy up and over. Just not the same Luke Grundy as, I don't know, as what I'm used to seeing. Usually feisty, fighting hard, pushing as hard as he can to stay out in front. But unfortunately, this time, that's a no-go for him. But that be said and done, back to the sharp end, where I think everybody is actually focusing on what is Trey Cox going to do? What is Cameron Duro going to do? What is Slade Smith going to do? Well, I've got to be honest, I don't think there's much that Slade is capable. No! Apart from what is that? I don't know. That sand section, Slade Smith down again. Well, is he going to lose third place? Maybe not. So Jordan van Wyk not going to pick up another place. So now it is up to Duro and Cox. The two, they slightly so the riders ahead of them. Coxie, is he going to follow Duro around the wide side? It looks like he is, but slim cunt Cameron Duro just mashes past as Trey Cox still trying to play catch up. Yeah, just not able to do it. I don't know. This is a different Cameron Duro here today. I think he knew right from the start it's going to be hard, it's going to be tough, but he obviously mentally prepared himself for what was to come, and it's worked. Well, it's worked up until now. As Jordan van Wyk comes across the line, Tristan Duro, the next one through in behind Jordan van Wyk. Then up next, Luke Grundy. I'd honestly like to have seen Luke Grundy a little bit closer up the front end. Always very, very interesting when the top guns get together and battle it out like what we've seen. Just a pity that Slade, again, just, I don't know what happened. I mean, was he on the gas a little bit too quick? Did the front wheel wash out from underneath him? That's what it looked like to me. But here it is now. I think only a couple of laps to go. Trey Cox, has he managed to close in enough on the back end of Cameron Duro? Well, yes, he has. Yes, he has. Is he going to stop? No, he isn't. Duro, Cox, so close. Again, Duro goes wide. Oh, Cox, he lays it as flat as he possibly could. Try to rail that mini berm around the inside, but I just don't think that was the right line to take. Do you now go and risk lining up in behind the man ahead of you and get roosted? It's a difficult choice to make. It really is. And for Cameron Duro, well, he's made the right choice. Lap after lap after lap. But now, is Coxie going to just get that a little bit quicker? Is he going to rise to the occasion? Is he going to be able to get close enough onto the back end of Duro to make it matter? Good question. One, again, that I really don't think I'm going to answer. Because the moment I do that, that's when I put my foot in it. that's one way to start a party. Right, here we go. When it says we're at war, this is exactly what's happening out in front now with Gqeberha and Cox. Slade Smith just a little bit too far behind. Oh, this is getting closer. Oh, this is getting much closer. Round the outside. Whoa. Like I said, no predictions here. Gqeberha, Cox, this is it. How many laps to go? I think there must be at least about 3 or 4. Oh, different lines. And it's Coxie's turn to go wide to get a little bit more pace coming up the hill. Up the hill they go. Step Up looms ahead. Oh, the inside line. Now I'm not sure what's going to happen as they come down the hill. Oh, still order unchanged. Why? Woo! This is close. This is racing. Right, it's up the hill they go now. Like I said, predictions not on your life. Right, on the far side. Oh, Gqeberha's got that bit of a gap again. Coxie still fighting every inch of the way. Yeah, and I said it earlier, if you never ever give up, that's a sign of a true champion. Not one of them have given up. And I don't think any of them will. Right, the side straightaway, again getting into some traffic. Oh my Lord, this is a bit, I don't know what to say, a little bit too close for comfort, but yeah, for, I think, Alfie and Leon, yeah, they're buddies, they chat, they know each other, but over there is where it counts. Uh-oh. Oh, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. As I don't want to say mentioned earlier, that's like getting old and, oh, how close is it going to be? How close are we going to get? Yeah, looks like Coxie out of here. Oh, no, I didn't see where it happened. Well, that has once again thrown a massive spanner in the works. Trey Cox, after pushing, and yeah, did get close enough to challenge. He was an arm's length away from first place. But regrettably for him, it ain't gonna happen. They're on the last lap now. Tristan Gqeberha, some sort of a problem there as well. The left-hand side of that bike looking a little bit worse for wear. But that means, well, what does it mean? Has Jordan van Wyk? No, I don't think they were close enough. Yep, Jordan van Wyk is through. That'll put him. That's P2 for Jordan. Well. How the face of a race, the shape, how it changes in a heartbeat, in a split second. It's gone. The excitement gone. Everybody's like, where's he's gone. What a pity. What a pity. And I think he, yeah, to be fair, they can all be very, very, very proud of themselves. Luke Grundy is through. Yeah, I think Coxie a bit now, but I'm glad to see he is back on the bike. Trey Cox coming through. Gonna go down a good couple of positions. Can he afford to let it go? Can he afford to lose that many places? Well, it is. Checkered flag for Cameron Gqeberha. That is an emphatic 4 out of 4 today for Gqeberha. And sadly, well, here comes Valsecki. Wow, what a ride for Trent Valsecki. But, ladies and gentlemen, in all honesty and in all fairness, what a ride from Cameron Dero. Slade Smith eventually ends up in P2. After all that, after going down to P4, getting up to P3, eventually getting a P2, Slade Smith finishes very, very high up the picking order. Well done. 747 Jordan van Wyk comes through in P3. Luke Grundy, Trey Cox in P5. Oh. Well, folks, I guess that about wraps it up. What a day. What a day. Oh, people, what a phenomenal race day. Well done, Rover MX. Luke Grundy finishing his ride. Oh, he's happy about that. Oh, man. What a great race day. What awesome racing. It's just been out of the top draw right from the get-go. I don't think there's been close racing like this for a long time. For a long time, guys. Oh, goodness me. Neville, your team, you've done an absolute brilliant job. And I mean, there were comments passed up here that guys went to the GP, the SAGP, and they just spent like such a lot of money. Whoops, I almost said something wrong. But they spent such a lot of money to have exactly the same here. He's getting dangerous. 11,900 rand less. He's breathing down his neck. Oh, Kretsman gets out of the saddle ever so slightly. Congratulations going around to a lot of riders, and especially to the Rover MX team. Well done. We'll see you at prize giving. It's not exactly the way it went the first race when I saved the boots on the other foot, but yeah, we'll have a look and see if those the two protagonists. Oh, Smith a little bit close. Oh, Smith is down. Smith, a massive tumble from Slade Smith. It is checkered flag for Cameron Dero side. Well, I'm going to try and pick up who that is. Oh, it's Bircher. It is Bircher. Let's be honest, from the excitement, part of the entertainment, part of the national here at Gqeberha. This time round, up from the pack winner. Here we go. I'm going to get away. But here's an interesting. Oh no! Getting that turn. Have a look at the way the track looks after the ladies' race. Oh no. That's pretty much what we were waiting for. What was that? What massive start is that for? Right, Smith not making that kind of a mistake now. Can he afford to lose that many places? Well, it is checkered flag for